carving a circular crater like a private arena. The opponent pants heavily, drained and broken from the relentless assault. Han Su scowls. He is deeply confused, worried about how on earth this guy is still standing after such lethal blows. As dust clouds swirl, Han Su silently estimates the state of the vertebrae near his spine. He lost count of how many bones he broke. 9 massive dents scar the back, suggesting a pulverized skeleton. Yet, he is still alive. Is this the power of Z energy? Han Su grimaces in disbelief. Just then, robotic monsters rain down from above level 1 iron golems on guard duty. They have B-rank defense, C-rank ambush, and are currently in a berserk reinforced state. The iron golems crash onto the battlefield with massive force. Han Su widens his eyes, completely caught off guard by their arrival. The blonde warrior tenses, locking eyes on the golems. Han Su charges forward like a bullet, yelling, "Where do you think you are going?" He grabs the guy by the throat, cutting off his breath instantly. The blonde fighter frantically claws at Han Su's grip, choking violently as his eyes roll back. Veins pop on Han Su's forehead as he squeezes with brutal force, growling for this guy to finally die. Suddenly, a massive iron golem appears right behind Han Su, its mechanical eyes glowing with menacing yellow light. Sensing the threat, Han Su looks back. "What? Are you blind?" He barks, instantly hurling the choking blonde warrior right into the golem's eye. Still held by the throat, the blonde warrior looks lifeless, his jaw hanging open as his eyes roll back completely. As other golems charge in with glowing yellow eyes, Han Su grits his teeth and channels every ounce of raw strength. With a fierce grunt, Han Su builds momentum and slams the blonde warrior's body straight into the incoming iron golem. Han Su swings him around like a rag doll, bashing him repeatedly against the metallic golems. The impact is so brutal that his neck bones snap, severing his head from his body. Han Su yells, gathering force to hurl the body away. Meanwhile, the remaining iron golems keep charging. Han Su slams the headless body onto the ground, while the severed head rolls far behind him. He finally releases his grip, his hands completely drenched in fresh blood. He smirks as a giant iron golem aims a heavy punch, but Han Su just looks back with a thrilling grin. Honestly, how could a few level 1 iron golems hope to lay a finger on him? He turns, flaring a massive wave of energy. Han Su drives his fist straight into their solid armor. Lightning energy crackles all around him. The overwhelming power instantly paralyzes the iron golems, stopping them dead in their tracks. Frowning, Han Su roars, "Die!" as his surging energy swells to a monstrous level. A blinding golden beam pierces through the enemies. With a single strike, every iron golem is blown to pieces. Standing still, Han Su points upward, channeling a pillar of energy that shoots into the sky. "Well, that's that," he mutters. But looking down, Han Su notices the blonde fighter's body is gone. "Wait, where did he go?" A voice catches his attention. "Hero, hear me." Amazingly, the blonde warrior whose head was just severed is now standing tall. Though scarred, he is alive. Clenching his fists, he roars that he will never forgive the humiliation suffered today. But before he can even finish, a mysterious blue light flashes from his stomach. He falls to his knees in agony. Crossing his arms, Han Su stares at his perfectly restored body, wondering how he is still alive. The blonde fighter, sweating from the agony, says that is just how things go in this place. Han Su fires back with his usual ego, says he wouldn't know, since he has never actually died before. He glares at Kang Han Su, warns that if they ever meet outside this training cave, he will not let him off easy, then turns and leaves. He crosses his arms, staring coldly before walking away without a single word. With a smirk, he figures meeting that guy outside would be a bad play. He exits, confident he won't regret letting the man walk away. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms overhead. He looks up. A colossal robot lands in front of him, a gold golem. Level 1 Guardian class with evasion. Check the stats. Triple S defense, A-rank swordsmanship, immunity, and stamina. Currently operating in a frenzied, overcharged state, a mocking smirk crosses his face. All that training just to end up with mediocre stats like these? This means something valuable is just ahead. Without warning, the golem swings a massive blade, aiming for a crushing blow. Yet, Kang Han Su simply offers a casual thanks. He smirks at the golem, clearly amused by its self-destructive move. If he had not played along, breaking that triple S defense while it tried to crush him would have been a real headache. Moments later, the proud gold golem lies shattered just like the iron ones before it. He lets out a grunt, his eyes locking onto the gateway to the graduation room waiting ahead. Thinking the name sounds meaningful, he steps inside. A flash of light forces him to squint until his eyes adjust. Beyond the door lies a lush meadow, where a blonde girl in a white dress stands waiting. She flashes a warm smile to congratulate the hero. but his face twists in disgust, cut the cute act and just drop dead. Stepping onto the vibrant grass under the blazing sun, Kang Han Su follows the elf girl down a trail. As his patience wears thin, she finally announces they have reached an ancient temple. The elf explains the structure was built to honor the deeds of past warriors. She leads Kang Han Su into a vast, empty chamber and explains that they are completely cut off from the world. She isn't lying. Beyond the gateway lies a pitch-black dimension wrapped in absolute silence. She welcomes the next generation hero with a smile, claiming she has waited ages just to show him the way. But instead of returning the smile, he asks in a dry, annoying tone if living like that is exhausting. Unbothered, she replies that she loves her work, even if her power and responsibilities are massive. To keep the rookies from straying, she has to guide them, speaking as if carrying out a sacred cosmic duty. Her bizarre tone and creepy smile are so off-putting they give Kang Han Su goosebumps. He silently judges her weird attitude while descending the staircase toward a giant golden statue of a knight. Ignoring the majestic aura, Kang Han Su focuses on the weapon in the knight's hands, wondering if it is a holy sword. She confirms it, calling it the blade that stood by the first-generation warrior's side his whole life. Back then, they had no concept of a holy sword, simply calling it the ultimate magical blade. It turns out she was the first hero's wife, tasked with guarding this weapon. Unimpressed, Kang Han Su asks with a sigh if this boring place has anything else to offer. After all, he already owns a holy sword. The speechless elf sighs and offers to share a tale from the distant past. It is about the first warrior who stood against the original demon, bringing lasting peace to the world. Yet within 500 years, everything fell apart for the wife who had always supported him. He abandoned her after throwing around baseless accusations. She shouts, anger boiling over he was having an affair. He gently reminds her that he has zero interest in family drama and asks her to get to the point. She remains furious, insisting to the next generation warrior that this is no trivial matter. Finally, an irritated Kang Han Su snaps, demanding the main point. The elf cringes, apologizing for getting so worked up. She continues, explaining that the first hero eventually faced punishment. Betrayed by his companion, he had no choice but to flee to the far side of the world. Her reason for sharing this, she murmurs sadly, is simple. The starting point for the new hero is identical to his. She just prayed he would not lose his way, pleading with him to stay earnest. Even after slaying the Demon King, he had to keep his heart righteous and not let raw power blind him. Kang Han Su asked dryly if she was done. The elf smiled softly, revealing this chamber held 3 distinct trials for him. First, he had to fight the bronze statue of the original hero. Second, win the Holy Sword's recognition. Third, absorb the statue's power himself. He cracked his knuckles, grunting that he was ready. Time to start. She explained that merely approaching the statue triggers the trial, and not to worry if things got tough. The elf flashed another warm smile, with a sparkling angelic aura radiating behind her. Staring at his status screen, Kang Han Su wondered if finding a transcendent sanctuary was actually this common. He did not care, let her do whatever she wanted. He figured that if he could not even gauge the raw power of this statue, there was absolutely no way that Z-grade blessing skill would just help him out for free. If she turned out to be a nuisance like his first-round companions, his fists would gladly teach her a very painful lesson. With a sinister smirk, Kang Han Su stepped right up to the massive statue, looking tiny compared to its colossal frame. Suddenly, the statue activated, and a blue gem on the warrior's head began to glow. The sword crashed down, impaling the ground right in front of him. Kang Han Su just stood there with arms folded as his status screen popped up. Staring at his C-grade black box, he smirked defiantly while the statue prepared to draw its weapon again. He clicked his tongue, realizing this would be a tough fight. As the giant sword came crashing down in a massive explosion, Kang Han Su leaped away, grumbling. This Z-grade chaos was absolutely insane. Refusing to back down, he lunged forward to strike the glowing golden warrior. A massive blast shook the area, knocking him backward with charred clothes and a painful smoking burn wound across his body. Just then, the great apostle called out from behind, offering help, and cast powerful healing magic on Kang Han Su. Instantly, he felt incredible strength, surging back. The system announced a class change to Holy Knight. He wondered how overpowered this blessing skill was to change his actual job. What was even crazier was this god-tier transcendent skill popping up in his status menu out of nowhere. It was completely absurd. Grinning widely, he realized it was time to put this new skill to the test. A brilliant golden light enveloped his body. As the warrior lunged for another strike, Kang Han Su casually raised his bare hand and blocked the massive blade with absolute ease. Wearing a smug smile, he admitted he was starting to really like this power. With a single flick of his wrist, the warrior went flying backward, allowing him to leap high up onto its head. He snatched the giant sword away, using it to slice right through the enemy's head. The massive soldier split in two and crumbled into nothingness. Examining the sword, he thought the soldier had great taste, but he already had his own weapon. Suddenly, a strange surge of blue mana flowed into his hand. While he stood there in shock, a soft voice rang out. It warmly congratulated him on gaining the recognition of the legendary holy sword. He spun around and saw the great apostle standing there. She explained that because it was the original prototype, the blade carried a righteous hero's soul, which would aid his future battles. But she noted one more crucial catch. A glowing blue light erupted from the soldier's shattered eye fragment, swirling right toward him. He glared coldly, realizing this setup had been a trap from the start. Approaching, she whispered that whether it was a trap no longer mattered, and offered her congratulations once more. The forbidden power stolen from the very first hero now officially belonged to the world's newest champion. Suddenly, she leaned her body gently against him and whispered. The price was steep, his memories would be erased, leaving his body fully controlled by the sword. She promised he would walk the path of righteousness, but now he would love and cherish only her for eternity. Gently cupping her face, he thanked her for the congratulations, promising to take care of everything quite nicely. The system displayed his passive skills: a C-rank memory wipe, D-rank immunity to confusion, and E-rank absolute indestructibility. Along with frank unforgettable, staring at her with cold eyes, he whispered that a simple thank you was not nearly enough to repay her. His grip felt incredibly painful. Before she could even process the pain, he pulled her close and kissed her. His massive mana reserve drained into her. He wiped his mouth, smirked, and laughed at her complete lack of preparation for this. Covering her mouth, she tried to shield her fading mind. He had activated his C-rank skill to wipe her memory. He watched her dissolve into thin air. Smirking at his hands, he muttered that acquiring a demonic energy skill next would make this perfect. The screen showed his race as human level 1 with the Pope class. With his Z-grade blessing active, he sprinted forward, recalling her words about the first hero escaping this world into a hidden dimension. That meant an exit had to exist somewhere inside the Fantasia world, and he was determined to locate it. Stopping before a massive door, he paused to reflect. It was surprising that he had stumbled upon a real ray of hope in this bizarre world. No matter how tough the path, he would find a way back home. Those academy instructors better be prepared. Another peaceful day passed over the wild mountains as the morning sun painted the landscape in vibrant colors. We are starting in a dense forest where a violent trail rips through the brush, exposing red earth. It looks like someone was dragged across the ground, leaving deep footprints that churned up the soil. Heavy, frantic footsteps echo through the mountain. Panic fills the air as desperate running creates a chaotic scene that alerts the forest. A beautiful princess is running for her life, trying to escape something terrifying. Gasping for air, she pushes forward as a beast with razor-sharp teeth and a dripping tongue chases her down. It shrieks, sending shivers down her spine, but she refuses to give up, pushing into the thick woods. Her chest heaves with rapid breaths as terror grips her pale face. Completely exhausted, she screams at the top of her lungs, praying for a miracle. She cries for help as the monster roars, preparing to strike with a deafening screech. Just as the princess is about to lose her life, a massive flash of light erupts behind the monster. The princess keeps sprinting, terrified as the shadow of the giant beast looms closer. In the distance, the tip of a magical staff glows, charging up a devastating spell. Like a bolt from the heavens, the beam hits the giant beast in the head, freezing it in midair. The shockwave is massive, sending the monster crashing down as she scrambles away. The man behind that overpowered blast is none other than Kang Han Su. He launched a brutal surprise attack into the beast's blind spot, leaving it zero time to react. The raw energy is too much, forcing the monster to collapse. With a snap of his fingers, the lightning fades. Kang Han Su grumbles that the orc only has its weak genetics to blame. Then he senses something. He pauses, snorts, and turns his attention to the trees. As expected, a massive horde of monsters charges from the brush, desperate for revenge. Their eyes glow yellow as they growl, charging straight at him. Kang Han Su is annoyed. These weaklings have no idea who they are messing with. He didn't want to lift a finger today, but since they insisted, he unleashes his massive aura, weaving hand signs to wipe the squad out. Since you all want to die, I will make this quick. Now, that is how you strike a pose. With a snap of his fingers, a blinding golden light erupts, violently shaking the earth. The energy blankets the forest in a white glow. Scorching wind whips through while beams of light rain down from the sky. Finally, the light shatters into golden dust, bringing quiet back to the forest. Danger past, He and the princess peek out to survey the destruction. Kang Han Su steps forward to inspect the area. A system notification pops up, showing his Destruction C rank has upgraded to Destruction O. The fallen orcs dissolve, releasing magical energy like floating embers. Their dark blood stains the jagged rocks. Even Kang Han Su seems taken back by the brutal scene. Here is where things get interesting. He deduces the battle was already ending before they even arrived. Through the ruins, stray magical energy begins pulling toward a single spot. Hidden away, they find a female warrior lying motionless beside her loyal maid. Both hover between life and death as a purple orb floats by Kang Han Su, lamenting the tragedy. He nods at the trainee teacher, agreeing that a terrible incident like this will leave deep scars for the rest of their lives. A mischievous glint flashes in his eyes as he adds, at least for normal people. He reminds himself that with his cheat black box skill, wiping their memories is incredibly easy. As a system screen pops up, the princess gently helps her companion sit up. She looks at him, eyes wide with fear, shrinking back from his dark, bizarre expression, leaking pure bloodlust. He teases them with a creepy tone, asking if those oversized pigs scared them. On his system screen, an arrow hovers over the memory wipe option to trigger the ability. Locking her in a trance, Kang Han Su demands she look only at him, smirking to himself. With his broken healing and blessing skills, they are lucky to have met an expert like him. The strange energy wraps around the three royal girls, washing over them until their eyes go blank, and they forget everything that happened. Their eyes sparkle as they let out soft gasps, waking from a long slumber. The guard turns to the princess in a panic, but the princess only hesitates, asking what happened. She stammers an apology, while the maid gasps at the destruction, though no one listens. "Why are there so many bodies?" she cries, while Kang Han Su watches from behind, uncaring. Suddenly, a system screen displays all their stats. She is human, level 15, a princess with average power and incredibly high charm. Her skills are Class C Seduction, D Charm, E Diplomacy, and F Magic Status, Terrified. He judges her silently, surprised that this girl is actually royalty. One girl spots the dead prince in a pool of blood and screams in despair. The maid panics about their first hunt, while the guard cries that their kingdom is doomed. Kang Han Su watches the drama from a distance, completely relaxed and gossiping to himself. So that guy was the heir to the throne, huh? Whatever, not his problem. But suddenly, horse hooves echo through the forest. Kang Han Su turns to see a grand general in shining armor riding a majestic horse. The man barks out a challenge, leaving Kang Han Su wondering what this is about. The man's status window appears human, level 28, imperial relative, with genuine royal blood. Skills include magic, mana, sorcery, and virtue, but his status reads as completely flustered. Kang Han Su realizes this man is a big deal, as he is the current king's brother. After the king passes away in 3 years, this trusted man will take over. He will ascend the throne with the full support of the nobility and commoners. Kang Han Su admits the old guy is highly capable, skilled at magic and diplomatic affairs. He silently praises the man. Seeing him brings back memories, making Kang Han Su smile as he thinks it has been a while. But as his face lights up, the general cold-heartedly barks a ruthless command to kill them all. Talk about a trustworthy guy, Kang Han Su thinks, unable to believe his ears. "Wait, what did you just say?" he asks, as a soldier hesitantly mentions he is a saint. Another soldier trembles, insisting that attacking someone with such holy power is madness. Kang Han Su sighs, baffled that they would slaughter their own prince but fear a saint. Great, another ridiculous mess, he thinks, as the king's brother cuts them off sharply. He will be a massive headache if we leave him alive. Ignoring the cold look on Hans's face, the old man barked out an order to execute him quickly and painlessly. And that was when Hans realized something. This holy class didn't work on everyone. But the fact that commoners feared attacking a saint was an absolute truth. Hans couldn't help but grin to himself. This was definitely something he could use to his advantage later. Left with no choice, the soldiers reluctantly obeyed, shouting out their confirmation to the commander. They leveled their swords at him, their voices shaking with regret as they begged for the great saint's forgiveness. Screaming for the kingdom, they charged. Hans didn't even flinch, a wide, menacing grin spreading across his face. There was no need to kill. His Z-tier holy class kept him pure, while a golden aura of blessing washed over them, forcing everyone nearby to feel eerily calm. Then, a purple wave of triple S rank demonic energy erupted, specifically targeting those who worship demons. A green glow of A-tier luck followed, ensuring his plans would proceed without a single hitch. And finally, the true deciding factor, his double S rank forgery skill. Hans opened his mouth and commanded everyone to freeze, and instantly, the spears aimed at him stopped dead in their tracks. Blinded by his sheer main character energy, the soldiers could only gasp in absolute, stunned awe. But a second later, they broke into a cold sweat as a terrifying demonic Hans bared his fangs and warned them they were as good as dead. He accused them of high treason for attacking the prince and princess. He told them to think about their families waiting at home, safe and sound. His mockingly righteous words shook them to their core, making their hands tremble, but Hans just smirked in triumph. This was the legendary experience he had gathered over 10 long years. And seeing things sour, the king's brother shouted not to listen to him. He insisted that if they killed him now, no one would ever know what happened. Glowing like a radiant god, Kang Han Su told them to take their time and make the right choice, mockingly noting their growing desperation. The old man shouted for calm, claiming this was all for the kingdom's future. Before he could finish, Kang Han Su cut him off, asking why they would cling to a useless prince or princess instead of just appointing a regent. He asked why they would make life so miserable, and unrest quickly spread through the ranks as the soldiers whispered among themselves. Their loyalty seemed decent enough, but they clearly underestimated Kang Han Su. He had plenty of tricks left, and a dark purple aura began rising from his shoulders. Sensing danger, the old man panicked and yelled for help, but a cold shiver ran down his spine as a death-infused soldier raised a sword to his neck. The blade ran through his throat, leaving the dying man with just enough breath to choke out one final word. He asked why, and just like that, the king's brother was dead. Their petty loyalty stood no chance against his dark energy, and as he walked toward them, the princess's maid panicked and shrieked. She shouted that the uncle was dead, and they needed to report it to the emperor immediately. Once she finished, Kang Han Su activated his hypnosis, instantly plunging the entire group into a complete trance. He gritted his teeth, muttering about those blabbering idiots standing right in front of the dead man's accomplice. He called them absolute fools, and the trainee teacher appeared, asking with deep worry if this was really going to be okay. Grabbing his replica sword, he casually told the trainee teacher not to worry. He then summoned Rice Cake, and right on cue, a magnificent six-winged angel appeared directly above him. With total confidence, Kang Han Su ordered everyone to be resurrected, though he coldly added that the corpse on the ground should be left out. With that settled, he rolled up his sleeves to get to work, needing to fabricate the scene. Suddenly, an annoying throat-clearing sound from nearby caught his attention. The voice sneered, asking if he was the filthy peasant who had just saved him, and the prince lifted his chin with supreme arrogance. The prince told him not to look at a noble like him with filthy eyes, claiming that since he was a hero, he would overlook it this once. His eyes sparkled as he turned to Rice Cake, completely ignoring the disgusted expression on Kang Han Su's face. Spotting the mage nearby, the prince began putting on a show, inviting her to his grand banquet and telling her to feel honored. Suddenly, a hand dripping with dark death energy gripped his shoulder, accompanied by a mockingly sweet voice. He called out to the prince, but the clueless royal just scoffed. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su's eyes glowed with a terrifying purple light, looking ready to tear the prince apart. He growled at him to look into his eyes, and after staring at the clueless prince, he finally understood why the count wanted to stage a coup. Whatever. Either way, the prince's future was already sealed. With the guy's brain turned to mush, he would still inherit the throne, and with the future king's genius mage son-in-law stepping up, making him regent seemed like a solid plan. Pleased with his own logic, Kang Han Su let out a wicked laugh. A flawless theory. Rice Cake sighed, deadpan, muttering that something felt deeply wrong here. He whipped around fast. Got a problem? Rice Cake looked away, muttering that the whole thing felt super sketchy. Kang Han Su raised his fist, warning her that her big mouth was the only sketchy thing here, better shut it. Totally unbothered by his threats, Rice Cake casually asked where they were going, reminding him of the prince's invite. Before she finished, Kang Han Su gave her a cold stare, walking away while declaring their business in this magic kingdom finished, leaving Rice Cake pouting. Suddenly remembering, he gasped. Memories of a certain blonde child flashed through Kang Han Su's mind. After he handed her a staff to suppress her overflowing power, she had thanked him and joined his journey. Kang Han Su smirked. The sage's staff. It was finally time to test it. Mount Fanapan, a massive, majestic peak in the northern region. Natural hot springs flowing from the mountain always brought in massive crowds, turning the local village into a dream vacation spot. But a simple tourist trap wouldn't draw this many people. Monsters radiating intense magical energy had gathered around those springs, and villains moved in to exploit the habitat. Heroes banded together to wipe them out, and the intel on their spots was collected. Kang Han Su and Lanavel arrived at a local tavern. Most people would push the door, but he loved standing out clearly, leaning into that main character energy. Kang Han Su delivered a powerful kick, sending the door flying open. The flashy entrance irritated the thugs. Glaring, they demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Kang Han Su stood tall, arms crossed, confidently declaring, "So you will remember my face and my name." The warrior Kang Han Su was going to conquer the wicked ice princess on the snowy mountain. He pointed at the bartender, shouting, "Hey, open up the cellars. I am buying out this entire place until sunrise." Hearing that, the patrons changed their tune. "Wow, a real hero. You know how to treat a crowd, kid?" They cheered in unison, "Go, holy warrior." Kang Han Su is definitely going to conquer that ice princess. Kang Han Su grinned. He had drawn attention, and his target showed up. A mysterious figure lurking near the entrance. Keeping an eye on them, Kang Han Su approached the bar and called the bartender. The bartender responded happily, "What can I get you?" The great warrior claiming the ice princess. "Looking for snacks?" Kang Han Su smirked, "An incredibly hot girl for tonight." The bartender chuckled, "I will find you the juiciest catch in town." The tavern erupted again. "Warrior Kang Han Su is the best. Go Han Su, long live the hero." As night fell, Lanival finished her dinner. Lanival smiled brightly. "The great Lanival is finally stuffed." Kang Han Su snapped back. "Do me a favor and sleep already. You are annoying." The server placed a sizzling steak down. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Enjoy your dinner." As the server left, a stunning woman appeared. She looked at Kang Han Su. "So, brave warrior, what is on your mind?" Watching her sit, Kang Han Su realized she was from the Dark Merchant Guild, infamous for selling anything if the price was right. They built their reputation on credibility. Clients knew their info was accurate and reliable. These shady figures were the exact reason he came here. He looked at her. "I need information on the first hero." The woman sat closer. "The first hero? You mean the pioneer who defeated the Demon King?" "Correct." Kang Han Su nodded. "Exactly. Yes." She smiled softly. "It has been 7 years since that hero defeated the Demon King. Legendary stuff." Kang Han Su slices through his steak and tells her to spill everything. She just smirks, calm as ever, and says there is much more than he thinks. He slides a detailed scroll across the table, promising it to her in exchange for a report packed with unique intel. She grabs the document, eyes scanning the page, and asks what it is, only for him to call it a down payment. He adds that if she fails to provide the info he needs, the deal is dead. From then on, all her intelligence must be free, but she shakes her head, refusing a deal like that. She flags down the server, whispers a quick message, and sends him off. An awkward silence hits them, and to fill the gap, she asks if he wants dessert. Kang Han Su digs into some ice cream, watching her closely until the server returns with a dwarf in tow. The dwarf offers a polite greeting, but Kang Han Su just bites his spoon, grumbling about why it has to be him. Years ago, when the war god's golden giant golem shook the world, this shiny, bright gold golem stood majestically on a cliffside. Without a proper villain to face him, or that signature sparkling light, he never would have become so famous. Beneath it lay crimson armor, burning hot, activated by a single golden button that the dwarf slowly approaches. That crimson dwarf was the villain, and his golem was a beast, an iron mace to crush walls, a drill to pierce armor. Yet, the man who built that brutal machine is now just staring intently at a blueprint. His eyes are completely glued to the paper. He wonders if such a weak, fragile golem design could satisfy an old pro, while Kang Han Su watches him, chin in hand. Suddenly, the dwarf rolls the scroll up, grunts, and slams it down with a heavy thud. Kang Han Su watches in silence as the old craftsman trembles with pure excitement. Looking at the design, the dwarf struggles to find his words. Barely able to believe what he is seeing, it is far beyond reality. Kang Han Su just offers a strange smirk, spoon still in his mouth, and asks if that is really the case. The dwarf screams in ecstasy, claiming that even just one page reveals the designer's deep passion and philosophy. As a master craftsman, he hates to admit it, but he is desperate to own this blueprint. Kang Han Su rests his chin on his hands, satisfied, feeling certain his designs will spread everywhere. As the dwarf walks away, the purple-haired girl murmurs that the blueprint is truly a treasure. Kang Han Su takes the spoon out, asking for her final answer, and she replies calmly. She promises to record every detail about the first hero, his companions, his lovers, and even his enemies. She will hold nothing back, and Kang Han Su just gives her a cold, sharp nod. He stands up abruptly, and as she clutches the blueprint, she calls out, asking if he is ready to hunt the Ice Princess. She cheerfully asks him to wait in the village while she gathers everything. She notes it will take about 15 days. They offer him lodging, and Kang Han Su watches her, secretly noting how polite she is being. She smirks to herself, scheming that he had better ditch that blueprint before the Ice Princess kills him. He thinks it over, glances at the ceiling, and decides not to rush his choices just yet. Walking up the stairs, Kang Han Su figures he needs more evidence to take down Pedinar, so he should prep gradually. He strolls with his hands behind his back, looking quite smug. He barely says the words before he freezes. He really has no reason to follow his own advice. Kang Han Su grows annoyed, seeing Lan fast asleep, hugging the staff like it is some kind of body pillow. He snatches the staff away, ignoring the sleepy girl as she mumbles for it and asks where he is headed. He tosses a pillow onto her head, holds the staff high, and tells her to just go to sleep. Outside, the morning sun hits the wooden door, and Mount Fuji looks beautiful. He is enjoying the fresh air when a voice suddenly asks where they are going. Kang Han Su puffs out his chest, laughing as he declares they are off to meet the woman the trainee teacher called the most miserable person ever. The sage staff asks if he really plans to run all the way to the top, and he replies with a smug grin. Being a pro rider, only a fool would run when a bike that can pop a wheelie is right there. From high up, the view of the village and that lush green forest looks absolutely stunning. Deep in the woods, smoke curls from a cabin. An axe splits a log firewood duty. Big Goo wipes sweat from his forehead with a happy smile. This should be enough, he thinks. Suddenly, like a storm, a hand grips his neck with incredible force as a shout echoes. "Lizard!" Kang Han Su smirks. "Turn back into your original form," he orders. Big Goo chokes, eyes wide, as Kang Han Su glares. "Do you want to hear me trash talk you again?" His grip tightens, and Big Goo lets out a painful groan. A brilliant light flashes out of the thick smoke. A massive dragon emerges, roaring. Big Goo has reverted to his true form. Status screen. Dragon race. Level 505. Wild hunter class. Cold resistance, hunting, endurance, strength, and slaughter. Status. Sleep simulation. Nearby villagers panic at the sight of the giant dragon, screaming that a monster appeared. They scramble. Panicking, is it the white dragon? Wake up the warriors right now. Shouts and frantic footsteps echo everywhere. The dragon roars in anger, jaws wide, ready to devour everything in its path. Kang Han Su puts his hands on his hips, mocking it like some episode 1 trick. He lands a heavy blow right on the chin. Kang Han Su unleashes glowing golden magic energy to blast the beast away. Dazed, the beast can't handle a single strike. It wobbles, spewing white mist from its mouth. Ultimately, its massive body hits the ground with a thud right before Kang Han Su. He just watches. "Hey, fat lizard," he calls out. Calling a dragon a lizard, that is a serious insult to its pride. "Look into my eyes," Kang Han Su commands. The system updates. Training, breeding, and empathy levels all shift. The weather today is surprisingly gorgeous. Birds spread their wings, flying over those endless lush mountain ranges. The dragon lowers its limb, letting Kang Han Su sit proudly on its back. "Let's go, Big Goo." Completely tamed. In the distance, between snowy peaks, an icy castle sits nestled in the mountains. Wings flap loudly across the sky while Kang Han Su, in thin clothes, rides on Big Goo and looks down at the ice castle. They finally made it. The white fortress stands between two mountains, surrounded by constant blizzards and a deadly, steep slope. Kang Han Su spots frozen people trapped in ice blocks lining the entrance. Female warriors, witches, hunters, swords, women, all frozen solid, their faces twisted in absolute pain. The instructor finds it strange. Why are there so many women in this tomb? She expected more men chasing the ice princess. Kang Han Su, not surprised at all, says that is not the case. The female adventurers here fall into two categories. First, women jealous of the ice princess. Mages with unique traits who never faced a rival before. Well, until right now. That is, okay. The second type is just as Kang Han Su starts to explain, a booming voice cuts him off. "Leave if you value your life." Han Su looks up. A woman in a white dress walks toward them. The ice princess. Cold, emotionless expression. Snow-white skin, hair, and eyes. She wears an off-the-shoulder lace dress with a fur cape. Han Su immediately reads her status. Human race. Level 486. Princess background. Authority fueled by magic. Skills. S-rank burst, S-rank frost, malice, survival, slaughter and status, sorrow and rage. "I won't say it again," the ice princess warns. Suddenly, a booming voice yells, "That's the noble princess." Han Su picks his ear in annoyance. Way too noisy over there. Anyway, the second type are those in some guy's harem. The idiot screams, "Give birth to my child." 3 loyal female followers stand right behind him. The brainless guy declares, "If the most beautiful woman in Asia marries Florin, we can have a perfect child." Han Su snaps his fingers and tilts his head, so what? The teacher nearby is speechless at the sheer stupidity. What kind of logic is that a house lizard? Hanu mocks him. If this idiot has a kid, they will only catch this. Suddenly, a massive shadow stretches across the ground. Roar! Bo screeches, charging up a blast in his mouth. Boom! A massive cannonball of energy crashes into the ground with an earth-shattering roar. Bright sparks blind the Ice Princess, while the group of idiots gets frozen solid in an instant. Boo circles above her head. The Ice Princess looks between the frozen group and the dragon in pure shock. How is there a dragon here? High above, Hanu leaps off Baku and dives down. He lands smoothly, making the startled Ice Princess clutch her chest. Shaking, she screams, "Stop right there. If you come any closer, I will unleash my explosive frost energy." She summons a blinding white blizzard and fierce winds. Hanu stands his ground, casually keeping his hands in his pockets. The princess unleashes a massive strike that sweeps across the entire landscape. This attack looks powerful enough to wipe out everything. As the dust settles, the Ice Princess is shocked to see Hanu completely unfazed. Oh no, did my power go out of control again? Her voice trails off in disappointment. The surrounding spirit energy is slowly being sucked away. Stopping in her tracks, she sees Han Su holding a staff, absorbing all the ambient energy right into it. The gloomy sky clears into a bright blue. Admiring the staff, Hanu cheers with excitement. Oh wow, that kid was not lying. The princess gasps, "Is that?" Han Su snaps out of his memories and looks at her. The princess's eyes go wide after witnessing the immense power of that staff. She stammers, "Could it really be that staff?" Seeing her reaction, Han Su feels incredibly smug. That is right. This is indeed the sage's staff. Observing the princess's changing expression, Han Su is left completely puzzled. Tears welling in her eyes, the Ice Princess sobs, "If only I had that staff, I could control my power." Desperate to end her misery, she walks toward him, reaching out for the sage's staff with deep longing. This endless suffering she endured finally seems like it will fade away. As she approaches, a warm golden light radiates between them, filling the area with hope. But Hanu pulls the staff back, causing the princess to gasp in shock. She cries out in desperation, "Anything! I will do anything, so please give me that staff." Instead, Hanu raises the staff and whacks her right on the head. Thank. The beautiful Ice Princess loses her royal dignity and spits out frost. Dizzy from the blow, she falls flat. Oh dear, Hanu sighs, shaking his head. She stares up at him in horror, completely bewildered. Han Su speaks up, "My dear princess, you are mistaken if you think you are the most unfortunate soul alive." Hanu casually twirls the staff and delivers a chilling final warning. From now on, every time you fail to control your power, you are getting a spanking until your butt is completely swollen. He adds, "Even if you die, do not worry because I can bring you back to life 40 times. Hearing this, her face goes totally pale. With the look of a total psycho, Han Su threatens her. "If you have complaints, keep them to yourself. Life is short, but misery makes it feel much longer. Today is probably going to be the longest day of this girl's life." Laughing, Han Su calls out, "Hey, princess." Channeling his best school bully voice, Han Su casually asks her, "So, you said you have been living all alone this whole time, right?" The princess stammers in terror, but he isn't having it. Kang Han Su yells, "Of course. This entire wasteland is covered in snow year-round without a single blade of grass. The only reason the princess survived in this god-forsaken middle of nowhere was because of the love and support of her people." Hearing those words, the princess's lips begin to tremble uncontrollably. Kang Han Su points at her lace dress, that gorgeous gown. The nutritious meals she eats, it all came from them. Kang Han Su screams, even the toilet paper she uses. Privately, he remembers those cheesy love letters piling up in her room. Looking apologetic, the Ice Princess clenches her hands to her chest, kneeling down to look up at him. Kang Han Su lowers his voice, explaining that everything she has is living proof that her people still haven't given up on her. Hearing this, the princess gets so moved by her people's love that her face completely scrunches up. But then, Kang Han Su drops his voice cold, chilling, dead serious about succeeding this time. He grips his scepter so hard the veins on his hands pop out. He roars out, "Don't let the frost paralyze you when I strike." His roar hits like a physical blow. The Ice Princess curls up, trembling, hands high, yelling out, "Yes!" She realizes she can't shake. She regains her composure and screams it out again. Kang Han Su lunges staff swinging downward. Just as it's about to crush her, survival instincts kick in. She channels extreme frost energy into her tightly clenched fists. With the staff millimeters from splitting her skull, the princess pushes her energy to the absolute limit. A violent gust of wind explodes outward, blasting in 5 symmetrical directions. Kang Han Su pulls his scepter back, looking down at the princess kneeling before him. The room is eroded on both sides, leaving only bricks behind her. He looks at his scepter in pure delight. A total success. The Ice Princess collapses, tears of joy streaming down. She actually did it. She credits the warrior for finally helping her control that destructive power. Kang Han Su pulls up her status window. Human, level 286. Ice and magic attributes. Skills, S rank Madness, Frost and Survival. A rank Deceit and Endurance. Relieved and Obedient. Kang Han Su sighs, thinking back on the brutal training. She's obedient all right, she died at least 10 times during this process. He looks at her with pride, admitting she's pretty useful, though turning her into a demon worshipper would be easy. The teacher speaks up, calling it incredibly lucky that she controlled her power in only 10 tries. Kang Han Su snaps back. She is an ice princess, not some brainless idiot. He softens his voice, telling her to head to the village, wash up, and change. The princess looks bitterly at her filthy, once white dress. Kang Han Su stores his staff, his tone indifferent. Just follow him for a few days. Then she can decide if she wants to head home. She agrees, asking why he isn't coming with her. Kang Han Su looks irritated. Why on earth should he? He knows that if he doesn't handle this right, that meddlesome sage will interfere. Dealing with another freeloader is exhausting. He's only bringing her along for one reason, his reputation. Kang Han Su flashes a wicked smile, imagining the scene as he parades her into the village. The locals will cheer, praising him for taming the wicked ice princess, something no one else could do. He raises his face to the sky, basking in the imaginary glory of his impending triumph. Laughing, they get ready as Baegu flies over. They climb onto the dragon's back. Feeling cheerful, Kang Han Su pets Baegu, speaking in an absurdly high-pitched voice. He coos, calling him an adorable little lizard. The ice princess looks on, thoroughly creeped out. Baegu chirps back, praising the good boy. The dragon flaps his wings and takes off. Riding on his back, Kang Han Su enthusiastically screams to rev the engine and speed up. Baegu roars happily, but as they soar over the snowy mountains, the ground beneath them suddenly shakes violently. A massive beast covered in thick white fur erupts from the earth, jaws wide to swallow Baegu whole. Caught off guard, Baegu is sucked into the mouth. Kang Han Su grabs the princess and leaps away just in time. Kang Han Su stares down at the beast in curiosity, while the princess freezes in absolute shock. They're free-falling into its throat. Oddly enough, the monster looks like a giant cat. Kang Han Su scans its status. Ice Titan, level over 999, Mountain King class. Skills, triple S rank Frost, double S rank Frenzy, and Explosive Madness. Kang Han Su asks, "Hey, princess, what is your connection with that leopard beast over there?" His arsenal includes triple S rank Frost, double S rank Frenzy, S rank Protection, and double S rank Oversleeping. He rounds out the set with double S rank Dread, Rage Status, and Explosive Madness. Kang Han Su looks to the Ice Princess. "Hey princess, what is your connection with that leopard beast over there?" The Ice Princess stares up at the creature before her. A fluffy white cat, round as a ball, gazes back with glowing blue eyes. She remembers standing tiny and helpless next to it. This giant white cat occasionally haunted her childhood dreams. She gently touches its snow-white fur, silently marveling at how incredibly soft and warm it feels. Looking up again, she stares affectionately at the cat, which silently gazes back without making a single sound. She recalls how it just sat there quietly watching her. Then she snaps back to reality and gasps in shock. Right there, a fluffy white cat looking exactly like her dream stands proudly amidst the raging blizzard. Except this real-life version has the cute face of a baby, but the massive body of an absolute beast. Taking in this hilarious expectation versus reality gap, the Ice Princess loses it and screams. It was never this massive and definitely did not walk on two legs. Kang Han Su stares at the giant cat monster, realization washing over him as he figures out what is going on. The massive cat keeps its eyes locked onto the two of them, its thoughts completely unreadable. But thanks to his system status window, our protagonist has every detail on this beast. Race Ice Titan, level over 999, class Frozen Mountain King, title Guardian. Skills include triple S rank Frost, double S rank Frenzy, Protection, Oversleeping, and Magic Power. Status is panicked, anxious, and angry. Seeing these stats, Kang Han Su remembers a monster he fought in the past. He compares its state to Nuis right before death. Scanning the skills, he realizes its abilities are practically identical to the Ice Princess's powers. All these clues start fitting together like puzzle pieces, slowly revealing the shocking truth. It finally clicks for Kang Han Su. A smug, confident smirk creeps onto his face. He speaks with absolute certainty, "So, you are the mastermind behind everything." He mentally reviews the evidence. A royal like the princess shouldn't be hiding out on this freezing, desolate mountain peak. He recalls the moment she unleashed her freezing powers. Analyzing how she wields such energy yet lacks control, he makes his final deduction. This bloated, bizarre cat monster is definitely the one pulling the strings. The cat monster has no idea what he is saying, but it senses some punk is body-shaming it as its eyes flare with a menacing blue glow. Summoning his weapon, Kang Han Su yells out that everything makes perfect sense now. In a flash, he lunges forward, both hands tightly gripping the hilt of his sword decorated with tiny floating hearts. His brow furrows as he tracks every single movement of the giant beast. With a mighty battle cry, he strikes. The giant cat roars back, opening its massive jaws and bearing razor-sharp claws. Whoosh! The monster swings its massive arm directly at the incoming hero. Showing zero fear, Kang Han Su dives straight toward the deadly claws. Suddenly, two beams of purple and gold light erupt from the sword's heart emblem. The magical energy swells, completely wrapping around the blade and causing its weapon attributes to spike dramatically. Chaos jumps from E to A, harmony from F to B, and darkness from E to C. He uses this boosted power to blitz the monster. Locking onto his target with pure focus, he roars now turn into experience points for me. With a brilliant slash, the cat's head is sliced clean in two, dissolving into snow. Suddenly, a mysterious purple aura envelops the scene. Kang Han Su finds himself floating in a completely white void, looking around in confusion. A melodious voice echoes as the back of a woman slowly appears. She calls out his name, student Kang Han Su. It is his lovely trainee teacher. Wearing a mask that covers half her face, she turns to him and warns, "Even the weakest will fight back when cornered. If you let your guard down, you will get wrecked." He completely ignores her warning, casually floating upside down in the void with his legs pointing straight up. Yeah, whatever," he replies nonchalantly honestly. "It is just nice to see you again after such a long time." Pausing for a second, a confident smirk spreads across his face as he asks her, "But seriously, what even is a guard down?" Boasting about his track record, he adds that he has been handing out beatdowns for 11 years now, and thanks to a certain someone, he can easily spot the exact moment an opponent runs out of steam. With that, he boldly steps out of her private dimension, tossing one last arrogant remark over his shoulder. "It is going to be a long time before I ever slip up." Watching Kang Han Su walk away, the trainee teacher smiled and gave her final warning. "I warned you already." Escaping the purple dimension created by that student teacher, we watch as Kang Han Su leaps right toward the beast below, landing softly on its snowy white fur. He raised both hands, catching the ice princess as she fell straight into his arms. She let out a startled shriek. Ouch! As the massive headless body of the monster slowly tipped backward, it crashed. It fell heavily into the snow, shaking the area and kicking up a thick mist that took a while to clear, revealing Kang Han Su standing firm on his fallen war beast. Holding the ice princess gently, he opened his eyes and sighed. "Ah, thanks for that. Kicking the bucket before I even get famous would have been incredibly frustrating." The ice princess was completely clueless. "What?" Meanwhile, Kang Han Su had already noticed a strange change in the monster's neck wound. Something was slowly bulging out. He set the ice princess down. "All right, step aside for a bit." The giant cat monster, which seemed dead, was somehow growing a brand new head to resurrect itself. Freshly revived, it let out a massive roar, clearly furious about being defeated by a mere kid. From behind, the ice princess watched Kang Han Su with intense worry, while he calmly muttered to himself, "This isn't over yet." With a sinister, devious expression on his face, he stared at his dark energy-wrapped sword and let out a smug chuckle. "Does this fat cat actually have 9 lives? Not that Kang Han Su cared," he casually added. "Anyway, if I just keep killing it, it has to stay dead at some point." Hearing another human mock its physique, the monster exploded with absolute fury and roared in pure anger. Instantly, the two clashed, trading a rapid flurry of heavy blows. Snow flew everywhere as the ground shook violently with the agonizing shrieks of the beast echoing through the frozen air. The Rocky Mountains finally stopped shaking and the sky cleared, signaling that the fierce battle had ended. Feeling a massive surge of power wrapping around him, Kang Han Su declared, "All done." As he stood on the beast's corpse, more experience points were gained. While celebrating his quest, his mind was already shifting toward his next target. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill and gasped. Without him realizing it, his left foot had been completely frozen solid. He swore under his breath. What the heck? He quickly swallowed the curse words that were about to escape. He recalled a very similar incident that had happened in the past after that giant catfish died. He still had not forgotten how its death triggered a massive nationwide flood, drowning everything in relentless rain. Now, we can probably guess where this is going. If this fat cat dies, it might trigger a nationwide blizzard. His face turned completely pale at that thought, not because his body was freezing, but because of the massive consequences he was about to cause. Stunned, Kang Han Su thought blankly. This is like a bolt from the blue. Just as the ice encased him from head to toe, he managed one last legendary expression. I was way too careless. Then, in the night, flickering lights revealed a sudden massive bolt of lightning tearing through the quiet sky. Glowing red eyes pierced through the mist, surrounded by overlapping, crackling arcs of lightning. As the mist cleared, a hand emerged from the sparks. An annoyed voice muttered, I only killed one fat cat and got cursed. Kang Han Su sprang to his feet, eyes burning with fire and his face full of irritation. He roared. Damn it! He was so furious that thick veins popped on his forehead. He cursed that stupid cat. Before a sweet, clear voice snapped him out of his rage. Hi Nim, you are finally awake. Kang Han Su waved his hand dismissively, saying they had delayed long enough and needed to leave. The girl's voice shook as she panicked. What? Right now? At least give me some time to prepare. Brushing the dust off his coat, he turned and snapped. We prepared everything back at the castle already. But then he sensed something off. Frowning, he stared at the girl and blurted out, What is it now? The system screen showed she was a level 573 ice human with the class of Protective Snow King. The ice princess adjusted her clothes, looking blankly at him. Confused, Kang Han Su called out, Excuse me, are you the trainee teacher? The sage's staff chimed in to scold him. Why are you calling a young lady like her an old woman? Kang Han Su immediately protested. But look at her, she is way too old to be a princess. He shot her a skeptical look and blurted out, So, Ice Princess, are you actually the student teacher? The sage's staff slowly asked, How long have I been frozen anyway? Staring at her with a serious expression, Kang Han Su answered immediately, 6 years have passed, and the charred map shows a chaotic war that simply cannot be extinguished. The Ice Princess explains that during the 6 years Kang Han Su was asleep, endless war tore through the continents. Aside from the southern continent, almost every region has been engulfed in flames. Even the northern continent could not escape the fire. Only the southern continent remains untouched for now. She adds with a serious face that the northern continent is relatively peaceful because the sages and the goddess keep winning their battles. Yet, this specific area on the map shows the biggest, most intense fire. Hearing there is still one untouched land left, Kang Han Su pulls his hair and asks who this new goddess is. In front of the ice, Princess stands a projection of a girl dressed in ancient clothing. Surrounded by a mysterious blue aura, the Ice Princess softly explains that this is a specialized golem built by the sages. Though human-sized, their combat power is beyond anything you could imagine. The Ice Princess spreads her arms, describing it like an ancient warrior. While Kang Han Su just stares, all he says is, Oh. Leaving the Ice Princess sweating nervously with absolute worry, she quickly decides they should head down the mountain and visit his old village before doing anything else. The scene shifts to a steep, rocky mountain covered in thick fog. Following closely, the Ice Princess asks if he wants to visit that sage's tower. With a dark, annoyed expression, Kang Han Su reluctantly agrees that they must. The Ice Princess drops a bombshell, revealing the sage prepared a special golem specifically for the hero. She continues pitching it, hyping up its power to destroy the entire world. Uninterested, Kang Han Su sighed deeply, muttering a frustrated comment. But suddenly, excitement surges within him as he declares he will defeat the Demon King and move to round 7. The trainee teacher stands completely frozen in silence while Kang Han Su gets so excited his cheeks turn bright red. He points excitedly, yelling that he will do it right after checking out his new custom golem. The Ice Princess notes she will ride her own, explaining the hero helped cure the sage's illness. So, the old man built this custom golem as a thank you gift, leaving Han Su a bit skeptical. The princess chants the command as a brilliant flash of blinding light swallows the area. Kang Han Su turns around, unable to hide his pure excitement as he anticipates his massive reward. Ordering Glacio to rise. 2 burning yellow eyes suddenly glow intensely from the darkness right behind her. Snow starts swirling at blinding speed. Han Su stares in awe, shouting that the old sage actually delivered the goods. Instantly, his excited grin turns into total shock as he gasps in sheer disbelief. The colossal Glacio towers 100 meters high, with the Ice Princess standing proudly inside the mechanical giant. She proudly asks if it looks cool while Han Su stands frozen, completely speechless. She urges him to climb up. Han Su, now quite pale, lets out a weak laugh and slowly complies. Once inside, he actually praises the machine, admitting this flashy golem is not half bad. Rocketing straight into the sky, the golem carries them over massive mountain peaks at absolutely ridiculous speeds. Despite their relaxed chat, the giant robot accelerates aggressively, humming loudly as it charges forward. Han Su grumbles that any machine under level 200 is weak, but the princess suddenly interrupts him. Breaking him out of his deep thoughts, she gazes ahead with intense worry. Her voice shaking, she warns him to stay alert for hidden enemies nearby. Her sudden shout makes the daydreaming hero flinch in surprise. Suddenly, Kang Han Su perks right up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He chuckles at the mention of enemies, but before he can finish his smug comment, a loud bang echoes outside. The princess panics as a bizarre giant shape starts emerging from the thick layers of ice. Eyes glowing like headlights pierce the fog as she panics, spotting an enemy golem. Han Su grins, hoping it is a dark faction red golem belonging to the infamous Crimson Dwarf. Sure enough, 3 massive identical red golems stand side by side, completely blocking their path forward. One of the colossal machines barks a command, forbidding them from passing. Seeing this, all color drains from Han Su's face as he yells in sheer shock that it really is him. Lost in his thoughts, Kang Han Su wonders where exactly round 6 went sideways. He feels like a hollow shell, absolutely dreading what comes next. The Ice Princess calls out to him. Inside his mind, the image of that goblin keeps flashing like a warning sign. He remembers reading those blueprints so clearly. Despair sets in as he realizes the truth. It was his own damn fault all along. He drops to his knees, slamming his fists into the ground over and over again. Regret tears him apart. Why did he have to show off those blueprints? The Ice Princess just grips the controls, bracing for a wild ride. She screams for him to hang on. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su just wobbles nearby, barely able to keep his balance. It is a 3 versus 1 brawl. The enemy trio glares at Glacio with pure, cold murder in their eyes. Steel clashes. The red golem tries to strike first, but Glacio shouts as Kang Han Su's golem drives its blade straight through the beast. A voice cuts through the chaos. Florentino delivers a brutal, flashy slash that sends the red golem straight to its grave. A massive explosion rocks the area behind Glacio, turning everything to ash. The Ice Princess fights to keep the device steady. She speaks softly, telling him that after all that madness, he must be awake by now. She turns to Kang Han Su, anxious, explaining there is no time for backup. They have to take a dangerous shortcut. He doesn't say a word. She calls out again, but Kang Han Su just lets out a long, heavy sigh of relief. His face is ghost pale and totally drained, as if the Ice Princess sitting right there isn't even in the room. He mutters to himself, praying they just hurried around 7 so his shattered nerves can finally catch a break. The fierce golem clash rages on. The Red Squad attacks relentlessly, but they are absolutely no match for Glacio. She crushes them in seconds. Looking off into the distance, the Ice Princess squeals with excitement. They have finally arrived. Kang Han Su just sits there, completely bored. She points down to the Sage Tower, guessing that the red golems gathered below belong to the Northern Continent Alliance. She figures they were planning to raid the tower even before the hero showed up. Kang Han Su is sitting peacefully when a shout startles him. Below, Lanav, the old man, and the sage are rushing over in a panic. They keep screaming for the hero. Kang Han Su immediately climbs down, heading right toward them. The sage cries out in relief, glad he is safe. But the warm reunion turns icy in a heartbeat. Kang Han Su grabs the sage by his collar, eyes burning with fury, demanding answers through gritted teeth. You little brat. If this world is so damn important, what have you been doing this whole time? The sage struggles to break free, begging him to calm down before dropping some massive, game-changing news. The golem you ordered is finally finished. The sage explains that the production from sourcing rare materials to final assembly was a total nightmare. He points to the silver-haired man behind him, bragging that they managed to pull it off together. It is incredible. Just take a look. Kang Han Su looks to the sky. The old man and the sage activate a massive device stored inside a glowing golden pillar. Kang Han Su's eyes widen in absolute shock. Suddenly, a squad of giant golems emerges from the pillar. Kang Han Su looks tiny standing amidst the rising dust. 2 eerie blue eyes glow through the smoke. It is not just one golem, but 5 colossal giants towering over the land. They are decked out in flashy armor, blue, red, purple, and pink. Each giant is loaded with heavy artillery, their distinct colors making them stand out. Even Glacio watches in disbelief, having no idea what these colorful monstrosities can actually do. Staring at the golems rising from the dust, Kang Han Su is speechless. This is way beyond anything he expected. Han Su lowers his voice. Hey, young sage. The sage's face distorts, and he squeaks out a nervous yes. Kang Han Su smirks with a devious grin, asking if these flashy, colorful golems are really all he has got. The sage whimpers, pointing toward the sky, promising there is more. As if on cue, their eyes flare with intense light. They ignite their thrusters and launch straight up into the air, kicking up a massive storm of dust that swallows the ground. Their metallic bodies split apart, snapping back together in midair. In a flash, a true colossus is born. It is massive, radiating a blinding rainbow aura as Kang Han Su peers out from the thick dust storm. He stands there, totally stunned, just a tiny speck of dust before this giant. Stammering in awe, the sage nervously asks if that massive robot is finally enough. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su slowly eases his grip on the guy's collar. Then, in a flash, he grabs the sage again, sending the poor man into a state of pure terror. But he pivots, softening his tone to offer the wise scholar some genuine praise. The sage finally breathes, his face relaxing, eyes welling up as Han Su tells him, just ask if he needs anything when the trainee teacher interrupts about round 7. Blasting into the sky, Kang Han Su tells her to wait for him at the transit station. Leaping high, he spreads his arms in joy as the system floods with frantic notifications. It warns the hero that those 5 golems represent the 5 elements, and fusing them creates a perfect vessel granting him absolute immunity to all magic. He can cycle through elemental weapons too, though it burns through a massive amount of mana. Kang Han Su looks down at the sage with a smug, knowing grin, reminding him of one crucial fact: his E-rank mana is completely, truly infinite. The status window confirms it, showing his title as infinite. Then the golem erupts with dark magic. Looking up from below, the sage gasps, paralyzed by the sheer scale of it. Hanu proudly declares the massive magical container is filled right to the brim. And honestly, he has no intention of stopping with just 5 basic elements. His mana surges from E to A rank instantly, wrapping the robot in blinding gold light. The red golems exchange glances, completely confused by the strange, booming noise. Realizing it comes from the tower, they charge as the ground begins to shatter. Staring up at the colossal machine, they panic, whispering about what kind of beast they are facing. Pay attention now. Amidst the flash, Hanu shouts for the elements to fuse as the system updates his stats. It identifies the race as the Gao Guardian, level 999+, with SSS rank melee, double S endurance, total magic immunity, and a godlike fusion state. Han Su orders his robot to wreck them, leaving the trainee teacher speechless at his ego. She thought she had a better name, but his ridiculous naming sense has her stunned. Our hero, Hanu, pilots the machine, smashing through the red golems trying to trap them. He calls them out for ruining the quiet of this 6th round. Hanu deploys a giant drill, driving into the enemy lines while shouting he'll never forgive them. With one strike, the red golems are wiped out as the drill carves a path of destruction. The robot's eyes gleam, leaving thousands of defeated enemies in its wake. Terrified, the remaining monsters tremble, trying to push each other forward. They urge the others to fight back, thinking he is all alone. The horde rushes in to swarm him, but Han Su leaps to counter as the frame transforms. The mechanical eyes flare with intense, blinding brilliance, leaving the golems panicked. With a sinister laugh, Han Su tells them it is useless. Having leveled up, the robot unleashes a wave of energy, bathing everything in blinding light. He laughs triumphantly. His creation has finally evolved into the legendary Gao King. The system updates to Gao King, Quad's rank, with godlike reflexes and physical nullification. Rapid-fire Gatling guns deploy from its back, aiming straight at the red horde. A relentless hail of bullets tears through the air as Han Su orders them shredded. The firing range is absolutely devastating, wiping out nearly the entire army in seconds. Against this power, they stand zero chance. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts, lighting up the dark sky like broad daylight. Back in the cockpit, Kang Han Su checks his energy levels with a completely bored expression. He sighs at the heavy mana drain, but his mood brightens as he grins. He just needs to recharge anyway. As his mana surges from A rank to S rank, the surviving red golems seize the chance to catch their breath. Suddenly, a mysterious white figure darts straight into the middle of the enemy crowd. A bald leader shouts orders to his golems, telling them to stay calm and bait him into wasting all his mana. The bald guy assumes his mana can't possibly be infinite, but Kang Han Su is glowing like a living deity. Grinning like a total villain, he says, "Sorry to break it to you, but mine actually is infinite." With that, Kang Han Su commands his giant robot to soar high, unleashing a massive, blinding beam of light. He channels every drop of mana at the red golems below, gritting his teeth as he screams out, "Kamehameha!" The robot unleashes pure terror, wiping out the golems. The bald leader runs back, too panicked to step closer. Blinding light floods the area, while nothing but agonizing screams echo from inside the blast. The bald leader collapses face first into the dirt, weeping in misery with his skin charred pitch black. Covered in sweat, the bald boss looks up, and his eyes widen in absolute terror at what comes next. A colossal metal foot stomps down, kicking up clouds of dust and crushing the red golems into shattered remains. The massive robot, its eyes glowing with a menacing light, stares straight down at its last tiny prey. The bald guy stumbles backward in a blind panic as the voice of Kang Han Su echoes from the cockpit. He says, "You missed your chance." Reaching behind the mech, he slowly draws a massive blade mounted on the frame. He points the terrifyingly powerful sword right at the bald guy's face. He adds, "Your chance for a peace treaty." The bald leader is frozen, jaw dropped in pure shock. Without wasting a second, our hero drives the mech charging forward. Moving with terrifying speed, the machine channels pure mana into that giant blade, aimed directly at the target. By now, the boss looks like a pathetic little ant, cowering in the corner, waiting for the end. The mech swings its glowing blade down with such force that the earth itself splits wide open. Job done. The robot lands smoothly as a massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts right behind it. Silence finally returns to the battlefield, and the dark sky slowly begins to clear. Kang Han Su cheers as the system updates his stats. His massacre rank climbs to S mana skyrockets, and conquest hits double S. Perfect haul. This miserable war is finally closing. Even though the world is still burning, the northern region is finally clearing out the last of the enemies. Reading the official documents, Kang Han Su notes every kingdom has sent surrender letters, but with a devious smirk, he rips them in half. He has zero intention of accepting their surrender, leaving the trainee teacher behind him completely baffled. When she asks why, Kang Han Su glares back, telling her that is a pretty stupid question for a teacher. Does she expect him to forgive the people who ruined his 6th playthrough? Absolutely not. This continent is doomed. With a dark, sinister look, he coldly orders their execution, listing every group that needs to hang. That means the royals, the corrupt nobles, and definitely the entire Black Merchant Guild are getting wiped out. Every one of them faces a public execution. In his mind, he imagines grateful crowds cheering for their hero. He pictures them saying, "Thank you so much, hero," but he just sighs, feeling like the king of a bunch of beggars. The next day, outside the Sage Tower, a lazy Kang Han Su tells the sage that the entire reconstruction of the kingdom is his problem now. The sage just chuckles, saying, "There is absolutely no need to worry." A soft explosion pops behind them. Out of a bright blue light and swirling dust steps a pair of gorgeous, slender legs. The sage beams, boasting that with his perfect angel around, any task is a breeze. That is when an incredibly stunning blonde robot girl emerges. She acts surprisingly human, flirting right back with the sage, calling him her adorable little angel, too. The trainee teacher watches them and comments that they seem like a match made in heaven. Kang Han Su is pretty skeptical now, doubting why that third Holy Sword girl really insisted on bringing this sage along. He hasn't got time for their weird dynamic. Coldly, he brushes it off. Time to work. Standing by his massive mech, he calls his next target. The Black Merchant Guild is going down. He shouts Captain Fantasy. Initiate fusion. All 5 golems roar to life, eyes glowing as they launch straight into the clouds. They start shifting and locking together into one giant super robot. But just before they snap into place, a random bolt of lightning nails them. The whole combination falls apart. Our hero's face drops. He is completely dumbfounded, jaw hitting the floor. He stands frozen, staring in total shock at his precious golems wrecked in black smoke. That masterpiece? Now just a dirty pile of scrap metal scattered across the dirt, tears streaming. Kang Han Su screams in pure despair for Captain Fantasy, teeth clenched in total fury. A mocking laugh echoes from the storm, jeering at him for even trying to transform. Pointing up, Kang Han Su calls them a romance-killing coward for that cheap sneak attack. A dark shadow emerges, scoffing, asking what they are supposed to do about not caring. Skipping the talk, Kang Han Su unleashes his rage, blasting a wave of golden energy right at them. Watching his attack land, Hanu breaks into a wide, satisfied grin, but his opponent staggers out of the haze, spitting a challenge as he screams back, "How dare you interrupt my transformation?" Then he stops dead, frowning at the sharp claws and arms cloaked in purple magic. It is actually a girl. She glares at Hanu with pure annoyance, and since he is no simp, he glares right back. Hanu looks her up and down, wondering if Black Commerce really employs monsters like this. He thought his blast could one-shot Petinar himself. Her status screen pops up. Second demon, Level 9 to 199 plus, Queen class, Charm and Dominion skills, Z-tier stats, Furious state. Hanu grips his blade hard. She draws her own weapon to match him. He realizes her power is on the level of the hero of origin. So, daughter of the Demon King, she says nothing, gripping her lightning-infused sword. Eyes burning with wrath, she swoops down. Hanu taunts her about lasers in this world. But Soya snaps, so what? Is there a rule against it? She mockingly demands, throwing a swift kick his way. She sneers, asking what right a man playing with robots has to judge, and Hanu immediately argues back. He yells that transforming mechs are every man's romance, and they clash furiously. Neither side yields, and from the sidelines, the trainee teacher thinks these two make a bizarrely perfect couple. The ground shakes violently, deafening rumbles threatening to tear the landscape apart. The sage and the angel rush out of the golden tower in a panic, crying out in confusion as massive explosions rock the area, leaving them speechless at the destruction. The sky and earth feel as if they are splitting in two, dark clouds and purple lightning raining destruction across the horizon. Meanwhile, a blinding pillar of golden energy erupts from the ground, surging upward. They collide in midair with deafening booms. Blades clash in a shower of sparks, her purple magic sword grinding against his blood-red blade. Hanu and Soya repeatedly charge, unleashing earth-shattering booms and shockwaves with every strike. Soya's eyes burn with battle lust as she relentlessly matches Hanu blow for blow. Cursing in frustration, she swings her blade in a massive arc, blowing Hanu back a great distance. The hero slides to a halt, teeth clenched as he preps another leap. Veins bulge on his face, the landing shattering the earth beneath him. The ground collapses into craters, and with all his momentum, he straightens his legs and launches forward like a cannonball. In no time, he catches the demon girl to resume their vicious duel, their golden and purple energy trails intertwining across the sky. Debris explodes into the air as Han Su and Soja trade brutal blows across the ruins. She screams at him, she knew it all along. He was never a hero. Not after how he slaughtered his own kind. Han Su just smirks, veins bulging as he sneers back, calling her a fake deity. He mocks her pathetic, amateur technique. He unleashes a crescent wave of light, forcing Sozia back before rocketing forward like a blinding golden bullet. Sia gnashes her teeth in pure frustration. She dodges his lightning strike, but realizes too late that brilliant golden light is already closing in. In a heartbeat, Kang Han Su appears right before her. His eyes? Cold. Deadly. His blade inches from her throat, only a split-second block keeps the edge from carving right through. Sia grits her teeth, pulling back, but Han Su already caught her shoulder with a clean slash. Purple and gold energy swirls around his blade as he realizes something. He thinks, was that on purpose? Soja's glare turns razor-sharp, sinister purple energy bleeding from her eyes. She grips her hilt, launching a lethal counter-slash in a heartbeat. Han Su's face goes pale. Damn it, he realizes she was faking that opening the whole time. His clothes shred as blood sprays from a deep cut on his hip, but he forces himself to stay focused. He'll heal. With those eerie purple eyes glowing, Sozia charges, her own blood swirling into a floating ring around her. She hurtles toward him, that dark demon blood hardening into a set of jagged, razor-sharp claws. Like a volley of deadly arrows, those blood claws scream through the air at our hero. With no options left, Han Su raises his arms to guard as blood sprays everywhere, while a smug Sozia keeps raining down her volley. She laughs, thinking she's already won, but Han Su catches a few claws midair, gritting his teeth. Who said this was over? He drops his guard, glaring intensely as he flings 3 blood daggers straight back at her. Sozia doesn't even move, just closing her eyes and laughing through the splatter. You idiot, just look at who is actually bleeding out here. Closing the distance, Han Su strikes with a massive gold and purple energy wave. Now it's his turn to laugh. His eyes light up, but he suddenly freezes. Something about this feels completely off. They both stand there in shock as his sword fails to pierce her, bouncing harmlessly off her skin. Sia shrieks, calling him a pervert, which leaves Han Su standing there in absolute, stunned terror. She turns bright red with embarrassment while he tries to defend himself. It's not his fault. Furious, Sia lunges forward, screaming at him to stop looking as she throws a heavy, brutal punch. Who gave you permission? They clash in midair, their screams lost in a violent swirl of gold and pink energy. Massive waves of power tear up the ground as lightning strikes from the blackened sky above. Their brutal duel shows no signs of slowing down as they crash back to Earth, creating a shockwave that rips the terrain apart. Debris flies everywhere as the impact kicks up a blinding cloud of dust. Veins bulging, they lock hands in a desperate, raw struggle. They are pouring everything into this clash, their blades grinding together with savage growls and brutal force. Both of them are battered, covered in dirt, refusing to give even an inch of ground. Locking eyes and blades, she calls him a coward, screaming that he will never break her. Sia plays dirty, aiming a kick right at his groin and telling him to give up, leaving Han Su horrified. Frowning, he asks if she's disappointed to face someone like him, effortlessly keeping his blade locked with hers. With a sharp clang, both swords fly high into the air. Han Su smirks as gold energy flares across his face. Sozia realizes the trick, but it is too late. Han Su shouts that this is the best. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she flushes red, stammering and calling him a total lunatic. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shakes the air, demanding to know if it is proper for a hero to be playing around with the Demon King's daughter. A massive, dark shadow looms over the entire battlefield. It eclipses them both. A colossal gray and black entity covered in ancient patterns slams down right in front of them. As that voice echoes, lightning tears through the dark sky above. A towering castle shaped like a giant spiral shell rises up, sharp spires piercing the heavens. From a high window, the Demon King Fedona finally appears. He has long, sharp horns and waist-length white hair that almost hides his blood-red eyes. A red ruby glows on his chest, just like the one Soya wears. He stands there with his arms crossed, staring down at the tower base. He asks if he is falling behind the times. Hanu lets go of Soya to stare up in shock while she groans on the ground. Hanu asks in complete confusion why the Demon King is even here on the northern continent. The intern teacher shows up and, with a heavy sigh, explains that he flew all the way here. Reaching the center of the continent, the Demon King raises his hands and loudly proclaims himself the supreme leader of all beasts. Demon King Fedona, strolling all the way here on his own, he holds his head high, boasting arrogantly and even mocking the Elf King's wife. Hanu smirks, telling him to drop the act because he is going to beat him up himself. But before he can finish, Soya flies up and frantically covers his mouth. Shaking his head in disbelief, Hanu tries to defend his honor against being labeled a total creep. He argues that her flying around in those tattered clothes is entirely on them. He blames them for his own current mess, too. With a light cough from the Demon King, ominous purple rings flood the sky, leaving Hanu completely baffled. The Demon King teases that while Hanu clearly adores Soya, being the hero makes them mortal enemies, creating quite the awkward romance. Hanu clicks his tongue, totally exhausted by this ridiculous conversation. The Demon King admits Hanu's strength has bypassed any normal penalty, making his carefully planned challenges look completely trivial on this second run. The boss has two requests, starting with a demand for Hanu to cherish his precious daughter. Next, he demands she grow stronger. Uninterested in family chats, Hanu charges up his energy to vaporize the chatty tyrant once and for all. The blast tears through the tower, but the Demon King shrugs it off with an amused laugh. Rumors of the hero going missing in the north had disappointed him, but seeing Hanu return this incredibly powerful brings a massive grin to his face. Hanu wonders if this sudden appraisal is because of his active divinity. The Overlord points out that despite the hero's immense divine power, his execution with demonic energy remains completely amateur. A chilling thought flashes through Hanu's mind. He almost ended up worshipping this villain just as the Demon King begins showcasing the terrifying depth of his dark arts. Aghast at the sheer absurdity, the hero yells in protest, just as the Demon King channels everything into a devastating fist strike. He barely manages to throw up a guard in time, but holding back, this absolute titan is rapidly draining his remaining strength. Sent flying across the chamber, he coughs up blood and clutches his head in agony. He is in deep trouble, but he refuses to yield. Shaking off the pain, Hanu goes right back on the offensive, earning a chuckle of respect from the boss for his impressive speed. Sharp waves of crimson energy slice through the air directly toward him. Hanu grimaces, realizing a direct hit from this angle would be instantly fatal. The boss casually apologizes, admitting he needs to drag this out a little longer. Dark magic seals the hero in, while a glowing crimson spirit stone blazes upon the tyrant's chest. The Demon King officially declares that he is finally recognizing him as a worthy rival. Offering a scoffing grin, Hanu tells him to stop joking. Just as 5 star-shaped sigils erupt behind the boss, and wiping the blood from his lips, Hanu decides his golden opportunity has arrived. He lunges into the fray, but the raw power of his foe blasts him backward. He lies gasping on the forest floor, his body completely shattered. While the battered hero despairs that this monster will surely be his end, the Demon King casually wonders why the boy is not utilizing typical cliches of love and friendship to make a comeback. Looking down at the beaten warrior, the Dark Lord remarks that if Hanu truly desires a legendary demonic rival, then as the father of that notoriously stubborn girl, he feels obligated to whip her potential boyfriend into proper shape. Hearing that, the hero snaps in anger, yelling he has no interest in dating her. As Hanu launches another desperate charge, the The boss unleashes more dark energy, but the hero simply sneers with determination. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes his absolute maximum power to resist. A brilliant sphere of pure energy forms in his palm. He seizes the advantage, blasting it straight into the tyrant's face. Unbelievably, the monster simply swallows the blast hole. It mocks his effort, while the exhausted hero can only curse the unfair, terrifying power of a true lord. He gets slammed back again, that gaping chest wound burning past his breaking point. Glancing up at the towering villain, he feels the weight of another crushing defeat. The Dark Master looms over him, coldly mocking how pathetic the hero looks now. Fingers brushing a glowing gem, the Dark Lord draws a blade dripping with malice. Even the hero has to admit, the raw strength of this sovereign is terrifying. Especially after seeing that horrific weapon, it's a different dimension of power entirely. The Overlord chuckles, gloating that his daughter finally found herself a decent partner. Furious, Han Su yells at the tyrant to stop babbling and just attack already. Sozia, flying nearby, gets startled and immediately assumes the kid is trashing her. With a faint, mysterious smile, the mighty ruler turns his blade and stabs himself. The hero stands there, completely dumbfounded by such a bizarre, self-inflicted strike. Ripping open his own torso, the Dark Lord releases a torrent of blood. Dazed, Hanu wonders if the tyrant is actually killing himself before the tide hits. Catching that final smug grin on the ruler's face, the hero screams in frustration. Father and daughter are both equally insane. The system flashes his high stats, and Hanu gets more pumped than ever. He jumps, cheering that the work paid off. Seconds later, the system fails him. Hanu isn't surprised, he just chuckles, blaming the whole thing on the Demon King. Despite being on the same level, the boss still managed to take him down. The system explains that as a noble soul, Hanu bears the duty to protect humanity. That noble path is why people respect him, but this world remains unforgiving. So, he gets another chance. He has to grow stronger and save the world. Hanu scowls, grumbling that he is plenty noble and the system keeps misjudging him. He figures the world is saved anyway, mostly thanks to that foolish Demon King. With a sigh, Hanu braces for his 7th playthrough as the test officially starts. The teachers, shocked and worried by his score, assign him a special instructor. The moment he enters the 7th run, a warm voice echoes, welcoming him back as the esteemed hero. His hand brushes something it shouldn't, and a blushing Lenyuval asks what he is doing. Deadpan, Hanu mutters that he is thrilled to have everything reset for a new journey. He figures this start isn't too bad compared to his disastrous 6th run. His report card was his best yet, even with his skills bottoming out at F. This time graduation will be a breeze, Lonel calls out, snapping him back. She asks if he lost his mind, but Hanu just frowns, saying he is fine. Lenyuval happily introduces this place as Fantasia, a world totally unlike his old home. Confused, he asks about the mages, and Lonel confirms there are plenty of them. He realizes he is starting in the Magic Kingdom this time, not the Dumpling Kingdom. Since he is on the northern continent, he can stick to his 6th run strategy. Staring at the screen, he mutters that he will definitely resurrect Gao King soon. Lanelle interrupts his thoughts, introducing herself and reminding him that she is Lanival. Hanu stares at the system, noting how different this beginning feels from all others. He spots a curse, lowering his stats, the penalty for losing to the Demon King. He is not worried. A simple blessing cleanses it, so he can show his real power. With his holy magic, he is sure everyone will be kneeling at his feet soon. Seeing that holy light, the surrounding mages gasp, wondering what on earth is happening. One mage drops to his knees at Han Su's feet, bowing deep in total reverence before the holy messenger. Han Su spots another mage refusing to budge, so he decides to test his resolve against the holy attribute. He unleashes a flare of dark energy. That stubborn mage instantly faceplants, desperately chanting praises to the almighty holy hero. Lanival watches in pure confusion, but Han Su cuts her off, calling her the weirdest one in the room. She stammers a defense, but Han Su tells her to just pipe down and stay quiet. As Han Su marches toward the king, the fanatical mages follow, screaming for the ruler to kneel before their saint. Han Su strides into the grand hall, the heavy doors swinging open to reveal the king and his nervous advisors. He moves to salute, but the king speaks first, catching him off guard. The king offers a warm greeting while Han Su silently pulls up the ruler's stat screen to scan his skills. The man's history is a disaster, and if he doesn't change, he is going to kick the bucket soon. Nearby, the prince watches his father and mutters in quiet concern. Han Su just sighs. The kid has the exact same annoying face as his father. Then a noble speaks up, urging the king to rest in the cold weather while he handles the kingdom's affairs. The king agrees, but Han Su scoffs internally. The guy really means resting in peace. The king hands control over to Duke, and Han Su notes how much the royal brother trusts him. Whatever plans that rival has, Han Su isn't letting him touch the throne. The hero steps forward to greet the king, and the guards go into a total panic, screaming for him to back off. Before they can finish, a massive shockwave of energy explodes outward, paralyzing every single one of them. They stare back, trembling, calling him a saint. Han Su steps up, offering his holy light to the king and promising that the end is near. As he moves closer, the light radiating from his body flares up, blinding and powerful. A thick, strange fog rolls into the room, swallowing the hero from view. The king screams into the mist until it clears, and Han Su checks on him. The monarch looks reborn, feeling completely refreshed. It is like a mountain of weight has finally vanished, leaving him feeling light as air. Duke stands there with his jaw on the floor in absolute shock. He demands to know what just happened, while Han Su flashes a grin, mentally putting Duke on his blacklist. Seeing their father healthy again, the prince and princess rush into his arms, tears streaming down their faces. They can hardly believe their eyes, and the king stares at Han Su with overwhelming, teary-eyed gratitude. The king calls him a true saint, asking how he could ever possibly repay such an impossible favor. He promises any reward, which makes Han Su hesitate for a beat before he finally speaks. The king awkwardly offers his beautiful daughter as a bride, hoping the hero might want to marry into the royal line. Han Su cuts him off, stating he already has exactly what he wants. The king is totally confused as he stares at the strange item Han Su just handed over. When asked what it is, Han Su smirks a blueprint for a legendary golem, the ultimate dream of every man on Earth. But the moment doesn't last. A familiar voice rings out, musing about how time flies and how old acquaintances always find each other. She teases how fast they met again, saying young Kang Han Su finally grew up thanks to her dedication. Han Su glares at her, telling her to stop the act and bring out the real homeroom teacher. She pouts, pretending her feelings are hurt, arguing that an instructor is still a teacher either way. Han Su fires back, asking if she misses failing him, and she instantly backs away in a panic. She promises to go check on it, leaving Han Su to grumble about how useless teachers just make his life a nightmare. Their trash teaching methods wasted 17 whole years of his life, which is no small thing. Even if it was only 13 months in real time, the stress made it feel like an eternity. But he pushes the memory aside to focus on the mission. He tells the king that once this giant golem is built, world domination will be within their grasp. An excited king replies that this design is far beyond anything he could have ever imagined. The king asks for time to consider, and Kang Han Su graciously agrees, internally praising his own incredible generosity. After all, he is an A-rank hero. But he reminds himself that carelessness breeds failure. There is no guarantee he will secure those 3 perfect A grades. So far, his only real achievement is befriending the king. His dark energy and holy powers have zero effect on the monarch. It feels like a minor setback. But he has no choice but to stay calm and keep pushing. Hiding his true scheming thoughts, he politely urges the king to take his time. Suddenly, the king calls out to his royal mages, and they immediately obey. Kang Han Su narrows his eyes, pleasantly surprised by the king's quick decision, attributing it to his own clever guidance from 17 years of experience. Sporting a smug grin that hits triple S rank, he listens as the king reveals he consulted the palace engineers. It appears building this giant golem is actually highly feasible. The king orders the immediate production, prompting Kang Han Su to bow while praising his majestic and wise decision. The king double-checks if the golem is named Gao King, which the hero confidently confirms. When the king promises to complete it in 3 years, the smug smile on Kang Han Su's face instantly freezes solid. The king laughs heartily, assuming the hero is shocked by the speed of their construction. He boasts that no other kingdom on Earth could ever achieve this feat. Kang Han Su's expression darkens, realizing 3 years is long enough to slay the Demon King 1,000 times over. He cannot wait that long, so he pulls out different blueprints. He asks how this alternative design looks, leaving the king speechless as he examines the papers. Whoever designed this golem must have been sent from heaven. But as the engineers gather, they realize the material list is ridiculous, requiring incredibly rare resources. The king sees things differently. To him, the size is perfect, and the assembly steps look surprisingly easy. Gathering these rare materials will take about 5 days, and constructing the machine will take another 10. Kang Han Su breathes a sigh of relief, but the king's sudden hesitation catches his attention. The king wonders why the golem's core is left empty. Kang Han Su steps in, telling him to leave that part to him because he has a genius plan. While the golem is powerful, Kang Han Su actually has a completely different goal in mind. You see, every elite golem shares a bond with its controller. The mechanical core links up with the summoner's soul, merging them together. That is exactly how Golem D linked up with the Holy Sword, allowing it to wield that legendary weapon. But what happens if Kang Han Su controls that golem? A hero is only supposed to wield one holy sword. If he uses this loophole, can he actually dual wield them? There is only one way to find out. It is not like Kang Han Su enjoys using such a complicated method, but to defeat two demon kings at once, all this intense preparation is absolutely worth the effort. So Kang Han Su asks the king to build it. The king gladly agrees, and a delighted Kang Han Su thanks him, promising to pray for his health. With his health restored, the emperor dreams of ruling the entire northern continent once this Gao king is built. He expresses his deepest gratitude to the holy hero. Meanwhile, the trainee teacher stands there awkwardly, finally managing a simple hello. Kang Han Su greets her, asking if she is back. Highly suspicious, she admits she can smell trouble the second she arrives. She demands to know what kind of chaos he caused, but Kang Han Su acts completely innocent. He claims he is thrilled to see his trainee teacher again, leaving her flustered. Meanwhile, the emperor officially orders the 10-day construction. Time to start. Kang Han Su decides he cannot afford to waste any precious time. He remembers taking 6 long years just to go from a frozen block of ice to a human. He's done wasting time. Out of thin air, Lan pops up, asking where the hero is headed. A vein throbs on Han Su's forehead. He snaps he's heading anywhere away from her. Lan insists she's his friend, but Han Su just sneers, who even said that? She doesn't take the hint and keeps right on talking. She argues that bringing her along is actually useful, boasting she can handle the cleaning, laundry, camp, cooking, and even the hunting. Han Su gnashes his teeth, annoyed that she's actually tempting him with free labor. He gives up and lets her tag along, and she immediately fires off a question. She wonders where they're going, and Han Su simply points out the window. Confused, Lan asks why he wants to go to that snowy mountain. Han Su explains he just doesn't have enough power to wipe them out yet. Looking at his stats, his dark energy skill is max Z, but his chance of becoming demon royalty is 0%. His holy resistance is sitting at an SSS rank. Fallen magic is S, demon nobility is A, and sinister intellect is B. Target cursing is C, dirty fighting is D, corruption is E, and his fabricated life rating is F. His demon slave level is also F. Meanwhile, at a mountain cabin, a diligent woodcutter chops away, complaining about how terribly hot the weather is. Suddenly, a lightning-fast shadow swoops in. With a painful gasp, the woodcutter screams, asking who the intruder is. He begs to talk, but a swift beatdown forces him to reveal his true dragon form. The hero's taming skill levels up from B to A. Breeding jumps from D to B, and his connection skill hits C. Han Su chuckles, wickedly lets go. Pointing down, he casually tells the dragon to ignore that annoying brat, leaving Lan completely speechless. Han Su barks his next order. Their destination is the highest snowy peak, and the dragon immediately takes off toward the M-shaped mountain. Left far behind, Lan screams at him to wait up. Han Su grins maliciously, warning that damn cat to wait for him. He might forget kindness, but he never forgets a foe. The trainee teacher complains he shouldn't forget kindness. Very soon, the Ice Princess's castle comes into view. Standing out against the white snow, the Ice Princess is peacefully enjoying some hot tea. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over her from above. The princess is abruptly snatched up by the dragon. Terrified, she screams, asking who he is and begging him to put her down. Down below, the thick ice begins to violently tremble. Han Su grins with excitement, welcoming the beast that is finally showing its face. Something massive is about to burst out of the ground. Right on cue, a giant white snowcat leaps furiously into the air. Han Su jumps high to meet the beast. He lands a devastating punch. It slams right onto the monster's head, but the thing doesn't even flinch. One of the cat's eyes is totally gone. Then, within seconds, the beast heals up completely and keeps coming with that relentless assault. Veins pop on Hanu's arm as he warns the beast to pray for a quick death. He draws his holy sword, his eyes turning stone cold. Without a second of hesitation, he lunges, driving his blade straight through the monster's chest. He follows up with a brutal neck slash, burning with both holy and magical power. The cat gets hammered as slashes tear into it over and over. Then, he brings down a crushing strike. The poor creature drops onto the freezing snow, totally defenseless, with zero chance to fight back. Kang Han Su is slashing like a madman, yelling for his foe to die as holy and demonic energy fuse into a blinding light. A massive explosion rips through the snow. This is the exact moment Kang Han Su has been waiting for. As ice locks up right under his feet, he sneers, reminding them that the same trick never works twice. Just as his S-Class frost energy jumps to double S-Class, cracks web across the ice. He channels his power and shatters the whole thing. A smug grin spreads across his face as he mutters, "Outstanding." He looks up, declares they don't need the Snow Princess anymore, and tells them to let her go. But she's already gone from the dragon's mouth. The beast even unceremoniously burps twice, leaving a speechless Kang Han Su to pretend he saw absolutely nothing. He decides to just ignore the weird stuff and reminds himself they still have plenty of work left. The dragon spreads its wings, heading straight for the mountain cave. He glances at the monsters crawling below and mutters that they definitely don't have time to land there. The dragon's eyes flash, unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfs the forest and wipes out the entire horde. Kang Han Su feels his skills rapidly level up. Slaughter jumps from S to double S class, and breeding hits A class. Linking climbs to B class, taming hits S class, and both friendship and cooperation boost to E class. He grins, satisfied with how perfect it looks. With the setup ready, he decides to get a bit closer and inspect the area. The dragon roars in agreement, and Kang Han Su leaps down onto the solid ground. He orders the giant dragon to sit and stay quiet, and the beast obediently listens. Its massive wings cast a long shadow as Kang Han Su stands before the training entrance, noting that his skills are finally filling his status screen. Ona bi ona, his skills dissolve until his triple S-class dark energy hits the limit. Burning with demonic intensity, the Z-class dark magic user is now recognized as demon royalty. It fills him with a wild sensation of raw power surging deep inside. "Let us advance," he shouts, his eyes shining with pure hunger to conquer. The hero smashes a robot with a heavy punch, snaps its frame with a kick, and slices the machine in half with one clean strike. Even if this place is supposed to be some transcendent land, to him, it feels like nothing more than chewed bubble gum. He sarcastically reads out his new stats. Level 1 Holy Taoist Pope class, with Z-class Divinity and Blessing, plus Z-class Demonic Energy and various class skills. The moment he steps into this training cave, he's finally freed from his duty. The perfect synergy between Divinity and Blessing has successfully transformed his class into a pope. With this special privilege, his Daoism skill is bound to skyrocket. That brings the total to 4 transcendent lands. Running forward, the hero excitedly calls out for the old prince to wait. He laughs, inviting him forward with a promise of no harm. Saying he'll wait in the very last room, he steps into the chamber of the transcendent. The hero grumbles about starting with that annoying lady, only to spot someone already waiting there for him. The figure has a horn on his head, wears a sharp black suit with a red vest, and holds a crimson sword. When the hero demands his identity, the stranger bows with a hand on his chest and welcomes the new generation hero. He welcomes him to a museum built to preserve the legacy of the very first hero, introducing himself as the demon butler in charge. His status shows he is a first-class demon, boasting Z-class curse and illusion skills. He adds that he hopes the hero holds no prejudice, since demons aren't always meant to be enemies. In fact, this whole museum exists just to teach people that very truth. Hearing this, the hero realizes the butler has no idea this is actually his first visit. The demon ignores his silence, detailing how the first hero was summoned to this fantasy world ages ago. Just like him, that legendary figure grew, matured, and eventually reached his peak. With incredible talent and adaptability, he led a massive alliance of races to war. They crushed the Demon King, but the hero just sighed. He knew all of this already. The demon smiles, asking if the hero knows what actually happened after that victory. He asks if he knows the fairy tale where the savior lived happily ever after with princesses and goddesses. The hero tells him to cut the chatter and get to the point. The butler reveals the truth that victorious hero was never truly happy. The first hero had simply lost his ultimate rival. The hero cuts him off, demanding he skip the drama since that savior just got tired of being controlled. The butler chuckles, admitting the hero's read on the past is pretty sharp. Shaking his head, the hero tells him to stop the cheap flattery, though the butler just teases his modesty. Walking into a massive palace, the butler cheerfully notes they have arrived, just by sharing stories. Hieronym wonders why the place feels different. Did they swap managers on him? Honestly, this feels like a scam, but at the window, Hieronym spots a blonde girl in a flowing white dress. It clicks, she is the soul of the first hero's former wife. A quick stats check reveals level 1 human, wicked cult ambassador, and phantom manager. The two-horned old man tells him not to mind that daydreaming woman since they cannot even see her. He welcomes Hieronym, the new generation hero, promising him the truth as he leads him to the basement. Downstairs, they find a majestic statue of a hero gripping a massive golden sword. Hieronym gasps, asking if that holy blade is his reward, but the guide snaps, "Keep your hands off." The guide approaches the monument and suddenly, the golden statue comes alive, eyes glowing with eerie light. It hands the sword to the old man, sets it down, and returns to its pose. Haranim gapes in shock, but the old man just stands there, telling him to watch closely. Blue light gathers in his palm, and he channels that energy directly into the blade. Out of nowhere, the sword shatters into 100 pieces, leaving Haranim totally speechless. No legendary holy sword should be that fragile. Even Demon King weapons are tougher than this. The old man smiles, seeing Haranim understands. He explains this was the first hero's weapon, yet it was not because Fantasia is not the only world out there. Haranim is not the only hero, and this place is not a simple copy of the original reality. It is a fragment splintered off the original world, was fractured into small, isolated segments. That is exactly why the holy sword shattered so easily. To put it simply, Haranim's world is not a parallel dimension. It is just a tiny, weakened fragment of reality, which explains the fragile blade. Haranim quickly asks if the Demon King shares that fate. The old man agrees. Despite all the rumors, the Demon King has never actually revived even once. He remains sealed away with his power split across these broken worlds. Haranim wonders if this is just hero training propaganda, but the old man insists their real enemy is not the Demon King. Haranim does not care for these wild fairy tales. Making up stories out of nowhere is suspicious. His doubts grow deeper, and he realizes he needs to graduate before this gets too messy. The old man asks if the new hero has any questions. Haranim snaps, telling him to watch his tone and use honorifics, so the old man apologizes before dropping a bombshell. He asks why they even keep raising new heroes. Haranim demands to know who they are, telling him to stop dodging the question with long stories. The guide cheers his caution, revealing the real goal is taking down the first hero who escaped to build a new clan. Unlike the others who just blindly obeyed the higher-ups, this clan chose to rebel. People started calling them demons. It explains why future demon kings kept popping up. Nim was totally baffled. A hero becomes a demon king, only to be slain by the next batch of heroes. A twisted cycle. The old man slammed his sword into the ground. His message was done. He decided Nim deserved a reward for making it this far. Turns out he was just a clone of a fractured soul, so he wanted to gift his remaining power to Nim. He wished Nim an adventure full of hope. Hero Nim stood tall, hands on his hips. He didn't feel any physical changes yet, but his stats menu? That told a different story level, and skills got a massive boost. Hero Nim started climbing out of the basement, but halfway up, a high-pitched scream echoed through the room. It was the princess, the first hero's past wife. She spotted him and shrieked in terror, demanding to know how he got inside. Without a second thought, Hero Nim bonked her right on the head. She collapsed instantly, a massive bump swelling on her forehead. Realizing she had been there the whole time, Nim carried her to the bedroom, tossed her on the bed, and wrapped her tight in blankets. She started panicking, so Nim landed another heavy chop on her forehead. She went completely limp, finally silencing her. Nim warned her to stay put. Since he had guests waiting, she should be grateful he was being so polite. Just thinking about how ridiculous she was annoyed him. Suddenly, the hero caught the sound of approaching footsteps. He glanced back, thinking a beginner gift arrived, and he was going to personally greet his visitor. That old prince, he muttered with a smirk. Entering the training room, the hero realized the noise had suddenly cut off. Had someone realized he was approaching? Even so, he gripped his Red Cross sword tightly and pushed forward. Leaping up with a sword slash, he declared victory was his. He was going to extract every piece of information they had. Suddenly, the hero spotted a blonde guy lying motionless on the floor. Shocked, he gasped. The weak guy on the ground muttered, "Kang Han Su, is that really you?" Stunned, the hero demanded to know why on earth he was there. Scratching his head, the blonde guy explained that back on Earth, he and his girlfriend joined a mercenary hunt, but bad weather forced them to camp, and unfortunately, there was only one sleeping bag to share. Naturally, his girlfriend complained about the cold, so he cuddled her for warmth while they chatted all night. Eventually, their employer chewed them out for being way too noisy. Snapping, the hero told him to shut up and get to the point. Calling the hero rude, the blonde guy told him to listen closely because the real story was starting. He explained that when he opened his eyes the next morning, he was shocked to find himself stranded in this fantasy village of Fantasia. When the hero asked if it happened out of nowhere, the guy confirmed it. He added that villagers immediately asked about a sister, even though he did not have one. Listening to him, the hero realized this kid was another academy graduate. After graduating as a legendary hero in just 3 years, he had somehow been dragged back to this brutal fantasy world. But why? Was it his terrible grades? Or a bad attitude after graduating? Wondering if he might get dragged back one day too, the hero listened as the blonde guy explained he was in the woods looking for medicinal herbs to help a sick, stable girl. Suddenly, The blonde guy noticed the hero's striking red sword and gasped in surprise. He eagerly asked if it was a powerful new weapon. Looking at his gear, the hero casually called him pal. This made the guy snap, demanding to be called by his actual name. But the hero just shouted, pal again, calling him a brat. The guy listened as the hero questioned why anyone would wear full battle armor to bed. The blonde guy scoffed, claiming it was completely obvious. Glaring at him with fury, the hero decided that keeping his mouth shut was the best way to survive this conversation. The blonde guy explained they were dealing with androids, the ultimate alien weapons that invaded Earth 6 months ago. Despite looking human, these machines were incredibly powerful and impossible to identify without checking their status windows. Because of that threat, staying prepared at all times was a must. Hearing this, the hero processed the crazy idea of an alien invasion. Sure, he had seen giant robots and energy swords before, but this was a fantasy world. Fantasia was full of absurdities, but this was supposed to be medieval. Why were things from Earth blending into Fantasia? This guy's mysterious appearance was getting on his nerves. Under normal circumstances, this was exactly when he should be giving that old prince a massive beating. Now wasn't the time, so the hero turned away. The blonde guy pressed him. Why so quiet? How have you been? He kept rambling, begging for a story, but the hero hesitated. He held his tongue, weighing his next move. Play nice? Fight? Or maybe torture him for answers? Finally, the hero pushed those hostile thoughts aside. Not worth the stress. He decided to look past this wild yet seemingly true tale of an alien invasion back on Earth. The smart play was to go along with it and squeeze out fresh intel. But just as he turned to speak, a sudden voice cut through the air. He spun around. There she was, the girl he had left tied to the bed. She shouted, demanding he take responsibility for abandoning her in that state. She ran over in tatters while the blonde guy yelled, and the hero just covered his ears. He blocked it all out, pretending he couldn't hear a single thing. The blonde guy screamed, accusing him of taking advantage of a beautiful girl and trying to bolt. He wasn't letting him off the hook. This was becoming a massive headache. If this kept up, the hero thought he might actually kill the brat before getting any intel. He shouted they needed to leave. The hero bolted, leaving the blonde guy totally bewildered. He sped off, yelling for them to keep up while his companions screamed in shock. Kang Han Su felt a wave of anxiety. His goal was simple. He just wanted back to Earth, but this endless time loop was ruining everything. No time to waste. The blonde hero ran out of the cave, gasping for air. Seeing him, Kang Han Su declared the boring training finished, time to go slay the Demon King. The blonde hero panicked, asking if something was wrong. And Kang Han Su bluntly replied that there were tons of problems. He argued fighting the Demon King at his current level was suicide, which hit the blonde hero like a slap in the face. Scrambling for a plan, the blonde hero suggested they visit the legendary Ice Princess. They soared into the sky on a massive white dragon. As the blonde guy kept babbling, Kang Han Su found his endless chatter grating. Still, thanks to the loudmouth, Kang Han Su gathered some useful details. The blonde hero explained Earth faced a massive crisis. Even with minor attacks, heroes couldn't just stand by. Using the classic power of love and friendship, they drove the alien invaders back. They were dealing with the remaining enemy forces right now. Kang Han Su still lacked the full picture. Were the first prince and the aliens two separate factions? Too many missing pieces to clear up. Suddenly, the blonde guy screamed in panic. Kang Han Su interrupted, asking what was happening to that mountain. But the blonde guy had no clue. Soon, the white dragon landed before a majestic palace on the peak. The blonde guy asked if they were after the sage's magic wand, then immediately yelled that Kang Han Su had no idea what he was talking about. He claimed taking the wand would instantly kill its power. Instead, they should offer the Ice Princess hope by pretending they knew how to control her unstable powers. That impatient princess would follow them anywhere. Kang Han Su wondered if he really had to play this dirty just to graduate. Otherwise, this would take forever. The blonde guy smirked. He rushed into the castle, loudly shouting for the Ice Princess. Kang Han Su wondered if he should even pretend to search. Suddenly, he spotted a cave on the peak. A faint, crying sound echoed from within. The hero shouted, demanding whoever was inside show themselves or get torn apart by his dragon. A voice from the cave timidly agreed. Inside, the blonde hero stopped cold and rushed back to Kang Han Su, panicking and asking what on earth he had found. Kang Han Su watched with folded arms as the blonde guy gasped a girl was slowly emerging from the dark cave. It was the Ice Princess, dressed in white with black trim. Her silver hair flowed as she bowed politely, but her face paled with absolute terror when she noticed the giant white dragon. Its piercing green eyes haunted her. She vividly remembered being carried into the sky by it. Hanu just smiles, says he is glad to meet her. He introduces his companion as Hero A and himself as Hero B. That princess? She breaks out in a cold sweat. Han Su warns her casually try using those claws like a wild white cat, and he is ready. The ice princess trembles, squeaking out a submissive reply. The hero just nods, satisfied. Brainwashing jumps from F to E. Coercion and threats stay at F. The princess explains she fled here after an ambush by a mysterious enemy. Hanu feels a little guilty. She adds that her powers spiraled out of control, causing all this massive destruction. That blonde guy grins everything is going exactly to plan. He reaches out, promising he knows how to handle her magic. The princess joyfully asks if it is true, and he confirms it. He tells her to wait while they gather the necessary items. Then he calls for Kang Han Su, who casually agrees while calling the dragon Kiki. The white dragon roars, flapping massive wings. Terrified by the sudden blast of power, the princess screams for them to stay back. The blonde hero shouts a warning about her dangerous level. Before he can finish, Han Su calmly places a hand on the princess's head. She gasps, realizing his overwhelming strength. Han Su tells her to quiet down, smugly noting his persuasion technique works like a charm. He declares they have absolutely no use for the sage's magic wand anymore. He calls to his freezing companion, asking if the blonde guy is all right. He looks over completely frozen solid by the dragon breath. Deciding he is perfectly fine, Han Su prepares to head out. Just then, a purple orb appears, dryly pointing out that repeating the exact same mistake in one day is basically a crime. At least he hasn't abandoned the poor princess during this 6th playthrough. An hour earlier, the hero bluntly told the Ice Princess he had to defeat the Demon King. She should walk to the village alone. The Ice Princess panics, shouting out what? Meanwhile, the purple orb asks Hero Nim what he plans to do with the golem ordered from the Magic Kingdom. Will everything really be fine if you just go defeat the Demon King like this? Hero Nim sighs in frustration. Fine. He just needs to repeat the exact same process from his previous playthrough to secure that grade A. Calling Kiki over, Hero Nim's white dragon flies down. He approaches the blonde young man. Suddenly remembering something important, he almost forgot about him entirely. Floating nearby, the purple orb praises the young hero for caring so deeply about his companions. That should score him some major bonus points. Drawing his sword, Hero Nim mentions a few things he wants to test out. Ordering his dragon Kiki to find the princess, they soar off. Deep within a snowy forest, the Ice Princess runs desperately toward a village. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms overhead. Startled, she looks up to find Hero Nim riding his majestic white dragon. The princess gasps in fear, but Hero Nim simply tells her to hop on. Overjoyed, she cries out his name. She climbs onto the dragon and wraps her arms around his waist, making Hero Nim call her out in annoyance. Smiling, she complies, but Hero Nim immediately tells her to take a bath upon arrival. Curiously, she asks where they are heading. The dragon flies toward a massive castle and lands in the courtyard, where the crowned emperor greets them. The emperor praises him for taming a dragon, but Hero Nim shrugs it off like it is no big deal. Impressed by his modesty, the king reveals the custom golem is finally finished. Dismounting, Hero Nim walks over to the excited ruler. The king freezes in shock upon seeing the Ice Princess, who instantly breaks down in tears at the sight of him crying out for her father. They both weep tears of joy, sharing a tight emotional embrace after being separated for so long. As she clings to her father, Hero Nim wonders to himself which great kingdom this spoiled girl belongs to. It turns out to be the magical kingdom itself. The king turns to him with immense gratitude, calling him the esteemed Hero Nim. He cured the king's deadly disease and rescued his lost daughter. The king asks how he could possibly repay such a debt. Acting humble, Hero Nim tells the king not to worry and asks to see the completed golem first instead. After all, graduating with top marks is his absolute priority. The grand doors swing open and Hero Nim steps inside. Soldiers in black head wraps bow, chanting praises for the arrival of the legendary hero. Within the massive hall, everyone drops to their knees as the room fills with cheers for the hero. At the far end, a glass capsule waits. Kang Han Su stares in awe at the figure inside. She looks exactly like the blueprints. Perfect. She is a level 930 Chaos Golem, built for divine beauty. Her stats boast grade A strength and durability, with grade B in slaughter, demonic power, and recovery. As she charges, he realizes his holy power would make her invincible. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. The king tells him to wait, signaling servants to bring out a blue chest. It looks incredibly familiar. The king says, "This is your reward for crafting a golem with such rare materials. It took everything from a dragon heart to demon king tears. Only royal power could gather such exotic pieces. Still, Saving his daughter was a feat even the kingdom could never have achieved alone. The king opens the chest to reveal a brilliant red diamond radiating raw, pulsing energy. As the kingdom presents its ultimate national treasure, Kang Han Su accepts with a humble smile. He silently notes just how generous a father can be. Thinking this king is worth observing, Kang Han Su recalls that the archmage who aided the first hero was his own ancestor. Rumors claim she refused the hero clan, choosing this very jewel as a final parting gift instead. A creepy voice from the jewel echoes in his head, screaming to slaughter the disgusting saint and princess. It urges him to ignore the fools around him, demanding to know why he cannot recognize its true divinity. Whispering that love is just like magic, Kang Han Su wonders if this twisted voice belongs to that famous ancestor. The voice rambles about its warped view of love until a system window pops up. A is glitched. B is eliminate target. C is forget target. D is immunity to confusion. E is indestructible. And F is cannot be forgotten. It is not a big deal, but he notes his overall reputation has shot up significantly. The golem reaches out her stiff, gray hand as a mysterious fog begins to envelop her body. She speaks in a daze, saying, "It has been a long time." Her stats show level 930 with 50% hero experience. She possesses double S-rank holy power, destruction, and melee, along with S-rank strength. She is currently protected by the Sword Saint. Suddenly, Kang Han Su calls her name, sending her into a panic. "Hey, Iron Bucket," she responds, utterly confused by the bizarre nickname. "Yes." Kang Han Su speaks in a dangerously low voice. "Now look closely at me. Who am I?" As if completely hypnotized, Iron Bucket blurts out, "You are my master." He smirks deviously. The contract is sealed. A hero can only hold one holy sword. But what if he owns a golem already holding another holy sword? Clenching his fist, Kang Han Su cancels the summon. His eyes drift to the system screen. Chaos of Humanity at 999 plus hero level 500. Holy Experience Z, Blessing Z, Magic Z, Destruction S, Resilience triple S, Hypocrisy triple S, Mana, Massacre, Frost, Aura, Pursuit, Physical Strength, Stamina, Five Senses, Swordsmanship, Physics, Socializing, and Communication. Perception, Sensation, Immunity, Trolling, Joking, Assistant Teaching, Taboos, and Vitality are all S-rank. Resistance, Rebellion, Inner Thoughts, Survival, Instigation, and Brawling. Physical Power and Suppression are S-rank. Sophistry, Taming, and Golem status are double S-rank, alongside Sword King and Saintess. Kang Han Su cheers. Talk about an insane result. How on earth did a hero end up owning another hero? He dashes forward with a purple orb hovering beside him. This experiment was designed for this from the start. Shall we begin? Pitch-black clouds cover the sky as violent lightning crackles through the air. Demon King Pedinar sits arrogantly on his crimson throne. He speaks in a deep, rumbling voice. "This feeling you have finally arrived." Kang Han Su leaps from the ceiling, landing with breathtaking style. Enraged by the grand entrance, Demon King Pedinar roars. "I did not expect a polite knock on my door. But still, is that not basic manners when entering a home?" Kang Han Su shrugs and replies, "Huh, since when did that actually matter?" A blinding aura erupts from Kang Han Su, pushing the furious Demon King Pedinar over the edge. "Do you really think you can challenge the supreme ruler of the demon world?" Standing tall, he strides fiercely straight toward Kang Han Su. His booming words ring out, "Oh, chosen hero, I will show you how foolish you were to abandon the power of love and friendship for dark energy." Kang Han Su looks completely bored, another long lecture he's heard 1,000 times. He asks where Sia is, but Demon King Pedinar snaps back, clearly annoyed. "How do you know that child's name?" he demands, a spark of suspicion lighting up his eyes. "Are you two actually involved?" Pedinar spirals into a frantic rant, claiming he had no idea. "Hero, what is going on between you and my daughter?" The sheer volume of his shout sends a shockwave that actually blows Kang Han Su back. That wild reaction tells Kang Han Su everything. Soya isn't here. If she were, the demon would have just summoned her. Meanwhile, Demon King Pedinar just keeps babbling on, asking if they have kids already. Is it a boy or a girl? Kang Han Su can't help but chuckle as he summons Iron Bucket to shield him. Demon King Pedinar stops his rant instantly, rubbing his chin as he falls into deep thought. What happens when there are two heroes on the field? He lowers his stance, growling that the hero is a golem. Kang Han Su flashes a devious smirk. Ready to finish this, he commands Iron Bucket to fight. "Yes, master." With that, the duo readies their weapons and leaps straight at Demon King Pedinar. Feeling the immense pressure, the demon lets out a roar as the castle shakes from their heavy strikes. Blinding light erupts from the roof, sending shattered debris raining down toward the ground below. Kang Han Su hangs back, letting Iron Bucket handle the beast while he reflects on his past playthrough. I owed you one, he thinks as Iron Bucket rips the armor off, pinning the monster down. A system prompt appears asking if the hero enjoyed the adventure. Kang Han Su dejectedly replies, maybe a tiny bit. The journey of a true hero is just way too difficult. But you must build connections with those who hold unwavering faith. Through them you learn friendship and love, and eventually, you defeat the evil king. Kang Han Su sighs deeply. Yeah. He raises his fist, looking as fake and sarcastic as ever. Time to look at your level. Finally, the moment to return to Earth has arrived. Report card time. Name, Kang Han Su. Combat ability, B. Achievements, B. Reputation, B. Character, B. Something seems highly off here, he calmly speaks up. Dear deity of Fantasia, no matter what you say, this report card proves I am innocent and promising. The screen flashes the results. You have passed the test, and the graduation ceremony is now underway. The detention penalty is lifted, hero duties are revoked, and the holy sword is confiscated. His student title was about to be revoked. Kang Han Su feels relieved, but also a bit sad. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the sphere, telling him how happy she is for him. Yes, you need to become an awesome teacher even without any students left, he says, regret lingering in his eyes. With graduation over, Kang Han Su drifts off to sleep, waking up fully ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Looking out, Kang Han Su sees a vast forest stretching before him, lush with green grass and vibrant trees. In the distance sits a bustling city, its towering skyscrapers glowing brightly against the night sky. Taking a deep breath, he mutters that this disgusting, suffocating air feels like it is shaving years off his life. Unable to resist, he collapses onto the cool ground, overwhelmed with tears of pure joy. He is finally back, and right then, a system notification pops up on his screen. Human race, chaotic battle, level 999, and job, unemployed. Experience, 110%. Skills include Holy Power B, Blessing B, Mana B, Fabrication SS, Training SS, Sword Saint status, Saintus, and Golem. Kang Han Su happily taps the touchscreen, whispering to himself that it was not some cliché dream. He is finally free from that absurd hero job. He imagines a new life, maybe as a thief. Just thinking about life as a rogue makes him smile. It is definitely his top priority. Closing his eyes, he happily relaxes, ready to live a peaceful life. This is true happiness. Before he can finish the thought, something hits him. He sits up, staring at the bright city bustling with people. Traffic lights flash as cars zip past. Kang Han Su wonders if he somehow ended up in an English-speaking country. He looks at the starry sky and realizes he is on Earth then. A blinding red light flashes across the void. Panic sets in as Kang Han Su gasps. Glowing lights streak downward like falling meteors. Pedestrians watch in shock as those lights crash down, exploding like heavy bombs. He cannot process it. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts behind him. Everything shifts in the blink of an eye. Despite the chaos, Kang Han Su remains calm, giving a dry wow. Out of the smoke, a figure emerges. Is she a Valkyrie? Her stat screen flickers. Chaotic Golem race, level 700, charming female warrior. Her skills? Combat, holy power, elegance, self-destruct, and an active magic sword. She charges without a word. He darts back, his face showing pure annoyance. After all, handling golems depends entirely on their current stage. He braces for the trial, noting that at her level, she only holds 4 skills. Swordplay needs endurance, magic needs mana. This is a chaotic kind of battle. Lowering his stance, Kang Han Su prepares to swing his blade, aiming to catch her off guard. Strange fragments scatter clay on a steel frame, not like anything the ancient sages ever built. Whatever she is, Kang Han Su knows for sure this is no ordinary machine. The moment she triggers her self-destruct, he barely reacts, letting out a sharp yell. The space erupts violently, yet he stands there, hands on hips, watching with total indifference. With a volcano erupting nearby, he irritably brushes the thick soot off his clothes. Back in a fantasy world, it seems, but is it sci-fi this time? He notices movement behind him. Small explosions rock the city center. The recent graduates are trying to defend the town. He wonders if these events happen on Earth normally. It is getting concerning. He needs real news. Just then, a colossal stone helicopter appears in the sky. The heavy chopper touches down, its ramp lowering as a blinding light spills out. A few people step out and walk toward Kang Han Su. He stands his ground, scanning them. Average level 600. Their skills are pathetic. His eyes lock onto a red-haired girl. The system labels her a witch, which he doubts. She points a finger at his face, shouting that they have finally met again. She reminds him she will track him down no matter where he hides. He evaded her network for 6 months, so she demands to know why he came out. Kang Han Su asks if they have met, making her scream in total frustration. The night sky blankets the city as the moon shines over the calm river. Flying low, the helicopter rattles, filled with crushed soda cans. Kang Han Su cracks open a can, takes a gulp, and grinds his teeth in anger. He crushes the empty can, prompting the red-haired girl to comment on the familiar taste. Now that they have met, she wonders where to start, having prepared a list of topics. Pointing in annoyance, Kang Han Su asks what her rank would be on Earth. Raising an eyebrow, she asks why he is ranking things like it is a game. She claims winning depends on his condition, especially since a witch can change the outcome. It comes down to their investment, she explains, sitting with poise. She reveals she is rank 8 on Earth as her status window pops up. Human, level 999 plus. Class witch, energy source is magic. Skills include double S willpower, double S magic, S swordsmanship, and survival. Seeing this, Kang Han Su is taken aback, prompting him to ask which round they are on. She responds that it is the overall rank, and Kang Han Su gives her a sarcastic thumbs up. Sensing the sarcasm, she gets annoyed and tells him to cut the fake compliments. He notes that if the Demon King's pet is tough, her rank 8 status is actually impressive. Earth's total combat strength is not even half of what he expected. Under the moonlit sky, she asks his name, and he calmly replies, he is Kang Han Su. She introduces herself as Victoria, a global technician and businesswoman rather than a hero. She runs a massive manufacturing plant and an ammunition distribution company. Kang Han Su leans back in his helicopter seat, looking out at the horizon, saying it is nice to meet her. She asks if she gave her name, making him scoff as he calls her the National Bullet. Victoria snaps that she is not ammunition, but he keeps calling her Bullet anyway. She shrugs, but a blinding light flashes left, and he yells for her to duck. In a heartbeat, a sword covered in winged heart details materializes in Kang Han Su's hand. The nose of the helicopter flashes with light before rocketing forward across the sky. That bright flash was his sword slashing through the air. Breaking the helicopter to pieces, Kang Han Su lands the strike, sending the craft spiraling down. A dangerous gleam hits Kang Han Su's eyes as a brilliant streak of light appears above. With his sharp blade poised, a massive magic circle expands across the sky. Perfect. Kang Han Su mutters while white feathers scatter as his winged sword keeps him steady. There he is. The blinding light bursts, revealing a muscular man with an incredibly striking appearance. Moonlight cannot dim his powerful presence as he clutches a glowing sword, growling in anger. After being called a bastard, Kang Han Su dryly notes the old prince is good at hiding, who mocks him for his cave training. He insults him as a coward but stops, demanding to know why he is called an old prince. Kang Han Su asks if he truly does not know, throwing the prince into a furious rage. The screen displays his stats, including race, human, level 999, and Z-rank energy. It lists Z-rank infiltration, max swordsmanship, max dark energy, and triple S endurance, while he calls him out for hiding for 6 rounds like a disgrace. Hovering with his winged sword, Kang Han Su admits he is surprised the prince found him, asking if he was stalking him. The prince claims he was only intrigued by his highly unusual heroic power. The hero's power echoes through the air, an undeniable provocation. Kang Han Su wears a sly smile, brimming with confidence enough talk. Let's start round 2. The sky turns black as lightning roars and massive tsunamis crash down toward the world. Between the chaos stand 2 rivals, Kang Han Su and the old prince. Both swing their mystical swords, sending flashes of blinding light through the space. This is no ordinary clash, but a battle of ultimate skills involving divine blessings and dark energy. Meanwhile, the old prince holds his own, and unleashing massive energy and deadly techniques, as Kang Han Su thinks he cannot afford to lose. Yet, a long tear appears on his armor, signaling his stamina is wearing thin. A smug grin spreads across the old prince's face as he notices the struggle. Their blades clash again, unleashing a deafening ring that shakes the foundations of the area. The old prince mocks him, asking the new-gen hero why he is looking so clumsy. Anger explodes within Kang Han Su, his eyes burning as he tells him to shut up. The old prince's face contorts with rage as he shrieks at the little brat. A blinding blessed light erupts from the sword as Kang Han Su charges, forcing him back. The old man gasps in shock, and Kang Han Su declares speed matters more than skill. With that, the old prince takes a devastating blow. The attack explodes in a blinding flash, leaving him totally helpless. Panic setting in, The prince swings his sword blindly, but Kang Han Su just brushes the strike off. What a complete waste, he grunts. Closing the gap in a heartbeat, Kang Han Su yells out, "Take a nap." A brutal kick slams into the old man's gut. The force of that blow echoes for 5 miles. Fury is burning. Kang Han Su realizes this is why he gathered his power, pointing forward with pure arrogance. "You bastard." The prince snaps back, "Your actions are as crazy as your age. This isn't just old age. It is the result of a lifetime of effort." Kang Han Su calls out to Iron Bucket. Iron Bucket is caught off guard, but she still reacts, pulling out a magnificent sword for him. Kang Han Su grabs the holy blade, moving like a blur to deliver a horizontal slash that catches the giant prince completely unprepared. Brilliant blue light tears through the air, promising victory. The old prince stares back in absolute shock, and Kang Han Su lets out a satisfied laugh. This sword works like a charm. Refusing to go down, the old prince quickly retreats from the chaos of the battlefield. Kang Han Su isn't about to let him walk away, chasing him down. "I am not letting you run this time." As he flees, the prince throws back one final taunt. "Fine. I will acknowledge your strength to an extent." "You coward of a hero," he shouts, as a massive bolt of lightning tears the sky open, signaling a brand new fight. "From now on, I am not just a warrior," he declares. "I am a prince carrying the full might of a nation." Kang Han Su just scoffs, asking him what he is bragging about. Before he can move, the prince blitzes him from the side with a devastating punch, sending Kang Han Su flying back 100 miles. Fists still extended, the prince speaks up, "Consider this a mark of your honor. The number of enemies who have forced me to use my absolute peak strength can be counted on one hand." Kang Han Su kicks off the water to recover, wondering just how powerful this prince really is. "If I lose here, I lose everything," he thinks, resolve hardening. "But here is the thing, I have a secret technique of my own." Kang Han Su grips his sword, closing his eyes to pull every drop of scattered power back into the blade. The sacred sword, marked with a tiny heart and wings, begins to shift. "Skill limitless fury," he roars, lighting the sky on fire. The prince just comments with a calm edge, "Isn't this supposed to be your home planet? I do not care about an Earth that does not have me in it." Red light radiates from the sword as cracks spiderweb across the surface. Kang Han Su swings hard, and waves churn as dark clouds pour down a furious heavy rain. Lightning strikes the ocean, illuminating the horizon in long, jagged arcs. Inside the eye of the storm, Kang Han Su charges toward the prince, who stands tall and offers no resistance. Kang Han Su growls, every word dripping with raw rage. "Just go die." With a stony face, the prince replies, "I already told you. You are far too clumsy." The blade strikes toward his head, making the very waves below shake in terror. Lightning cracks again, and for a second, time feels like it is repeating. Did time just stop? It is only slowing to a crawl. Kang Han Su demands to know what he did, and the prince answers with pure smugness. "This is the power of a true hero. A one-shot victory. Have you ever actually questioned it? Question where you got that power from, that system that lets you crush enemies without lifting a finger. It was handed down by the transcendent with special bonds and ultimate cheat privileges. Haven't you just been mindlessly using this power without a shred of responsibility?" The prince sneers with contempt, telling him that this garbage power was never his to begin with. Even if it shatters the universe, once the owner reclaims it, it vanishes like a mirage. It is nothing but a cheap fantasy. Kang Han Su asks in frustration if it was all a lie, a hollow illusion. The prince mocks him for relying on fake power just because it was too convenient to drop. Getting stronger was so easy that he simply exploited it, over and over. Kang Han Su grips his sword tighter, feeling the tension rise, realizing this guy is built completely different. The old prince flashed a wicked grin. He couldn't wait to see Kang Han Su crumble, the moment his stolen power turned against him. Kang Han Su just growled back his pride, matching that royal ego. The guy was talking way too much. Didn't he know chatty fighters always die first? Time to wake up from those little fantasies. "You absolute fool of a hero." The insult hit Kang Han Su like a physical slap, making him frown right as a system notification blared. Race Chaos, Human, Level 1, Job B. Skills, Holy Power Z, Blessings, Magic, and a Saintess status. He muttered that his dreams were officially dead. He was suspicious of those blank spaces in his profile, but nothing felt broken. It was almost like this was all meticulously planned from the start. Kang Han Su reached for the glowing light. Suddenly, a stunning girl with 3 pairs of majestic white wings appeared like a goddess. She agreed, leaving Kang Han Su wondering where the second sword saint vanished to. His body felt drained. He scowled, sensing he had forgotten something incredibly important. He glanced at the girl while a blinding light burned high above them in the sky. Turns out that data belonged to the old prince. The royal was already charging back in a blind fury, forcing Kang Han Su to drop the goddess and brace for the hit. Clenching his fists until the muscles bulged, Kang Han Su swore this guy would never steal his master's core teachings. Their eyes locked with lethal intensity before Kang Han Su lunged. He wrapped a hand around the old prince's neck, choking him before sinking his teeth into the man's arm with a roar. Because of you, I lost my translation skill. Now I have no clue what you are even saying. They slammed together, the impact shaking the very air. Both figures plummeted straight into the ocean depths. They carved massive trails of white foam through the water. Showing zero hesitation, Kang Han Su clamped his jaws on the prince's arm, using every ounce of strength to squeeze the life out of him. Trapped, the prince squirmed until he landed a desperate punch right where Kang Han Su's severed arm used to be. Exploiting that gap, the blonde royal unleashed a flurry of strikes. He gave Kang Han Su no room to breathe, but it didn't last. Seconds later, Kang Han Su had him by the throat again. The prince fought back with trembling hands, but he soon gave up, his face turning blue as he gasped. Kang Han Su let out a breath of relief. A smirk crept onto his lips, ignoring the bloody scratches down his ribs. That peace lasted only a second before they plunged back into the deadlock. A vein pulsed on his forehead as Kang Han Su told the royal to just give up already. Choked half to death, the prince gasped for air. He demanded to know what kind of power this was. Kang Han Su just looked at his bleeding ribs, saying the prince would never understand. Right after that, the blonde's eyes rolled back as he foamed at the mouth, refusing to accept such a pathetic loss. Kang Han Su smiled wider, mockingly asking what he planned to do about it. A massive surge of golden energy wrapped around him, drawing Kang Han Su's eyes. He turned to check the source. He completely missed the prince's fist closing in. That royal strength was returning fast. Just as the punch arrived, Kang Han Su tilted his head, dodging it flawlessly. Believing in eye-for-an-eye retaliation, Kang Han Su grabbed the blonde royal and slammed a knee strike into his face. Right then, countless beams of light appeared above the water. To see what was going on, Kang Han Su stepped on his captive, using him as a springboard to launch himself up. Suddenly, the water swelled and exploded into a towering geyser. Kang Han Su soared high, coming face to face with a heavily armed squad. One female warrior spotted him, her weapon raised and ready to strike in a heartbeat. The prince is in his hands. Another knight shouts, vowing they are jumping in to help right now. A second warrior draws her blade, locking into a combat stance. She shouts that her sword belongs only to her master, then lunges forward in a flurry of strikes. A chilling, terrifying voice suddenly whispers right in her ear. "So it is you the pest who blocked me before," Hanu mutters, materializing out of thin air beside her. She snaps back, swinging her blade in a panic, wondering how he got there. Reality hits hard. Hanu counters her, unleashing a brutal slash that leaves the young warrior screaming in terror. Without missing a beat, Hanu kicks her straight into her ally, calling it a little present. The two collide in a violent crash. Holding her unconscious comrade, the red-haired warrior grits her teeth in burning fury. "You absolute bastard," she spits, but a sarcastic sigh echoes from right behind her. Who yells at their dead friend like that? Honestly, you guys are too much trouble. Whirling around in panic, she is too slow. Hanu delivers a crushing blow to her spine, calling it her ultimate punishment. As he yanks his blade free, both girls fall limply, plunging into the ocean below. Watching this, the remaining two sisters grit their teeth in boiling rage. That bastard. Sister. The battered blonde prince, floating half dead on the water, feebly reaches out, begging them to stay back. Covered in bruises and spitting blood, the beaten royal desperately squeezes out his remaining strength to yell for them to run. He screams at the top of his lungs, so they believe him. That guy is an absolute monster. Hearing this, panic sets in for the two girls. Terrifying, you say? Speak of the devil. Hanu is suddenly hovering right above their heads like a grim reaper. "Hey there, ladies," he smirks, raising his blade with a chilling expression, promising a heavy price for getting in his way. Leaning in, he whispers in a voice from the depths of hell, "Nice meeting you, and goodbye." With that cold farewell, he plunges downward, executing a lethal slash. The blonde warrior selflessly shoves her purple-haired ally aside, taking the full brunt of his strike. The survivor watches in paralyzed horror as her savior perishes right before her eyes under his ruthless blade. The helpless prince below reaches out in despair, his ears ringing with the horrific screams of his dying squad. Seeing another comrade fall, the prince orders a full retreat. "Fall back. Run now. The guy is an absolute monster." Tuning out her master's frantic screaming, the purple-haired girl stands frozen, her eyes glued to the fresh blood dripping from his blade. Seeing she is paralyzed, the prince yells a devastating truth: a despicable villain like him could never be a hero. That insult stops Hanu dead in his tracks. No? He asks, completely baffled, catching the beaten prince off guard. Veins pop on Hanu's forehead as he glares back. Excuse me? Did you just say I am not a hero? To set the record straight, Hanu aggressively boasts about his achievements, yelling that he is a certified A-rank graduate who takes massive pride in being a genuine top-tier hero of this world. Hearing this absolute nonsense makes the prince question his entire existence. Annoyed by the prince's blank stare, Hanu turns to the purple-haired girl, demanding her opinion while she shakes in terror. What do I look like to you? He presses. Under his gaze, the girl stammers out. Demon Lord. That answer only annoys him more, and he threatens a good old-fashioned spanking if she keeps insulting him. But right at that moment, 6 demonic-looking wings sprout out of his back. Looking back in sheer confusion, he wonders who on earth attached these to him. Once the shock of having sudden back appendages wears off, he calms down to inspect his new demonic wings. He checks them out from every angle, preparing to give his honest review. But before Hanu can even critique his flashy new demonic accessories, another hostile warrior ambushes him from behind with a sword, her face full of pure, lethal intent. Yet, without him lifting a finger, the razor-sharp talons of his new wings slice her up, sending her plunging down. 2 attackers get swatted away while he casually keeps inspecting his wings, completely oblivious to the chaos. What are the odds of accidentally stabbing someone with these? Having seen enough, the blonde prince loses his mind and charges forward with everything he has, screaming for him to stop as massive blue energy erupts. Feeling that surge of power, Hanu smirks, asking if they finally decided to show themselves. With that, Hanu glances back at the blonde man with a sinister, twisted smile. He charges straight ahead without a single word. The blonde man yells out, desperate to pull him back. He screams for Hanu to stop, but Hanu doesn't even blink. Charging toward the group with a savage look, he swings his wings a clean strike to the first girl, then a brutal slash at the next. He's nowhere near finished. Hanu steps up, driving his razor-sharp claws deep into a survivor. He pulls back, and the limp body drops, lifeless, to the ground. Hanu just smirks, looking at his own bloody handiwork. The last 2 survivors watch this brutal display and scream at the top of their lungs. They beg for mercy, shouting they surrender, desperate for him to spare them. Surrender? Hanu couldn't care less. He ruthlessly stabs the girl through the chest, leaving her green-haired companion shaking in pure terror. She trembles, crying out to ask why he's doing this when they already gave up. As her friend falls, Hanu just flashes a cheerful, brilliant smile. Realizing she's still unharmed, he tosses her aside with a wing and locks eyes on the target standing before him. He casually apologizes for not finishing them in one sweep. He calmly tells her to just run back to her precious lover. Nearby, the blonde prince gathers his strength, rushing in a desperate attempt to save her. Hanu just watches him approach, a highly amused smirk on his face. Under that wicked gaze, the green-haired girl trembles like a leaf. In a blur, Hanu vanishes, then materializes right behind her. She freezes, hearing his voice right at her ear. Seeing the danger, an ally rushes in, screaming for Hanu to get away. But before they can even move, Hanu cuts them down instantly. The green-haired girl stands paralyzed, eyes wide with horror as blood sprays across the air. With that distraction gone, Hanu turns back and asks if she wants to be crushed or broken, giving her options for how to die. The chilling question leaves her petrified, shaking in absolute terror. Gathering her last bit of courage, she screams that she doesn't want to die, forcing the blonde man to charge even faster. Realizing they're losing, the blonde man swallows his pride and begs the hero to save her. That catches his attention for a second, but Hanu's focus snaps right back to the pale, terrified girl. A status screen pops up: human, level 999+, princess class, triple S charm, double S cuteness, S tier immortality. Scanning the details, Hanu's eyes lock onto that ridiculously high level. Staring with cold, murderous intent, he lets out a quick laugh before raising a sharp wing and ruthlessly chopping down on her neck. The sudden strike leaves the blonde man frozen, unable to process the horror as blood sprays through the air. Her limp body collapses right into his arms. Clutching her close, the prince lets out a cry of pure despair. Through tears, he glares at Hanu, demanding to know what madness he learned in Fantasia. He asks what they were thinking, raising a monster like him, as blood drips from her hand onto the cold ground. She lies motionless, tear stains still on her pale face. The prince continues to shout, asking if they've lost their minds, raising a beast to destroy them, his bloodshot eyes streaming with pure rage. Faced with that desperate accusation, Hanu just smirks and offers a mocking reply. He agrees with a sneer, then instantly charges, extending the razor-sharp spikes from his wings to close in for the kill. He aims those deadly spikes directly at the unconscious girl. But the prince reacts fast, raising an arm to block the strike. Despite the pain in his bleeding limb, the prince glares back with burning hatred. Seeing him act as a shield, Hanu wastes no time mocking his foolish heroism. He tells the prince to finally wake up from his fairy tale dreams. Infuriated, the prince's eyes turn blood red as he prepares to attack, demanding to know exactly what kind of monster Hanu is. Hanu ignores him and slashes again, dismissing his ideas of love and friendship as garbage. Their brutal clash intensifies. After that exchange, the dust settles, and Hanu casually reaches out to take a severed arm handed to him. The servant watches, impressed by how perfectly the new limb fits. Hanu nods and snaps the arm into his empty socket. Dumpling stands right behind him, hands respectfully clasped. Hanu sits, hands on his knees, deep in thought. He eyes his abdomen where the wings sprouted were those actually his ribs. Without wasting a second, he purses his lips and decisively rips the wings right off his back. They fall away and crumble into dust. A sudden realization hits him. It was incredibly easy, no more need to hide them. He barely sits back down before a panicked voice rings out from afar, "Lord Kang Han." Along with the shout, a pair of women's high heels click into view. Victoria stands there, looking at him with sheer relief. She's overjoyed he survived and rushes over to him. Hanu just groans in disappointment. He thought Factory died in that plane crash. His words ruin her mood instantly. A vein throbs on her forehead as she snaps at his Victoria. She insists she would never die, then sets her anger aside to talk business. Walking along the turbulent sea, she explains they are heading to the port city. It is on emergency lockdown due to a massive storm. She gets straight to the point. Local warriors reacted quickly, so there is no major damage. Hanu just keeps a totally blank, indifferent look on his face. He mutters that it is great, no one got hurt. Yes, absolutely no one. She fires back, but he just looks away, acting like he's lucky. Victoria is left totally speechless. She sighs, giving up on reading him, and urges him to hurry. It is a long way ahead. Hanu nods casually, steps forward, and summons his familiar wings. Victoria shrieks in total terror, demanding to know what those things are. She falls back, staring at him in disbelief, calling the wings disgusting. Hanu just keeps walking toward her. She panics, scrambling to back away, and claims she did not mean it. When she asks where he is going, Hanu calmly says he is heading home. That gives her a glimmer of hope, and she hesitantly asks for a favor. Hanu reads her intentions instantly and shuts her down. Absolutely not. Victoria hesitates, but she is too stubborn to give up yet. She tries to offer him a massive reward, but he flatly refuses again. She finally accepts defeat. Her sudden surrender actually surprises Kang Hanu. He watches her turn away. She claims she just has the ability to learn. Having figured out his personality, Victoria walks to her team. She tells him not to waste his emotions, and Hanu agrees. Suddenly, a man shouts out to her, calling for the director. Hanu activates his skill and easily overhears the entire conversation. The alien from the ocean is awake, so they must move it to the infirmary immediately. Victoria turns to board the vessel, but Hanu suddenly grabs her shoulder to hold her back. He casually addresses her as Victoria. She corrects him furiously, "It is Victoria." She hopes that ends it, but he just keeps teasing her. She snaps back in sheer frustration, teeth clenched. He ignores her anger, winks, and gives a thumbs up. He says world peace is a job for the hero. She is totally disgusted but has no choice. She tells him to follow. She leads him to the infirmary. A masked man briefs them that the target is stable but silent. They reach the room. Victoria pulls back the curtain with a smile and thanks the staff. Hanu raises an eyebrow. A very familiar figure lies on the bed. Suddenly, a system screen pops up. It shows a level 857 mermaid witch with S-rank resistance and leadership. She has immortality, blessing, and translation, plus an unstable resurrection state, an exhausted soul, and a hidden illness. Hanu scans the stats, locking onto 2 that should keep him alive, even if he falls into the ocean. A moment later, Victoria offers a warm greeting. As the girl struggles to blink her eyes open, Victoria flashes a smile. She introduces herself as the manager of this ship. Victoria asks for a quick chat, but the first thing the girl sees is Hanu staring back with a wicked grin. That terrifying smile hits her hard. The girl's eyes pop wide, her face draining of all color. Seconds later, a soul-shattering shriek erupts, echoing off the cabin walls. With her screaming right in his face, Hanu draws his sword, ready to fight to the death. He is almost grateful for the chance to handle her before they talk, raising his blade high. Sensing things spiraling, Victoria quickly steps in, telling him to just calm down. Hanu ignores her, One eye glows a deep purple as he readies his power noise could draw unwanted attention. No other choice now. He leans down, staring directly at Victoria to make his demand. He orders Victoria to look into his eyes, but she refuses to back down. She demands Kang Han Su look at her instead, asking what that bizarre sword of his is even for. The second she finishes, that strange raw power starts seeping straight into Victoria's eyes. Hanu returns to normal and asks if she knows who he is, but Victoria just coldly makes her own demand. Telling him to back off, Victoria shields the bed. She is totally confused by whatever Kang Han Su is rambling about. Just then, her status screen pops up and the stats are so strange that Hanu leans in way too close. That sudden closeness makes Victoria blush hard. She falls into a state of panic. As she tells him to back off, Hanu stares suspiciously at his own hand. He clenches his fist, asking if she has ever seen a power this crazy before. At that exact moment, his own full status screen flashes before his eyes. Caught off guard, Victoria looks at her own hands and starts panicking over her stats. Han Su stays silent, slowly walking toward the bed. He sinks into his thoughts, realizing the prince's skills weren't actually sealed, just like the ones he used before. His level is locked at 1, and his class is listed as a vagabond. He wonders what the hell is happening, while the shivering girl under the blanket asks if that was a hero's power. Hanu stands silent, one eye glowing bright purple without offering an answer. Outside is peaceful, the boat drifting quietly across the water, but indoors? Pure chaos. A group of black-clad men run around, forcing Victoria to stand by the door to handle them. Meanwhile, Han Su growls, telling the mermaid to perk up her gills and listen very carefully. He promises that if she answers quickly, he will send her off with a merciful, painless death. Hanu takes a fighting stance to drive the threat home, but his chilling words just turn the room deathly silent. Moments later, Victoria panics and scolds him. She asks how anyone could answer when he is threatening them like that. He ignores her, arms crossed, just staring. Surprisingly, the girl pulls back her blanket and agrees. Victoria is left completely questioning her own reality. Seeing the purple-haired girl looking so defeated, Victoria advises her not to throw away her life so easily. Even so, the girl clutches her blanket, looking even more anxious. The girl mumbles about disappearing anyway. Before she can finish, Victoria reaches out and gently places a hand over hers. The girl is stunned by the warmth. With absolute determination, Victoria promises that nothing like that will ever happen. It is a reassuring vow that brings the purple-haired girl to tears. Seeing her cheer up, Victoria uses her smooth talking skills to sweetly coax her into dropping all her weapons. Watching this masterclass in manipulation, a highly skeptical Hanu silently judges her. He realizes she is just playing innocent to strip the mermaid of her last defenses. Truly terrifying creatures. After a bit more convincing, the purple-haired girl finally yields to reality. Staring at the word golem on the screen, Hanu demands that she summon it and step into the corner. She nods fast and gets to work, channeling a surge of brilliant blue awakening energy. Suddenly, a quiet girl appears, dressed in a tight black suit with icy eyes and striking green hair. She doesn't say a word, just walks straight to the corner of the room. Hanu tracks her movement, his eyes narrowing as something catches him off guard. As she hits the corner, a status window pops up Ancient Golem, Class Prince, with Z-tier willpower. She's packed with Z-tier infiltration and charm. But wait, A-tier laundry? And check her status. Total exhaustion, deep despair, and listed as retired. Hanu stares at the word prince, eyes widening in shock, and stammers out a question before she even speaks. The girl slumps against the wall like a wilted noodle, lacking any confidence at all. She mumbles miserably that she is just a maid golem who doesn't know a thing. Hanu just smirks at the pathetic reply and moves in to tease her about being a maid. She breaks into a nervous sweat, pressing her lips together and staying deathly silent. Meanwhile, Victoria watches with her worldview shattered, screaming for everyone to get away from Hanu. Hanu stays totally unfazed, casually asking her to just calm down for a second. Victoria only explodes more, shouting that staying calm is a legendary state of mind, not a simple skill. She clutches her head, frantically trying to explain the situation to the girl on the bed. Victoria insists the girl can't understand such transcendence, but Hanu just ignores her, smirking at the green-haired girl. He notes that she has certainly changed a lot while they were apart. She turns her head away, clicking her tongue in annoyance, while Hanu pivots to call the mermaid over. Once he has the mermaid's attention, he slams his hand heavily onto the green-haired girl's head. He makes a cheeky offer, asking if she wants to trade for his because he likes this one. Fearing the purple-haired girl might refuse, he snaps his fingers to summon another figure, bragging about a warrior's soul forged by a famous sage. At the sight of this new summon, Victoria's eyes light up, rushing over to inspect her and asking if she came from the Sage Tower. The girl struggles in her grip, crying out that her master is being far too cruel. Hanu pouts, ignoring the bizarre creature entirely, and pushes her aside to get back to his point. He presses for an answer, making the purple-haired girl bite her lip in clear hesitation. Before she can answer, the green-haired girl shouts for him to wait, prompting Hanu to tease her, telling the golem to leave because the masters are talking. His sharp words leave her completely speechless. Realizing she cannot outtalk him, she grits her teeth and demands a safety guarantee before obeying. Hanu lets out a wicked smirk, glancing at the chaotic Victoria, and mocks how terrified he is. He asks if a mere household teddy bear is trying to threaten him, pushing her past her limit. Eventually, the two reach a compromise, and the green-haired girl points toward the confused purple-haired girl to set her conditions. She demands a promise that he will not touch her, her glare sharp and murderous. Warning him not to play games, she declares she will not accept any excuses about mistakes or anyone else laying a hand on her. Hanu sighs in annoyance, muttering that she acts like she has been scammed her entire life. Mocked again, she trembles with rage, biting her lip to tell him she simply does not trust him. With that, she reaches out toward the dazed purple-haired girl on the bed. She vows with absolute determination to do everything in her power to keep her master safe. As she speaks, a jewel on her chest flares to life, making her pause in hesitation. Sensing the purple-haired girl's worry, the green-haired girl offers her a gentle look. The girl with green hair offers a warm, comforting smile telling her she did her best. And that is enough. Tears well up in the purple-haired girl's eyes. Hanu nods as she finally complies. He channels his energy into the jewel until it glows. The contract is officially locked in. Everything settled, Hanu points directly at the purple-haired girl and issues a command. He barks at the iron bucket to guard the mermaid. He tells her to do it even if it costs her life. The golem snaps a crisp military salute. She agrees instantly, calls him master, and walks over to greet the other girl. She introduces herself to her new master. The purple-haired girl, flustered, politely asks for her name. That simple question makes the golem burst into tears. The sobbing panics the purple-haired girl, who worries she messed up. The golem just cries harder. She wails that she finally found a master who will call her by her real name. She complains that no matter how much she protested, he always called her an iron bucket. A flustered Hanu stands there speechless. He wonders why his ears feel so itchy. He turns and glares right at her. After a moment of silence, he opens his mouth to say iron bucket. Before he can finish, she screams that her name is Boris. Hanu stubbornly sticks to his nickname, and the frustrated girl drops an ultimatum. She insists, if you do not call me by my name, I am absolutely not cooperating. Hanu grumbles in annoyance. He tells her that was not part of their contract. She snaps back, are you really trying to negotiate my basic human rights with a contract? She launches into a long speech about how names hold divine power and form an untouchable shield. A name defines a person's entire existence. It is a concept far greater than the unyielding, deceptive power of a fake hero. Hanu crosses his arms, faking understanding. Just then, a panicked man rushes in, shouting for the director. Hanu's ears perk up. He goes full eavesdropping mode. They are getting flooded with demands to hand over the captured alien rookies. Well, sounds like you have to leave in a hurry. Victoria hears the news and turns around with a wide grin. She tells him he is not an outsider anymore, so he is coming with her. He shuts her down with a flat refusal. He is not interested. Victoria is definitely not amused. She asks if he did not say she should leave the peace of this world to him. After trying to decline, Hanu finally accepts his fate. Before long, their boat docks. Victoria steps off onto the shore, excited. She says they have arrived. This is the port city. But instead of a beautiful harbor, she finds the city completely buried in disgusting mud. Victoria is absolutely furious. Tears of rage well up as she grinds her teeth. She asks if the heavens seriously dropped a massive natural disaster right on her factory. Hanu chuckles at her dramatic breakdown and turns around. He asks if the hotel was that way. After dropping him at his hotel, Victoria gives a quick instruction. She says she has too much to handle. She tells him to rest up first. Alone in the room, Hanu stares blankly at his phone. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl hums happily while soaking in a massive bubble bath. Right outside, Hanu raises an eyebrow in annoyance and aggressively taps his screen. He wonders if she really changed her number. He shakes off the annoyance, regaining his usual calm attitude. He lifts the phone to his ear. He waits, but there is no sound. A few minutes pass, and Hanu is being completely ignored. This silence sends his imagination into overdrive. Did he seriously just get treated like a spam caller? Hanu finally gives up and sends a text. He writes that it is her runaway son. He hits send and mutters to himself she has to reply to this, right? Right after, the purple-haired girl calls out Class A hero. The title makes Hanu blush, but she buries herself in the bubbles. She whispers in a deeply worried voice with only one eye visible. She says there are a lot of people outside the door. Hanu immediately looks toward the entrance. Sure enough, a small army of heavily armed men has gathered outside his room. Sensing the threat, Hanu calmly smirks. It has been quite a while since he was in a situation like this. The purple-haired girl watches him nervously. Sensing her fear, Hanu reassures her with total confidence. He says this Class A hero has it under control, so she should stay put. As footsteps approach, the squad outside shouts for them to release the hostage immediately. The demand catches Hanu completely off guard. Once he processes the threat, a wave of rage boils inside him. You dare threaten me after sensing my divine power? When Hanu stays silent, the squad outside screams a final ultimatum. This is your last warning. Release the hostage right now. Instead of replying, Hanu just gives them a cold, sharp smirk. A second later, he lifts his head, eyes burning with a murderous light as he gets ready for war. Why don't you guys beat it if you ever want to see your families again? They ignore him and blow the door wide open. Hanu doesn't flinch as the door turns into a storm of flying debris. A bomb goes off in the wreckage. A massive explosion rocks the room, yet Hanu stands tall, arms crossed, not a scratch on him. Seeing no movement, the soldiers storm in with their weapons raised. They open fire without a single word. Hanu just closes his eyes, completely unbothered as the bullets head his way. This reckless attitude isn't an accident. Hanu already has his divine power activated. Rank Z. The entire storm of bullets freezes dead in the air, locked in place by brilliant golden energy. Seconds later, the impossible happens. An energy-charged bullet snaps back and flies straight at the black-suited squad. One bullet turns into a deadly swarm. The squad gets mowed down by their own redirected gunfire. Hiding behind a wall, one soldier watches his allies drop. He pulls the pin on a gas grenade and hurls it into the room. In seconds, the place is swallowed by green gas. Hanu stands there, as solid and immovable as a mountain. Outside, a team rappels down the window. They kick the door in, storming the room with zero mercy. Hanu turns inside the thick, green smoke to face them. Dangerous light gleams in his eyes as the fog rolls out. These gear-heavy soldiers don't even seem fazed by the gas. A red light flashes from a visor, but as they scan the room, they see nothing. It is completely empty. The squad is baffled. One of them looks around, totally lost, and mutters that he is gone. Turns out, Hanu is actually clinging to the wall above them with his wings, casually saying hello. They snap their heads up instantly. Realizing they are sitting ducks, the squad unleashes a frantic barrage of lead. He is lurking in a blind spot near the ceiling. Hanu drops one target, moving so fast that by the time they react, he has already vanished. Hanu dodges every attack, leaving the survivors screaming in confusion about what he even is. He dashes toward the exit, but hidden soldiers spot him. Without waiting, Hanu whips his massive wings forward, blasting the group backward. One soldier tries to scramble away, but those wings snatch him up. Hanu grabs two of the intruders and casually tosses them straight out the door. A lone survivor hides behind a pillar, desperately stuttering for backup into his radio, but Hanu is one step ahead. He steps out from the wall with pure killing intent, ready to wipe out the rest of them. Faced with Hanu's terrifying presence, the last soldier standing spirals into total panic. Hanu ignores the guy's fear and spreads his wings wide, sending soldiers flying in every direction. Shattered glasses hit the floor. Right next to them, an unlucky soldier lies face down in a puddle of syrup. The survivor whimpers and scrambles backward. As Hanu slowly closes the distance, he tilts his head, glaring with intense, dark red eyes. He narrows them and growls, "Why don't you shoot me? Are you going to disobey your commander's orders?" The panicked soldier reaches for his gun, stuttering in pure terror. He says he is the commander. This answer makes Hanu narrow his eyes in a dangerous, predatory stare. "You must hold a lot of valuable information then, right?" Before he can finish, the commander aims his gun at Hanu's face. Without a word, Hanu charges, ready to end this fight for good. Back in the apartment, a thick cloud of green smoke billows out. It floats through the window and spreads into the air. The toxic fog fills the room, giving the soldiers no time to react. They choke on the fumes, taking a few shaky steps before they collapse, unconscious on the floor. In the eerie silence, a foot steps onto the screen. Suddenly, a phone rings with a call from Mom. A hand reaches down to pick it up, and a familiar voice speaks, "Hey, Mom." That voice is none other than Kang Han Su. On the other end, a sweet voice answers, "Yes, my darling." She instantly switches into a rapid-fire lecture, saying, "You used to call me Mommy so warmly. Why are you just saying Mom now? Are you acting fake?" What is with that tone? Do you only think of your parents when you run out of money? Her yelling is so intense he has to hold the phone at arm's length. She rants on, I heard from your friends that you have been flirting and chasing girls everywhere. Seriously, are you out of your mind? Hearing that made me take medicine I haven't even touched in 20 years. Unable to take another second of this, Kang Han Su gently sets the phone down, letting his mother's endless nagging fade away. I do not care what kind of fancy hero work you think you are doing. Kang Han Su, you should learn from your father how to treat a lady. He wrote me a song and picked flowers in a snowfield. Why did I ask him to do that? Honey, wait a moment, I am almost done on the phone. Anyway, clean up your act. Bring home a proper daughter-in-law and give us grandkids. Until then, do not even think about showing your face around here. If you get it, do it right. Now, where did my husband go? Let us talk about the good old days. The call finally ends. Kang Han Su stands there completely drained, letting out a heavy sigh as he stares at his phone. He mutters to himself that this is pure torture. Standing behind him, a high-ranking demon steps forward with a concerned smile, asking, My king, is something the matter? Suddenly, a detailed status screen pops up right in front of him. It lists him as a level 1 high demon. Noble class, rank S, dark energy, happy and loyal. Kang Han Su looks back with a grumpy sigh, asking who he is calling king. He sits down, muttering that he is just an alien, a complete alien. Instantly, a new, detailed status screen appears. Chaos Alien Race, Level 999, Demon King Job, Z-Grade Divinity, Z-Grade Dark Energy, Z-Grade Blessing, Triple S Crafting, Double S Destruction, with status effects of Holy Sword, Magic Sword, and Saint Test ready to flex. Kang Han Su clears his throat. He speaks up, asking where the person is who requested his consulting services to prove his incredible ability. Kang Han Su confidently declares that to get information quickly, he just needs to turn their commander into his own loyal demon subordinate. The commander arrives, clutching his head and screaming as his body mutates into a majestic demon right before their eyes. Now, the beast kneels respectfully on one knee, declaring, My king, I swear my eternal loyalty to you and you alone. Watching this, Kang Han Su sneers inwardly. It is pretty amusing to watch an earthling mutate into a loyal, pure-blooded demon. Yet, checking his own status screen brings sudden panic. Does he have to transform like that too? Staring at the floating screen, Kang Han Su scowls, realizing there must be a massive conspiracy going on. He suddenly jumps up in a rage. Otherwise, there is no way his A-grade hero job would have completely changed like this. Once the anger fades, he takes a deep breath to calm himself down. Telling himself to relax, he suddenly notices something incredibly weird on the interface. Scanning line by line, his eyes linger on the job section. Wondering if he should inspect it closer, he hesitates before finally deciding to tap the option. Another window pops open. The Demon King is described as an absolute existence reigning supreme over all other demons. He gains control over all demons below royal rank, while his mastery over innate skills and dark energy has reached the ultimate level. However, the system warns he is highly vulnerable to holy attribute skills. Even worse, his level will actually decrease when facing a weaker hero. Staring intensely at these details, Kang Han Su tries to reassure himself. Since divine power still flows inside his body, he should be fine. But as he focuses on the screen, his demon subordinate senses someone approaching. He reports, My king, reinforcements sent by my former comrades are heading right this way. Yet Kang Han Su just sits there, completely ignoring the warning. Panic-stricken, the demon calls out again, My king! Suddenly, Kang Han Su stands up straight and replies, Yeah, I am indeed the king. The demon finds this amusing, silently noting that a mighty king with only a single subordinate does not look much like royalty at all. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su stands with folded arms, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he mutters, Time to spread some dark energy. Over by the staircase, the reinforcements are quietly sneaking up. One of them shouts a warning to his comrades. The enemy is on this floor, everyone get ready. As the squad hits the door, a sudden, heavy dread washes over them. A demon lurks inside, teeth bared in a wide, mocking grin as he bursts through the doorway. He laughs, and before they can move, thick purple smoke pours from his sharp, predatory fangs. A massive blast of air erupts from his lungs, sending the soldiers flying backward. They hit the ground hard, stripped of their strength, while purple haze chokes the hallway. The demon cackles, shouting, You shall all share the honor of serving my glorious king. A blonde soldier, his face twisted in fury, draws his blade and lunges forward. He yells as he moves clearly. Sending this hero party was the right call. He barks at the red-haired soldier behind him. Hurry up and heal the people hit by this dark energy first. But their allies scream, clutching their heads in agony. It is too late, they are already turning. The blonde fighter scowls, cursing his luck. Things are falling apart, so they have to eliminate the source of this energy right now. Then, his eyes widen in total disbelief. Perched atop the rubble stands Kang Han Su, wings spread wide, radiating a terrifying, monstrous power. Petrified, the blonde soldier gasps the Demon King. Kang Han Su flashes a twisted smirk and roars, "Ah, so you must be one of those esteemed A-grade heroes." Victoria slams her palm onto the table. She shouts, "Furious, this is an abuse of power. That prisoner surrendered because I promised her safety," she declares to the high-ranking investors. She presses on, "If you wanted something, you should have used the proper channels instead of deploying armed soldiers like this." A bald man scowls and cuts her off. "Abuse of power? We are the investors, and we will guarantee the alien's safety instead." Another investor chimes in, "We gave you full authority to handle this situation from the start." Chairman Lee just listens to their demands, leaving Victoria standing there, backed into a corner. Suddenly, the doors behind her blast open with a screech that echoes through the silence. Everyone turns in shock, their eyes locking onto the entrance. Kang Han Su strolls in, an overwhelming aura trailing him as his soldiers bow low. He grips a half-conscious blonde soldier. Wearing a sinister smile, Kang Han Su finally speaks. He sneers, "I came to clean up this mess." The investors lose their tempers, seeing him barge in. Frowning with pure rage, they bark, "Who are you? How dare you interrupt our meeting?" A wave of dark, suffocating mist sweeps the room. Their anger vanishes instantly, replaced by sheer terror. They bow down in perfect unison. "We did not realize your highness had arrived." Yet, one man remains standing, avoiding the dark mist entirely. Crouching on the floor, Tony looks around. What was this energy? Did Earth actually have a Demon King? He mutters anxiously, "Where is the rest of the squad?" Kang Han Su grows suspicious, noticing Tony is completely unaffected. He wonders if this trash-tier energy is useless against the old man because he used to be a hero. Surveying the bodies scattered across the floor, Kang Han Su casually declares, "They wanted to die, so I granted their wish." His cold tone makes everyone gasp. What? It is a surreal sight, as the guards at the door keep bowing low. Kang Han Su continues, "A few of them have turned into quite valuable pawns." Tony boils with rage. He points his sword and lunges, "Demon King of Earth, I will take your life myself." Staring at the blade, Kang Han Su just smiles. Oh no, he actually swung. Victoria, silent until now, cries out in panic, "Mr. Kang Han Su." Hearing her scream, he wonders what is going on. He turns around with a bright smile. "I told you, I am just handling some trouble. Soon, I will turn them into your subordinates and my servants." Kang Han Su adds with supreme confidence, "Once the obstacles are cleared, our forces will expand." What could be better? Just then, a blinding beam of light slams down from the sky, aiming straight at him. The meeting room floods with a brilliant flash, a massive, unbelievable collision. Light fades as thick dust and smoke shroud the room. His blade is shattered, only the hilt remains in his grip. Kang Han Su stares at the broken steel on the floor. He gasps out, "What is this?" Rage boils inside him. His expression turns murderous. He realizes no amount of money can fix this sword. Suddenly, the hero appears out of nowhere. A status window pops up. Ancient Elf, level 100. Class Hero, 600% bonus experience. Double Z Swordsmanship, Z rank Recovery, double S Martial Arts, S rank Sword Power, S rank Internal Energy, Holy Sword status with Purification. The elf glares down. He asks, "Are you not Pedinar? Then who are you?" The hero lands heavily and launches an attack. He mutters, "A dying man does not need a name." Caught off guard, he curses, "Ah, son of a bitch." He activates his Demon King restriction and barely dodges. Kang Han Su wears a sly, confident smirk. He sneers, "If you know I am not Pedinar, why try to kill me?" The hero lunges, "It does not matter. My duty is destroying any Demon King in the human world. I must level up and hone my skills." But I have always wondered. Kang Han Su loses his footing and falls flat on his back. The hero flashes a sadistic grin. His eyes glow as he whispers, "Can I actually defeat the Demon King?" Flames erupt, throwing debris through the smoke. Kang Han Su leaps up and draws a black hilt. A blinding light bursts forth. A glowing energy sword appears, radiating majestic power. The hero mocks him from afar. "So, that is a state-of-the-art dark energy blade. I have no idea which noble you slaughtered, but it will not work." The master of the holy sword, Nucleon, sneers. He slowly draws his legendary weapon. A golden blade shines, radiating the magnificent authority of a true champion. Neither yields an inch. They clash. Powerful strikes echo through the room. Kang Han Su and the hero trade relentless, devastating blows with incredible force. He glares at the self-proclaimed hero with disdain and lets out a mocking laugh. Absolute coward. The elf meets his gaze with a cold, piercing stare. He replies, all of this is simply to fulfill my duty. He decisively unleashes a brutal slash at Kang Han Su. Fresh blood sprays from the young man's stomach. The elf unbuttons his coat, looking completely unfazed. He mutters with a hint of disappointment, how surprising. I actually thought that strike would have dealt some real pain. The fatal wounds are closing at unbelievable speed. Now they look like mere surface scratches. The young man shoots back honestly. You took the words right out of my mouth. He flashes a smug grin. The elf tightens his grip, coldly warning that begging for mercy is useless. Before he can finish, Kang Han Su raises his hand and yells, Boris! The elf widens his eyes, utterly confused. He starts to repeat the name Boris. Before he can finish, a fist slams into his face, sending him flying dozens of meters. Before pulling her fist back, Kang Han Su complains. Hey, seriously. You were supposed to take him down in a single blow. She shoots back, you expect me to kill my master? If not for our contract, I would have just left you to die. Her attitude annoys him. He stares back with a heavy, judging look. He silently wonders, is that guy really this brat's master? Could he be an assassin sent by the first hero? A giant hand bursts out from the nearby rubble. Both of them snap their heads around to look. A massive golem rises. Gripping two razor-sharp swords, she lets out a loud battle cry. Rise up, my trusted comrade. The giant is an ancient golem, over level 999, with a demon slayer class. She wields dual sword skills with maximum magic resistance, boasting double S-rank divinity, a double S-rank diamond body, and S-rank purification. With holy sword state, damage amplification, and overload active, Boris says, give me back my sword, and I will buy you enough time to escape. Kang Han Su is furious, didn't I tell you to kill him? Not just buy me time? She replies calmly, this is really not the time to be relaxing. That opponent is the Swordsmaster's former lover, the actual daughter of Demon King Padona. She is no pushover. He snaps back bitterly, so you are saying I cannot handle his little ex-girlfriend? Cracking his knuckles, the young man strides confidently toward them with a smug grin. Boris, make sure you hold down that golem. She readies her sword, muttering coldly, you absolute idiot. A massive explosion shatters the air, and the elf charges forward, snarling now die, Demon King. Facing the charge, he raises his own sword high, letting out an amused chuckle. In an instant, he brings his blade down, blocking the ferocious strike with ease. Kang Han Su's sword snaps in half, but quickly morphs into a deadly spear, and he thrusts it straight at the elf. But the master deflects the thrust using just the tip of his blade. The elf glares, do you honestly think these cheap tricks will work on me? He smirks, nope. Summoning a massive mace and an axe into his hands, he adds casually, I am fully aware that I cannot defeat a master like him using double Z-rank swordsmanship. No matter how many weapons Kang Han Su summons, the elf effortlessly slices through every single one. Even at a severe disadvantage, that confident, smug smile on his face never fades for a second. The elf grows anxious, wondering what kind of scheme this kid is cooking up. His eyes widen in shock. It turns out the shattered fragments from all those weapons have gathered together, reforming into a massive, terrifying monster right before his very eyes. The creature lifts its leg, resting it on the boy's shoulder as he stares at the elf with a mocking smirk. Staring at the beast, the elf deduces what is happening, noting how proficiently the young man wields dark energy, so that is why they call you the Demon King? But even if you waste your time, it is hopeless because she will return immediately after destroying your golem. Kang Han Su points directly at the elf with a massive grin, replying, well, thanks for explaining everything to me. Raising his sword, the elf coldly spits back, then you can just struggle until you die, Demon King. With a sharp smirk, the young man asks, I am curious. Did your lover also die after struggling like that until the end? Those words drive the elf into a rage, he screams. You bastard. Out of nowhere, someone flies right past the two of them. Boris lies on the ground, growling in fury, damn it. Can I really not defeat that golem? He mutters, gripping the sword tightly. The ancient golem stands still, staring at Kang Han Su for a moment before screaming in a raspy voice, Demon King, I will kill you. Instantly, she and the elf charge straight toward him. Knowing there is no way out, he grips his sword, raises it high, and stabs it straight into his own chest. Shocked, the elf panics suicide? But why? Kang Han Su curls his lips into a smug smirk as he replies, at first, I could not even understand how this fantasy dimension operates around the struggle between the hero and the Demon King. With a disdainful sneer, he explains that the dimension will collapse if one of them is missing, just like a school cannot function without its students. Their battle is like fire and water. raising a serious question in Kang Han Su's mind: what happens if the dimension collapses? Just then, the golem's information window pops up: Ancient Golem Race Level 1, Job Class 20, Level E with Forgotten Skills. Hearing this, the hero raises an eyebrow with a gaze full of resentment. Meanwhile, his status screen displays Ancient Elf, Race Level 1, Job Class 20, Level D Swordsmanship, Double Z Endurance, and Forgotten Status. Kang Han Su smirks with great amusement. Reality will unfold in a beautiful way. His current stats show Chaos Human Level 1, Demon King and Hero Rank X, Dark Energy Z, and Divinity Z. Blessing Z, Matter Creation Triple S, Control S, Goddess Holy Sword Status, and Magic Sword Golem. It has a unique power that basically shouldn't even exist. Kang Han Su stands there totally unfazed by that self-destruct move, leaving the hero screaming in pure shock. Why aren't you dead? Kang Han Su just hits him back with that signature sarcastic bite. It is all thanks to a certain Demon King who taught me this little trick. He thinks to himself, though, that Demon King ended up dead right after pulling that stunt. But as a master of dark energy, he easily faked his death and managed to deceive the entire dimension. Now, those hidden claws start to come out. Suddenly, a monstrous leg slams down behind Kang Han Su with earth-shattering force, making the ground shake like crazy. For Kang Han Su, the only real question is how long this dimension stays fooled. With that, he charges forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, time for round 2, fair and square. Those spider legs sprouting from his back make him look like some kind of spider elf. Wait, scratch that. The friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is gnashing her teeth in fury. Golem roars, Demon King, you are dead. Sensing something off, the hero yells in total panic. Stop. Kang Han Su glares with cold, murderous intent, thinking a golem without special skills is just an ordinary woman trapped in a 100-kilogram suit of armor. And with that, he blazes forward at terrifying speed, driving a spider leg straight through the golem, leaving the hero frozen in absolute shock. Kang Han Su proudly lifts the golem head and mutters, I should probably take this back as a nice little souvenir. The hero grinds his teeth in pure rage. You complete bastard. Veins are bulging all over his furious face. Before he can even react, Kang Han Su lands a brutal blow that sends the hero flying, leaving him groaning in frustration. He just grunts while Kang Han Su casually tosses the golem head like a cheap toy, flashing that mockingly cold smirk. Huffing like a wild beast, the hero catches his breath before mindlessly charging in with zero plan. Kang Han Su deploys his clones to surround the guy, easily playing with him like a cat toys with a mouse. He realizes the hero's double Z swordsmanship is totally useless without the protection of the fantasy realm. Suddenly, his expression turns dead serious. Oddly enough, even after losing his skills and his lover, the hero's eyes remain incredibly calm despite his visible fury. Watching the hero charge, Kang Han Su recognizes that look. It is the gaze of someone ready to die. One strike manages to pierce Kang Han Su's limb. His willpower is actually commendable. With a powerful swing, the hero slices right through the limb, sending flesh scattering through the air. Yet, a second later, it regenerates, upgrading into something sharper. Kang Han Su retaliates, grazing the hero's face and leaving a deep, bloody scar. With nothing left to lose, the hero flares with terrifying bloodlust and slices that upgraded limb right off again. As the piece falls, Kang Han Su grabs it just as the hero lunges for a mid-air strike. Balancing low, blood spraying everywhere, and his face a mess of cuts, the hero roars in pure fury. Suddenly, the golem head appears right in front of the hero, leaving him completely baffled. Then, their heads collide with a painful crack. Kang Han Su is the mastermind behind this hilarious stunt. He casually catches the head again, tossing it around like they are playing catch. The exhausted hero finally drops to one knee. Seizing the opening, Kang Han Su grins and lunges to deliver a series of relentless attacks. Using that golem head as a weapon, he takes real pleasure in tormenting his opponent. Unable to contain the rage, the hero screams, "You absolute cursed bastard." The hero fires back with a kick to Kang Han Su's arm, but those extra limbs immediately twitch to life for a brutal counter. But the hero reacts instantly, slicing the limb before it strikes, then kicking the golem head right out of his hand. As the head rolls away, the enraged hero stomps forward with heavy, furious steps. Charging straight ahead, he screams at the top of his lungs, "I am a hero." With fiery determination, he swears he will never be defeated by the Demon King. But before he gets close, Kang Han Su's sharp limbs spear straight through him. "That is true," Kang Han Su replies calmly. He rips his limbs free, blood painting the air, and flashes a mocking smirk. Kang Han Su whispers low, "But right now, I am not the Demon King." He stares at the gore, deep in thought. He mutters to himself, confused by why his opponent's system window just popped up. Race is chaos. Human level 100. Class is Demon King Hero, Dark Energy rank Z, Divinity rank Z, Blessing rank Z, Matter Creation triple S, Control double S, Status Holy Sword, Goddess, Magic Sword Golem. Seeing that level 100, Kang Han Su wonders how this guy is still breathing. Kang Han Su whips around to check the situation. The hero lies there in a massive pool of blood, face beaten to a pulp. Kang Han Su doubts he is actually dead. He thinks that can't be right, then stabs a limb straight through the hero's chest. He delivers blow after brutal blow, watching closely for any sign of life. Once the body stays still in the blood, Kang Han Su pockets his hands. He mutters that he will wait and see, then walks away. But a much more urgent problem is waiting. Over there, Rice Cake stands smiling right above Boris's upper half. She holds a broken fragment of Kang Han Su's sword, while Boris stares up at her in silence. Kang Han Su realizes he needs to clean this mess up fast. Rice Cake chirps with joy, promising to stay by his side forever. Han Su sighs. Rice Cake was linked to Holy Sword number 2, and it shattered. What a disaster. He pushes her away. He asks if she wants to see his mother split his skull in half. He glances down at the broken Boris, pondering his next move. A sinister grin spreads across Kang Han Su's face. He tosses the hilt to Boris, telling her it is her property now. He smiles subtly and raises his hand to unleash his skill. Confused, Boris screams to ask what he is doing, but purple energy instantly engulfs her. She screams in absolute terror. Kang Han Su watches his system screen with amusement, wondering what happens if he activates the black box. The system shows an unknown skill. Rank A disrupts the target, but Rank B just wipes it out completely. Rank C erases their memory. D blocks interference. E creates a shield. And F? It stops them from forgetting. Kang Han Su cheers. He's stoked at how perfectly these skills merge. Inside that purple current, Boris looks like she's being fried. Her hair sticks straight up, and she screams in pure terror. The screaming cuts out. Kang Han Su strikes a pose, waiting for the results while Boris melts into a dark, muddy puddle. He squats down, calm, and starts shaping the goo, wondering what he'll get out of it. After a bit of focus, he holds up his new masterpiece, a weapon shaped like a croissant. It looks a bit dull, though. Then his eyes land on the golem's head rolling nearby. He jams the head onto his creation, declares it the birth of an ego wand, and checks the system status. Race is Chaos Golem, level over 999. Class is Master Servant. Skills include energy at rank Z and armor penetration at rank Z. She's got integrated dual swords with max magic resistance, max divinity, and dark energy at rank SS. Plus, she's rocking rank S in chaos, charm, magic, stamina, laundry, demon slaying, and swordsmanship. Add in constitution, purification, sword technique, blessing, and burst speed, all rank S. Toss in color enhancement, physical enhancement, and rank A skills for stamina, patience, and translation. And don't forget survival, revenge, artisan, cooking, and cleaning, all rank A. Plus, endurance, leadership, status, holy sword, goddess, magic sword, and golem. She screams at him, "Demon King, you are dead." Kang Han Su just smirks, amused that the thing even came with a built-in voice assistant. He scans the status window and realizes that, besides that one neat trick, the rest of it seems pretty useless. Kang Han Su decides to let this master take the lead. The weapon info shifts, showing a Chaos Golem race over level 999, Master Servant and Artisan classes, plus skills like Energy Z, Armor Pierce Z, Magic Resistance Z, Translation A, and Goddess status. Kang Han Su hands the weapon to Rice Cake, telling her Enos belongs to her now. Rice Cake giggles, promising to take good care of it. The sword shrieks in fury, yelling that the Demon King is dead meat. Before she can finish, Rice Cake smacks her, leaving the golem totally stunned. He decides to stay out of their petty bickering. Kang Han Su slips away, thinking they will be friends in no time. Then he gasps. He finally found it. Unlike the second Holy Sword that exists across infinite dimensions, there is only one true Holy Sword nucleon. He reaches out to spark the power, wondering how weird it is that two heroes can never share one blade. He thinks about how the guy died, then fixes his eyes on the hero's scarred, broken body. Suddenly, the hero lunges forward and locks Kang Han Su in a tight hug. He's completely blindsided. Did they somehow warp into a romance manga? An alert blares out. Demon King Pedinar triggered the rejection protocol. Kang Han Su freezes, chilled by that robotic voice as the hero's body starts to mutate. Furious, Kang Han Su impales him with a sharp blade, and a blinding light erupts. As the hero burns to ashes, Kang Han Su curses under his breath. Then, an alert screams and a strange voice fills the air. Haha, Pedinar, how has my old rival been doing? Getting this message means you beat the tough enemy I sent. Rice Cake rushes over, panicked. She calls out to her master, watching the hero's face turn demonic as that creepy voice keeps echoing. But get this also means it is your second time hearing these exact words. Too bad you reached the real world just to get this message, because there is no place here for you. Kang Han Su leaps high, rocketing into the air like a star against the black sky. The voice keeps going, telling him to get lost and go back to raising his kids. The hero's face glows bright for the sake of humanity's peace. Kang Han Su shields his eyes, glaring ahead. He growls the first hero. He explodes in fury, yelling, "Hey, you crazy bastard. Why did you drag this guy into our business?" Standing in the smoke, Kang Han Su screams, "You absolute son of a gun." His power erupts in a massive, devastating explosion. Something like a miniature sun seems to be dozing off on the job. A confused voice asks what just happened. If he can still think, he must be alive. Squinting at the hazy sun, he looks around, totally lost. Where on earth is he? It feels warm, soft, and watery. That sun is distant, veiled by a deep red fluid. Then, freezing water drags him down into the dark abyss. Nearby, someone gently helps a heavily pregnant woman rest against a tree trunk. A soft apology follows as they caress her cheek. She laments not having the power to save her in this brutal place. His instincts flare. The woman opens her eyes, finding joy just being with goddess Hippolyta. The sun flares intensely. It is time for his rebirth. Blinding light pierces the dark, signaling reincarnation. Everything fades to white. Under a starry sky, a pink-haired girl wakes from a deep, peaceful sleep. With divine energy swirling, she asks in confusion what happened to Hippolyta. An alert, "Tell me." Level 4 Demon, Slave Class, 50% Dark Energy Experience, E-Rank Survival. Her status shows postpartum recovery, just the period right after giving birth. A chubby baby in a blanket makes adorable noises as system notifications flicker by. It lists a Level 1 Chaos Human holding both Demon King and Hero classes. His stats show Z-Rank Dark Energy and Divinity. His debt is officially fully repaid. The pink-haired girl gasps, rushing to Hippolyta, who cradles the infant. She cries out, "My child," holding the baby with tears in her eyes. A sudden noise startles them both. Hearing movement, Hippolyta explains, "This baby is the prince of a nation that lost the war. The enemy is wiping out all royal blood to ensure no heirs claim the throne. No matter where they run, knights and mages will hunt them down. Through the dark forest, soldiers with blazing torches search high and low. The prince survived thanks to their help, but Hippolyta can only protect him so much." Suddenly, the baby whimpers and floats right out of the girl's arms. Pure spiritual energy lifts him high into the air, leaving both women speechless. Below, torches light the woods as a mounted knight bellows for the rebels to surrender. In the clearing, the women huddle close while his harsh voice echoes through trees. He declares they are surrounded, demanding the prince's bride hand over the child. Hippolyta comforts the terrified girl who prays while the knight keeps shouting. He promises the king will reward her for cooperation, but gets no reply. The knight roars his justification, claiming the baby will only feel brief pain. Spiritual energy carries the infant right above the head knight, stunning the squad. The adorable baby lets out a tiny squeak and pouts his lips. Soldiers stare in disbelief, shouting that it is just a tiny infant. But get this, a massive surprise is coming. He is invulnerable, deflecting every arrow while floating there with a cute pout. A bright golden light erupts, triggering sheer panic among the troops. Deflected arrows rain back down, taking them out. The leader screams that it is a demon. He orders a retreat, but an arrow pierces him straight through the chest. If rumors spread that the newborn is a demon, things get complicated. The commander collapses. The hero has returned to Fantasia, and his hellish test starts over. He has to protect his reputation at all costs. High above, the infant unleashes immense magical energy, aiming 2 weapons at the fleeing soldiers. The child decides these men will make perfect experience points for this cute new hero. Morning arrives with clear blue skies, sunlight filtering through the trees in a serene scene. Another knight gets sliced in half with blood everywhere. Those 2 women are watching in total shock. The infant channels his magical energy into a lethal blade to finish the job, but he knows his current body is pathetic. Being reincarnated in Fantasia, a realm of endless layers, really drains his reserves. The pink-haired girl gazes lovingly down at the baby. He remembers his previous life under that first hero back then. At least he had a sturdy mortal form. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he quickly puts his target down for good. He only survived thanks to that mysterious black box, which kept his soul from vanishing into nothingness. It caused his death, yet it became his lifeline, High on a branch, one last scout clutches his dagger, staring down in absolute horror. Deep down, the baby can't help but laugh at the irony of it all. Before the scout can even move, a bolt of purple magic punches right through his heavy armor. That bastard first hero. The baby pouts in rage, swearing that misunderstanding or not, he is never going to forgive that man. For now, the prince knows his #1 priority is filling his empty stomach. Even with an S-rank dark energy skill, this tiny body needs real food to function. Lack of nutrition as an infant means long-term trouble. He pouts in thought, then a sudden idea flashes in his eyes. He needs help. As his magic takes the shape of an arrow, the pink-haired girl stares, completely dazed by his raw power. He points the way. Deep in the forest, a magnificent white castle stands with warm sunlight flooding through its massive windows. Servants ready a basin of warm water, and the pink-haired mother tenderly bathes her precious child with the utmost care. She wraps him in a fresh towel, smiling warmly as she asks if he feels nice and refreshed now. In a gentle tone, she requests a light meal for herself, specifically a fresh green salad topped with cheese. The maid bows and promises to hurry. Just then, the mother looks up as a man enters and bows deep. He offers his service with loyal eyes and a respectful tone, "My lord, the report is in. Human race level 582. Occupation, territory lord. Political stats show rank A politics and darkness, with B rank swordsmanship. He also has B rank diplomacy and C rank management." Terrified and confused, he bows low and pleads for the lord not to use honorifics. "I do not know how to handle this," he says. The red-haired girl politely replies, "How could we as guests do that?" The king then asks, "Are you experiencing any discomfort here?" The boy thinks to himself there are always followers of the Demon King lurking in the shadows. Besides, he had never met a poor believer. Some were even completely controlled by dark energy. The lord stammers with a bowed head. "Honestly, this remains unannounced, but that greedy rising empire has finally started making moves against our neutral nation." Holding the child, she widens her eyes in shock at the news. "Of course, I will dedicate my very last breath to serving you, my great master." The lord hesitates. If war breaks out, this territory on the border will no longer be safe. "I had to report this urgently. This new empire," the boy squints and thinks, "must own the golden golem war god. This battle is destined to happen in year 7 of the hero calendar. Until recently, even without him here, this place stayed untouched, which means the hero summoned 7 years before he arrived did absolutely nothing. If war starts now, it is already too late. What is that bastard even doing?" Noticing the pink-haired girl's worry, the child pats her hand, offering a sweet, innocent smile. "Put your trust in this adorable, upright hero." Tender and deeply moved, she says, "Little master, I will handle this, if only for my own growth and eventual revenge." They playfully tease the baby, "Your teeth are already coming in." Suddenly, a noise draws their attention as a voice calls from outside. "Forgive me, my lord." He snaps back angrily. "I thought I said we would discuss things later." The messenger insists this is an emergency. The baby squints in annoyance as the loud voices echo inside. "How can a knight of your standing act so recklessly?" "I will not say it twice. Now get out." A voice replies, "Please forgive my utter insolence." A sharp blade rings out and the door shatters to pieces. Standing there is a cold girl in full armor, sword drawn, ignoring the lord's rising fury. "You insolent fool." The pink-haired girl gasps in delight. The child recognizes her voice as a silver sword is unsheathed. A newcomer rushes in, shouting for the princess. It is a loyal knight, a level 999 human. This prodigy boasts S-rank bravery and charm, with an aura sword to match. She is moved, ecstatic, and ready. The pink-haired girl is indeed a princess. She beams at her swordsman, while the infant seems to recognize her. He traces the memory in his mind. As she nears, the princess hugs the child, asking him a happy question. "Did you come looking for me?" She replies, "Yes, princess, you can rest easy now." The princess gleefully assumes the little master is relieved, beaming as she asks him if he agrees. The baby pouts, huffing in protest. He is basically thinking get lost to her. She is a beauty with crimson hair and eyes to match, wearing cold iron armor with a grumpy frown. Kang Han Su, trapped in an infant body, recalls a past loop where he caught her naked, and she went wild. The swordswoman glares down at tiny Kang Han Su with pure coldness. He glares right back. Pouting his tiny lips, he marks her as his primary threat. Held by the princess, he squirms violently the moment that swordswoman takes a step closer. Yet the princess misinterprets his thrashing as joy, saying, "It seems our little master is thrilled to see you." She buys it completely, her cheeks turning rosy, and says, "This is wonderful news. Truly the king's goodwill," she beams. Inside, Kang Han Su is screaming in protest. No way. His face is incredibly distorted, but nobody seems to notice his misery as sunlight floods the golden flowers. Kang Han Su snuggles into the princess's warm embrace. The swordswoman urges the princess to escape to her homeland, promising to serve her until the very end. Kang Han Su rests on his mother's shoulder, drifting off. The princess hesitates, glancing down at her baby. But wait. Kang Han Su is wide awake, his eyes glaring with intense irritation. Kang Han Su scoffs internally, annoyed by the whole ordeal. Then, the king's voice booms from behind him. That is enough. Listen here, you clueless swordsman swinging your blade around. The swordsman goes pale in shock. Her jaw drops as she repeats his words. Clueless? The king stands tall, declaring they would never be cruel enough to abandon their innocent citizens. He vows to crush the warmongering empire using the brilliant mind of their adorable little hero. The king's voice rings out, filling every corner of the throne room. Stunned, the swordsman leaps up to object, screaming that it is absolutely impossible and ridiculous. You don't even have a decent army. But the king and Kang Han Su share a look, their eyes flashing with a mysterious purple light. The king replies calmly, an army? We can just build one ourselves. The scene shifts to a vast mountain range, completely buried in thick, heavy snow. Amidst the silent forest, a voice breaks the tension. It is the Forbidden Forest. The swordsman warns them with deep concern. Your Highness, the cave ahead is extremely dangerous. It is not too late to turn back. But the princess just looks thrilled, giving a playful wink to cheer her on. It is fine. We have our great swordsman with us, right? Sighing, she leads the princess inside. If you insist. The two quickly find a spot to set up camp and start a fire. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su is cradled in the arms of the angel Hippolyta, soaring through the sky. Looking down, he mutters to himself, this spot should do. With a single thought, a wave of purple mana erupts from Kang Han Su, flooding the forest and caverns. The pitch-black caves light up with a brilliant violet glow. As it fades, a tremor shakes the entire area. Massive, colossal feet stomp out from the dark. Not just one creature, but an entire horde. The monsters let out deafening screeches. Some were twisted, mutated things, howling wildly into the cold night air. Even tiny, bizarre creatures crawled out from the shadows alongside them. That was when Kang Han Su's voice echoed in their minds, issuing a sharp telepathic command. Great lords, heed the hero's call. Soldiers of the Demon King, let us go play with this newly rising empire. The marching beast sent massive shockwaves through the rocky terrain. On the other side, the panicked swordsman cried out, is this an earthquake? I will protect you, princess. Meanwhile, the monster army stamps through the trees, making the massive kingdom shake to its core. Terrified birds erupt from the dense forest, fleeing in chaos. Cradled in Hippolyta's warm embrace, Kang Han Su thinks to himself passive defense isn't his style, and waiting for the enemy is out of the question. Deep in the enemy camp, an armored soldier pulls back his tent flap to investigate. What is going on? He stammers, then freezes, witnessing a terrifying sight. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su plots his ultimate solution. The answer? A relentless attack. Driven by his will, the monsters crash straight into the enemy lines. Strike hard, strike fast, and leave them no time to react. He repeats that 3 times in his head. The fierce beasts charge ahead, eyes glowing purple, completely fearless. Only then do the enemy soldiers realize what is happening. They scream to their allies, this is a massive enemy raid. In the center, mages summon colossal red golems to fight, while heavy armored troops rush to shield their spellcasters. A brutal war is about to unfold. Everyone draws their weapons. The armored legion clashes fiercely with Kang Han Su's massive beast horde. Both sides fight with raw brutality, yielding no ground as countless soldiers fall. Little Kang Han Su pouts in thought, realizing there are strangely way too many villains here. What did the hero even do for 7 years? Watching the red golems get absolutely smashed, Kang Han Su smiles in satisfaction. At least this chaos helps him fix his situation. Now watch the system interface pop up, upgrading his ranks like crazy. His damage rank upgrades from C to A, and his genius status goes from D to double S. Even his leadership jumps to S, while baby Kang Han Su is carried high by Hippolyta. Yet he clearly hears the agony and screams of the soldiers dying down below. The armored soldiers cheer, shouting that they are saved as the embodiment of glory arrives. Just then, a massive golden foot steps forward. Little Kang Han Su's interest is piqued. Has he finally arrived? The legendary god of war. He looks unbelievably badass with ripped abs, standing tall and looming like a giant on the mountain peak. His eyes gleam with menacing golden light, while a horde of golems surges right behind him. A massive golem roars, its cry echoing across the battlefield. Taking out the summoner makes these beasts useless, instantly freezing them. Suddenly, both armies freeze. Everyone looks up as a terrifying presence looms directly overhead. A massive golden war god strides directly into the middle of the battle. With heavy steps and a colossal sword, he ruthlessly crushes all his enemies. Terrified, a rogue golem realizes they are doomed right before an absolutely devastating slash rains down. This strike is incredibly powerful. It splits the sky and earth, obliterating those low-tier golems. The giant stares down with cold, lifeless eyes. That single swing shreds the opposing golems into tiny pieces, filling the air with agonizing screams. The impact triggers a massive explosion. Riding this wave of momentum, the allies rally and charge alongside their giant savior. This golden titan completely dominates the battlefield, easily tearing through enemy lines. Watching from afar, our main character, Kang Han Su, just shrugs. Honestly, he is not even surprised by this giant entrance anymore. These battlefields always play out the exact same way. The golden giant maintains his stone-cold expression, while mysterious blue energy glows brightly from his forehead. High above the chaos, Hippolyta holds on to Kang Han Su as the screams below grow louder. Below them, fearless purple golems flood the front lines, creating a massive chaotic clash when viewed from above. Out of nowhere, a blinding slash rips through the enemy forces, instantly wiping out a major chunk of them. A blazing sword ignites the battlefield as a fierce voice yells out, calling the enemy nothing but upstart imperial trash. It is a legendary female swordsman. Shaking with rage, she demands they repent for trying to harm the princess. Without wasting a second, she leaps high into the air, the force of her jump shattering the ground beneath her. Floating midair, she grips her sword tightly with both hands as a brilliant aura of pure blue light wraps around her. Locking her eyes onto the golden giant, she dives down. Even the titan senses the danger and looks up. With absolute determination, she targets the giant and screams for him to die. In a flash, she closes the distance and drives a devastating strike straight into the giant's armored chest. A blinding blue light erupts as she unleashes a relentless, lightning-fast barrage of slashes. The massive shock wave from their clash sends nearby monsters spiraling into the sky. Kang Han Su just rolls his eyes, muttering that these flashy battles are always noisy and pointless. Her strikes pierce the giant's defense, tearing a massive hole right through its golden chest. Yet, through some bizarre magic, the giant begins to self-heal metal flowing to seal the gap. Watching this, the swordsman is left utterly speechless. She stares in disbelief as the golem repairs itself and immediately launches a brutal counterattack. He swings his colossal blade, trying to swat her out of the sky like an insect. The epic collision triggers a massive blast, shattering the landscape under heavy smoke. The female warrior is nowhere to be seen, only her silver sword remains, shattered in two. She groans on the dirt, barely able to breathe through the intense, searing pain. Motionless on the cold earth, she accepts her bitter defeat, her body covered in wounds. She struggles to keep her eyes open as blood leaks from her lips, zero energy left. Slowly, the golden titan looms closer. His gaze is colder than ice as he reaches down with a massive hand to scoop her up. She looks like a tiny insect in his grip then. The metal giant begins to speak. He gloats, while Kang Han Su actually starts rooting for the monster to finish her off. Han Su watches in awe then. A pair of mysterious feet steps into the scene. A man in a tattered cloak sneers, mocking that the famous swordsman is helpless against his creation. A violent gust of wind whips her hair back, forcing her to wince in discomfort. He speaks creepily, calling her a rare, unclaimed flower that he will watch over. The villain climbs up to stand victoriously atop his golden golem. Flashy and arrogant, he boasts about adding her to his personal collection. Even injured, she despises him, gritting her teeth as she spits out every word. "Don't mess with me," he just laughs, mocking that her anger is her only tough trait. "Fine by me, the more you fight, the more excited I get." Kang Han Su's face darkens, disgusted by the guy's twisted taste as the man laughs harder. Excellent, although Kang Han Su does not care for the swordsman, he won't let her fall to this trash. Suddenly, Kang Han Su leaps right out of the angel Hippolyta's arms. Free falling like a stone, the angel screams, "Oh my goodness, master!" Kang Han Su hurtles downward, picking up insane speed as he draws a small sword. With a quick magical trick, he presses a button and expands the blade instantly. He dives like a god of wrath, while the villain below continues his arrogant bragging. "I will wrap this up quickly so we can finally spend some quality time together." Out of nowhere, a single strike slices clean through the golden war god, splitting it in two. The giant collapses, unable to regenerate, while its master breaks into a cold sweat. The man screams in shock, "What is this? Why is the repair function failing?" He glares in disbelief, screaming out in utter helplessness, "Why?" Hippolyta sneaks up from behind and, without a shred of hesitation, beats him to a pulp. Knocked out cold, he plummets while Dumpling flies over to catch Kang Han Su. She showers him with praise, crying, "Spectacular job, master." Nearby, soldiers lose their minds in panic as they watch their guardian god fall. The Empire's ultimate deity is history, utterly destroyed by a single, clean strike. Pouting in satisfaction, Kang Han Su mutters that this is enough to bring down the Empire. The massive golden construct lies in ruins on the ground. Split in two, fused no more, just a pile of worthless scrap metal. This giant god's fall sends a shockwave through the area, scattering debris everywhere. The ultimate symbol of victory is gone. Soon, news of the war god's sudden death spreads like wildfire across the northern continent. Descendants of kingdoms once wiped out by the Empire seize the chance to rise up. Ambitious factions, long kept in check by the war god's power, launch their own rebellions. Within days, the new empire is torn to shreds. Meanwhile, a pair of black boots steps slowly onto the ground. A familiar voice rings out, "What about me?" A man with a thick black beard speaks up in total disbelief. Oh, is he really the last surviving bloodline? Beside him, a blonde-haired man adds excitedly, wondering if their noble lineage can finally be restored. Wearing a long, flowing robe, a mysterious figure takes measured steps toward the throne. Courtiers bow deeply, pledging, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Please trust us. From this day forward, our loyalty belongs entirely to the royal family. Your Majesty." By now, the figure has seated himself comfortably on the throne. A cold, authoritative voice filled with disgust commands, "Get lost." The terrified courtiers go pale with fright. That boy with the glossy black hair is a grown Kang Han Su who coldly repeats, "Get lost." "Beat it." Frowning, Kang Han Su opens his mouth wide and happily says, "Scram." He is thrilled to finally speak, even if his vocabulary is still incredibly limited. A blonde soldier rushes in, gasping, "Your Majesty." Before he can utter another word, Kang Han Su cuts him off. Out. The panting blonde soldier hesitates, desperately trying to deliver the urgent news despite the order to leave. The Demon King's army, has already invaded the main continent, sire. Upon hearing this, Kang Han Su's expression does not even flicker. He simply stares downward in cold silence as the scene shifts to another town. A massive town is engulfed in a sea of raging flames, burned entirely to the ground. Terrified townspeople flee as monsters hunt them down, and a suffocating, deadly atmosphere hangs over the ruins. Desperate screams of agony echo through the burning streets. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands high above the chaos, silently watching the destruction unfold. It looks like this cloaked spectator is our main character, Kang Han Su. Recalling the soldier's report, he analyzes the situation and concludes that he has finally tracked down the current hero's location. The guy fell head over heels for the elf princess, abandoned his duty, and fled straight to Elfheim. With the hero, their natural enemy, out of the picture, the Demon King's forces have rapidly multiplied across the lands. Showing his usual arrogance, Kang Han Su notes the outcome was obvious, but he does not care. After reflecting for a moment, he turns to call for his angel, Hippolyta. Instantly, the angel appears behind him with a bright smile, answering happily, "You called, Master?" "Yes, Master." Right then, a masked girl emerges, bathed in a brilliant, blinding golden light. As Angel Hippolyta speaks, her eyes close tightly. A mysterious, shapeless golden light begins to glow between them. The system quickly displays the stats of this mysterious new girl. Angel class level 9 to 199. Job Exorcist and Healer, active skills Energy Z, Infiltration Z, Magic Resistance Z, and Interpretation A. Status is unsealed. That blinding light and echoing rumble draw the attention of a monster below who curiously asks what that sound is. Suddenly, the light erupts with a massive shockwave of energy, violently blasting the monsters standing right below. Terrified, they scatter in all directions with piercing screams of agony. As the citizens watch these monsters burn into piles of ash, they cheer with absolute joy. We are saved from the demons. But wait, one purple, one-eyed demon actually managed to survive. He gapes with his sharp fangs, staring toward the source of that blinding light. Just then, a booming voice echoes from above, giving them a direct command. "Listen up, forces of darkness. I, the hero, will protect humanity." Han Su Kang shouts down, standing somewhere incredibly high up. Hands on his hips, he proudly shouts down, making every word crystal clear. And I mean only humans. Facing his overwhelming presence, the beasts shake in absolute terror. The one-eyed purple demon is just about to open his mouth to speak. Instead, he screams to his allies, "Fall back, move west deep into the forest where we will not run into any humans." They charge forward like moths to a flame as the leader shouts, "Head straight for the Elf Kingdom. Hurry!" Meanwhile, Hanu Kang floats in the sky, watching their every move with a smug smirk. To a hero with 20 years of experience, this situation is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, his expression twists into something borderline creepy as he speaks. "But personally, I still need to drag back that student who dared to ruin my graduation ceremony." With that, Hanu Kang dashes off. In a nearby bush, a long-eared elf gasps in horror. This cannot be the Demon King's army. Before he can finish, a sharp spear pierces him. Just like that, a fragile life is cut short. Screams echo from the citizens inside the city walls. The Demon King's army is attacking. The savage monsters flood inside in massive waves. Without a shred of mercy, they immediately begin a brutal, bloody massacre. Up in the lush green trees, 3 archers appear, drawing back their bows to strike down the incoming beasts. Riddled with arrows, the monsters suffer heavy casualties, piling up on the ground like dry straw. Yet, they still refuse to learn. One purple, one-eyed demon bares his sharp teeth, flashing a provocative, mocking smirk. He swings his massive fist straight down at those tiny humans without a second thought. Terrified, the defenders scream in horror. How can we possibly fight off an army this massive? Someone call the hero right now. One of them makes the desperate suggestion, but his body is suddenly hoisted into the air. With legs dangling helplessly, a small hand tightly grips his throat. And oh, would you look at that, it is our main character, Hanu Kang. He sneers mockingly, asking why a proud elf would ever beg a human hero for help, especially when your kind has someone like Nasus around. Choking in that iron grip, the elf's face turns pale as he struggles to squeeze out words. The hero is the one who already executed that traitor. Hanu Kang frowns, recalling a specific individual. He must be a regressor who knows the future. "Well, aren't you an interesting fellow?" Suddenly, the elf gasps out, "Are you the commander of the Demon King's army?" Hanu Kang looks confused and snaps back. "What is that supposed to mean?" With a bright smile, he happily continues. "Anyone with eyes can see that I am a righteous hero." The elf is not buying it, given how incredibly shady Hanu Kang looks. He sneers in sheer disgust, "You absolute fraud." He screams at the top of his lungs, "Princess Sylvia and Lord Zeke will arrive to save us very soon." The elf's eyes freeze. Sick of his rambling, Hanu Kang ruthlessly drops him straight to the ground, without a single shred of mercy. Suddenly, a mysterious voice chimes in. "Wait, has he still not graduated yet?" Hanu Kang lets out a wild laugh. Meanwhile, a kid wearing huge round glasses and clutching a sword runs toward him, or perhaps flees in terror. It is hard to tell. The raging fire spreads quickly across the battlefield. By now, the landscape is swallowed by a massive sea of flames. As a fallen elf lies unconscious, dark energy surges toward a giant ancient tree alongside a sinister, echoing laugh. A sudden strike cuts through the air, carrying a powerful blast of bright green energy. Right now, Zeke is bravely fighting off the Demon King's army. Even though he is exhausted, he refuses to back down. The surrounding monsters cheer wildly. Haha. Just then, Zeke's system status screen pops up. Human race level over 999 with the hero job class and a 500% experience boost. Skills include endurance, spirit, vision, and first aid. He has S rank in diplomacy, breeding, fitness, blessings, magic, swordsmanship, collecting, and fishing, plus S rank in cooking, tailoring, laundry, socializing, cleaning, parenting, chores, sorcery, and leadership. He also holds a rank in farming, endurance, resurrection, wealth, tolerance, survival, building, diplomacy, stealth, tracking, immunity, and illegal mining. He has a rank in his 5 senses: romance, physical strength, swimming, agility, perseverance, fighting spirit, tailoring, business, speed, inventing, flattery, commerce, translating, and finally B rank sword energy, plus current status, rage, bloodlust, fatigue, minor injuries, and total confusion. Talk about a multi-talented model citizen, though his wallet is likely empty. Zeke gritted his teeth and pushed forward, unleashing a devastating high-power attack. Die, you demons. The battle rages on right in the heart of the roaring flames. Monsters howl relentlessly, flashing crooked teeth and twisted grins as they growl at him. 500 ferocious demons surround and paralyze Zeke. Human strength alone cannot win this. This nightmare never ends. A massive giant sneaks up directly behind Zeke. Eyes burning with bloodlust, the beast locks onto him, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Luckily, Pris steps in just in time, punching the beast to save him. "Watch out, Zeke," she yells. Seeing the Count's daughter appear, a spark of hope ignites in Zeke. She is safe and he is so relieved. After knocking out the giant demon, Prince lets out a sigh of relief and softly calls out his name. He whispers, "Since you are here, does that mean the villagers were evacuated safely?" Hearing this, her face turns pale. She responds with a trembling voice that she is sorry. Realizing the truth, Zeke falls into a bitter silence. Suddenly, Bandit leaps into the fray, shouting that they should share this pain together. She battles the monsters fiercely while calling out, "If you break down now, who will be left to protect the survivors?" Bandit lets out a battle cry and launches a powerful kick right at a demon multiple times her size. Out of nowhere, a blinding burst of energy strikes the beast, saving Bandit from wasting her strength. An ally watching from high above remarks that the hot-headed girl actually has a good point. It turns out she was the one behind that massive blast. Under the moonlight, Zeke firmly declares it is far too early to quit. He resolves to fight until his final breath. Despite his injured eye, Asher smiles at Zeke, promising to stand by his side. Deeply moved, Zeke cries out to his friends. "Everyone, I am sorry for showing my weakness," he says. His words pierce Pris's heart as she sheds silent tears. Empowered by his companions, Zeke raises his weapon high and shouts that he is the hero Zeke. He vows to protect Elam even if it costs him his own life. The demons sneer, telling him to cut the talk and die. But a second later, their eyes widen in terror. A brilliant light of love and friendship erupts on the battlefield, catching even Zeke off guard as the energy expands. The terrified monsters screech in absolute panic. Zeke's attack triggers a massive explosion that shakes the ground. Surprised by his own strength, he pants heavily, whispering that this strike must have done it. Suddenly, a shadow flashes before his eyes. Another colossal explosion violently rips through the battlefield, throwing everyone back as they scream. Coughing up blood from the pressure, Zeke's glasses fly off as he lets out a painful scream. A massive, muscular beast wielding a heavy iron mace grins with sadistic pleasure at the devastation. He stands proudly, thrilled to have easily overpowered the hero. The others cry out in panic, begging Zeke to wake up. With no response from Zeke, they realize there is no other choice. Pris grips her weapon tightly and steps forward alone. "I will buy us some time until Zeke opens his eyes," she says. Backed by Bandit, the team charges forward while the monster readies its weapon and roars. The battle rages on. Zeke lies motionless on the ground before suddenly jolting awake. He sits straight up, calling out in a panic. "Where is everyone?" he asks, realizing he was knocked out. But instead of his friends, he is greeted by 500 members of the Demon Legion. Their eyes burn with murderous bloodlust as they flash creepy, twisted grins at him. His battered companions are now held hostage in ropes. The demons mock him, laughing that he has finally opened his eyes. How pathetic. He glances at Asher, who is waiting for his demise. They mock Zeke, saying he is far too weak to ever be a hero. Zeke pants heavily as cold sweat pours down his face. The brief wave of confidence he felt has vanished. Amused by his shock, they ask if he is surprised before telling him to step aside. Looking closer, Zeke sees Silva bound in front of sharp blades. His clothes are shredded, and his body is covered in wounds. He cries out in shock. The princess is right there. Seeing Zeke's shaking hands reach for his weapon, the giant demon sneers, asking if he actually still wants to fight. "In that case, we will just skewer your princess and roast her first. Then you are next." Zeke softly mumbles his surrender. Seeing him cower, the monsters lean in to mock him, asking what he said because they cannot hear a thing. Jake weeps, dropping to his knees, hands raised high as he whispers his surrender. Instantly, 2 sharp chains pierce right through his palms. The shock is total. The monsters drag him by his feet, his screams echoing in agony. The demons just laugh, excited by how loud he can yell. He is their favorite toy now, while Kang Han Su walks forward with arrogant steps. "This is the end for the Elfheim Fairy Kingdom. He declares it belongs to us." Kang Han Su frowns, wondering what he needs to do to hit a tragic ending like this in 9 years. Fire spreads everywhere. Brutal laughter rings out. Demons kick Jake mercilessly, shouting at him to get up. With all 4 limbs bound, Jake is helpless. Just a plaything for these monsters. He drags himself forward, utter hopelessness in his eyes, body covered in deep wounds. Tears stream down his face while demons mock him as a pathetic excuse for a hero. High above, Kang Han Su watches with a cold gaze, his expression darkening as a surge of energy hits him. Crossing her arms, the teacher calls out, asking Kang Han Su what he is doing here. Kang Han Su smirks with disdain, asking if she is being a bit too carefree. He boasts that he became emperor of the northern continent after 3 years here, though she likely had no clue he was even around. Startled, the teacher keeps her tone serious, noting she never expected an unsummoned hero to appear. She asks inquisitively, exactly which route did you take to sneak in? Looking down at Jake being torn apart, the teacher remarks this failure isn't what they taught, but because the student gave up. Kang Han Su quietly warns her that she should be the one worried. The teacher explains they told the student who committed suicide last round about the benefits of graduation. But that was exactly what caused everything to spiral out of control. Kang Han Su smirks in disgust. He scoffs at being bound and separated from comrades who shared his power of love and friendship. That worked for some. But you and I know people hate seeing others succeed. Kang Han Su adds, those who desperately hold on to relationships built in this fantasy world. Jake, forced to swallow this pill, remembers when he bravely stood up to protect his friends. Kang Han Su asks softly, is that really all there is? When these heroes return to Earth, they trade everything just for a final farewell, expecting respect like main characters in fantasy novels, only to go from hero to security guard. He bursts into uncontrollable laughter, leaving the teacher speechless and frozen. After a moment, the teacher says every student should graduate. Trying to stay in school forever is childish thinking. Kang Han Su interrupts, you are not listening. He repeats that the graduation he knows is different, since his relationships reset every time he regresses. The number of players suffering from severe mental trauma is massive. They yearn for that fantasy world even after returning to the homes where they belong. Ultimately, they fail to adapt to Earth, turning into criminals, cast out of paradise. The teacher speaks with irritation. Have you not seen what happens to graduates later? The pain of parting is a lesson that no relationship lasts forever. Everyone experiences farewells, and there is no reason to take responsibility for students who cannot overcome grief. It is the fault of the students who failed to apply the methods taught. From her view, a teacher is merely a guide pointing out the path. Whether to study is the student's decision, because life is something only you can decide. No one else can live your life. Annoyed, Kang Han Su has enough, turning around with a glare that would terrify anyone. Kang Han Su growls that he has truly had enough. The teacher flinches, but feels compelled to finish, telling student Kang Han Su she has answered as best she can. Now I want the truth. How did you even enter this dimension? Kang Han Su's brow furrowed, his glare sharp enough to cut. The teacher pressed on, noting his body composition was impossibly strange. Forget Fantasia or Earth. She called him an unidentified alien factor. Truly bizarre. Before she could finish, Kang Han Su cut her off cold. Let me clarify your so-called best answer. He dropped the disrespect for a moment, feigning a polite, hollow mask. Is it okay if I ask just one question? He pointed straight at her, releasing a wave of pure, suffocating, killing intent. Why not challenge every instructor to solo the first hero? Kang Han Su's eyes were wild now. The teacher stayed calm, reminding him their non-educational talk was dragging on far too long. We will speak again once the person in charge decides. Energy flared, and the teacher vanished from the virtual space. She didn't even forget to say goodbye. Once she left, only Kang Han Su remained under the moonlight. He clicked his tongue in pure annoyance and scoffed. Look at him. After being toyed with, C is chained in a dark dungeon. Blood drips from his shackled hands. He slumps against the freezing floor, looking more miserable than a man can get. C's tears pour out. Overwhelming pain leaves him speechless. He raises his head, struggling to call out a name. Kang Han Su smirks with mocking disdain. It has been a while, Sai. C's voice trembles as he whispers that name. He desperately begs, please, just kill me. Kang Han Su questions him quietly. Why on earth should I do that? C shakes, writhing in agony, swearing he cannot bear the pain a second longer. Kang Han Su smiles, looking genuinely amused. But you are always fine when other people are the ones suffering. Confused. C gasps, what? Kang Han Su explains softly, for 9 whole years. You happily strolled around this world, while the actual residents of Fantasia lived in misery. He lowers his voice. He speaks of endless wars, blood-soaked lands, and the brutal battles raging everywhere they went. The demon army kept expanding, monsters hideous at every turn, and he failed to stop the 5 chaotic disasters. Kang Han Su smirks. Well, of course you had your own life to live. He snarls no loss if a hero ignores saving humanity. But in this god-forsaken fantasy world of ours, Kang Han Su glares intensely at C before continuing his speech. Humanity is designed to stay in despair unless the hero actively chooses to save them. Shaking, C stammers that he only wanted to survive. With tears and snot streaming, he cries that he just wanted happiness with Sylvia. Kang Han Su's smile vanishes instantly. He brutally crushes C's delusions, telling him to wake up. With a signal, Hippolyta steps out from the shadows behind him. Inside the illusion, only leaves rustle in the breeze. As night falls, The wind grows violent. The corpse of a giant monster lies sprawled out, smoke rising from its mouth like a smoker's breath. Kang Han Su takes a few heavy steps, lets out a massive sigh, and slumps to the ground, complaining in pure frustration. Why did he even do that? A single tear wells up in his eye. He wonders if Professor Morals, the man he respects most, could just reset this hero to 10 seconds earlier. He breaks down. 10 minutes ago, Kang Han Su signaled Hippolyta to act. He shouted for his friend to finally wake up. The golem's head lit up with hostile eyes, releasing an intense burst of blinding light. The monster shrieks in terror, wondering what the hell is happening. Facing such overwhelming pressure, they cry out in utter helplessness. A moment later, only the howling wind remains. Kang Han Su smirks, feeling satisfied. He likes what he sees on his displayed stats. His massacre skill hit max, and justice hit max too. Kang Han Su mutters that at this rate, things are looking great. Suddenly, something on the interface catches his eye. He stares at the screen, watching his prodigy skill jump to Z grade. The details of this new skill are wild. Double Z allows rebirth from ashes, Z breaks limits, and Triple S boosts dexterity. Double S increases success rates, and S grade heavily boosts proficiency. A grade boosts experience, B grade adds dexterity, C grade helps success, and D grade hits proficiency. E is for experience, and F for becoming. Kang Han Su lets out an excited laugh, eyes glued to that rising from the ashes description. Double Z meant rising from the ashes, and Z made breaking limits feel effortless. He grins like a madman, roaring as he swears to break his limits no matter the cost. But suddenly his expression drops. He mutters to himself, wondering if that was why, while the intern teacher watches, confused. Looking absolutely miserable, Kang Han Su furiously punches the ground and screams. "You are nothing but a total fraud, intern teacher," he yells, unable to accept this brutal reality. Breaking his limit only got easier by a measly 2%. On the system screen, his prodigy skill shows rank Z at 2%, alongside his double Z rebirth and rank Z limit break. Outraged, Han Su roars that he hoarded all these skills for nothing, and the intern teacher softly replies that great power comes with great responsibility. She asks if he currently has 7 ultimate skills, but ignoring her, Han Su glares with pure madness and laughs, telling her there is no way he believes that. He starts muttering to himself like a total lunatic. Divine rank Z, Dark Energy rank Z, Blessing rank Z, Prodigy rank Z. Afraid Han Su might actually lose his mind and bite someone, the intern teacher quickly explains that he must count Dark Energy, Infiltration, and Magic Resistance to reach 7. Hearing this, he calms down and realizes she is right, and she nods in agreement. She glances at his new weapon and adds that skills are bound to a student's soul, just like that golem staff. Whenever he tries to break his limits, the skills he shares with others are factored into the calculation. Processing this brand new information, Han Su loses his mind all over again, shouting that he was never taught about this. The intern teacher sighs wearily, explaining it is only covered in the advanced curriculum, while Han Su laughs in sheer frustration. His dreams of an easy power-up have turned to ashes, and with a darkening face, he mutters that he cannot ignore this anymore. Now he finally sees where the real problem lies. Staring ahead with fierce determination, Han Su decides he has to reorganize his stats, and the intern teacher gasps nervously as he looks like a wild animal. She warns that his eyes look way too scary. But ignoring her, Han Su yells at the top of his lungs. "Exactly," he shouts, trying to sacrifice an ultimate skill, and as high-rank Z sacrifice activates, the system screen shows his prodigy stat hit 6%. Han Su keeps rambling about a clever trick to reduce ultimate skills. Roaring like a madman, he screams to break those limits, and as night falls, a full moon rises to illuminate the entire area. The system updates, showing his prodigy stat finally hitting 99%. Han Su collapses in exhaustion, leaving his intern teacher completely speechless. Sprawled in the dirt, he punches the ground, yelling that he has no skills left to sacrifice, until he lifts his head with a crazy idea. Should he sacrifice his Dark Energy rank Z and hunt the Demon King while letting him recover? The intern teacher immediately warns him that the Demon King is not a factory for him to farm Dark Energy. Han Su stumbles to his feet and coldly retorts that he was talking about her, his eyes burning with pure ambition. "There is no other way," he growls, just as the ground beneath them collapses into a massive sinkhole that catches Han Su off guard. He screams in panic, plummeting into the darkness and wondering what on earth is happening. He maneuvers to land safely on a massive boulder, looking at his new surroundings in utter confusion. "What in the world is this?" he asks, blinking in surprise before adding that it looks like a sewer system. A dark, endless path stretches out before him, and Han Su grumbles that he is extremely busy. He has no time to smell elf waste, but as he turns to leave, he pauses. Han Su realizes these lazy elves do not even use slimes for toilets like normal people. They abuse spirits for everything, so they would have no practical use for a sewer system at all, right? Satisfied with his logic, Han Su ventures deeper into the tunnel, analyzing the walls as he goes to prove his point. He deduces there are none of the usual slimes around here. This place looks human-built and quite old, he notes. And with a smirk, he begins to wonder, what on earth are you hiding, Elf King? Staring down the corridor, he recalls the memory-filled earrings the Elf King gave his wife for her birthday, and he decides that even if the king is dead, he better prepare himself. Inside the sewer, water drops echo from the moss-covered walls. Deep signs of age are everywhere, and as Han Su explores the pitch-black, decaying tunnel, he pushes forward. He pinches his nose and mutters, what a smell. Suddenly, he spots something. Right in front of him stands an ancient, weather-beaten door. Kang Han Su whispers, that is enough. He walks forward, noting it looks exactly like those suspicious doors you always see in horror dungeons. Peering closely, Kang Han Su mutters, let us take a look. As he examines the door, the trainee teacher spots a strange inscription. An ancient demon is sealed within, do not open under any circumstance. It sounds just like the opening warning of a classic horror movie. She quickly chimes in, pointing out what is written right there for trainee Kang Han Su to see. If he wants to go inside, he can either rearrange the painting on the stone table or drip some Elf King blood onto the handle. Hearing this, Kang Han Su casually asks if a trainee teacher like her is even allowed to read that out loud. The teacher simply replies that she is just reading the notes carved into the stone in her role as his educator. She then quietly tells him to keep this a complete secret, asking if he understands. Kang Han Su puts on a trustworthy face and reassures her not to worry. He calls her his secret friend, a phrase that immediately makes the trainee teacher flinch. Kang Han Su raises his weapon with a wild grin, noting no warnings exist about destroying the door itself. Instantly, his sword begins to radiate a powerful, brilliant golden energy. Kang Han Su mutters, realizing they must be incredibly confident that this door can never be destroyed. He gets into a stance, ready to blow this mysterious door wide open as he shouts out loud. No secret traps will trigger if he just smashes the door down, right? Terrified by his recklessness, the trainee teacher anxiously asks what he plans to do with the sealed ancient demon. Kang Han Su's face hardens with absolute determination. He reasons that if a powerful ancient demon truly existed in there, his own dark energy would have captured it by now. Instead, he hears something faint, the slow, rhythmic beat of a heart. His eyes burn with intensity to find what is hiding behind that door. Kang Han Su shouts that they can do the thinking after he smashes this door down. With that, he swings his weapon, unleashing a massive, incredibly powerful arc of energy. A blinding light floods the chamber as eerie sounds echo from deep inside the door. Yet, Kang Han Su's earth-shattering strike only manages to leave a tiny, shallow slash across the surface. He lets out an excited shout and grins like a madman, realizing their confidence was not baseless. He notes that he could actually feel the resistance of the cut when slicing into this material. With that, Kang Han Su unleashes another devastating blow. Debris flies as the entire sewer system begins to shake violently. As the thick dust clears, the door is no match for our main character's ridiculous cheat-like power. Dumbfounded, the trainee teacher stammers that she did not even finish reading the notes. Kang Han Su crosses his arms proudly, saying that knowing what to do is all that matters. Clearing his throat, he steps inside while complaining about the place. He wonders why it is so dark in here. Stepping onto a patch of grass, he mutters that he cannot see a single thing. Feeling that something is off beneath his feet, he lets out a quiet, suspicious grunt. Looking down, Kang Han Su finds it strange for grass to suddenly appear like this. Suddenly, a bright purple and pink light flashes, illuminating the chamber and catching his attention. He looks up, squinting to ask who they are. Countless glowing rainbow spirits float right in front of him like a festival. He gasps in surprise, recognizing them as spirits. The glowing lights float lazily before parting to reveal a mysterious door covered in ancient hieroglyphs. The little spirits giggle, as if being tickled, while Kang Han Su hears a heartbeat echoing nearby. Now the inner door slowly cracks open. The spirits draw back as a smooth, delicate figure steps out, and a gentle voice asks him to please stop. Standing before him is a stunning elf dressed in white with long platinum hair. She smiles and greets him as a hero. Instantly, her stat screen pops up, showing she is an elf level over 999 and a guardian. Her insanely overpowered skills include a Z-grade spirit, max-level blessing, max-level hypnosis, max-level rest, SS-grade agility, and a thawed guardian status. Kang Han Su stares at her, blunt as ever, asking what happens if he still forces his way in. The Guardian replies softly, saying that decision is hers alone. She pulls out a pendulum with a glowing blue gemstone at the tip. She swings it slowly right in front of Kang Han Su, addressing him as a wise and upright hero. Her voice flows like honey. It is perfectly crafted to lure anyone into a trance. She tells him to return home and forget everything that happened here. Suddenly, his body goes weightless, drifting into the air like a balloon. The Guardian continues her spell, urging him to go back, hold the hand of his loved one, and live happily ever after. She flashes a warm smile, as a surge of magic makes her hair flutter in the breeze. Kang Han Su suddenly closes the distance and grabs her hand, startling her right out of the trance. Blushing furiously, she flusteredly shouts that he should hold his loved one, not her. But before she finishes, Kang Han Su leans in and kisses her passionately. He whispers a soft apology. Taking advantage of her shock, Kang Han Su immediately launches a sneak attack, completely immune to her hypnosis. He mutters that if returning home were actually possible, he would have done it ages ago. He recalls that mysterious heartbeat he sensed earlier, then he shifts his gaze elsewhere. Kang Han Su is absolutely sure it did not belong to her. Hanu steps into a strange land. Wind howls and frantic shouting echoes everywhere. Someone is still alive out there. Groans of pain cut through the night. Someone is begging for help, crying out that it hurts. The elven world is in absolute chaos as people run in a panic. Under a massive tree, 2 survivors tend to a wounded woman. She is losing way too much blood. Desperate cries for help echo through the ruins. Another survivor screams for assistance, shouting that they must treat the severely injured first. A healer is desperately channeling glowing blue magic over the head of a badly injured soldier. Blood stains his face and his armor is shattered to pieces. Others use magic to lift boulders and transport wounded soldiers away. They urge each other to move the victims carefully. Loud explosions shake the night as fiery embers and dark ash rain down. As survivors help one another, a sudden agonizing scream draws everyone's attention. Vowing never to forgive them, Sylvia drags herself forward. Her clothes are shredded. Bandages cover her arms and legs, and she limps heavily while holding her head. Furious fireballs hover around her, burning without stop. Onlookers watch in pity as she spits out venomous words, declaring that she will wipe both those vile demons and worthless humans off the earth. Nearby, a man named Zeke sits slumped on the ground with blood-stained bandages wrapping his body. His face is twisted in terror. Tears stream down as he whimpers and begs for mercy. He begs Sylvia to calm down, but absolute hatred burns in her eyes as she spits his name. Zeke turns pale, tears streaming down as Sylvia violently insults him. She screams, calling him a useless coward who talked big but failed when it mattered most. Sylvia grits her teeth, blaming Zeke for everything. She shrieks in agony, blaming him for her parents' deaths. Zeke sits speechless, jaw dropped. She demands that if he has any conscience left, he should end his own life, causing his tears to fall even faster. Zeke is consumed by fear and deep sorrow for his broken friend. But Sylvia shows no mercy, calling upon her fire spirit. A crackling fireball with glowing white eyes answers her summons. With a deadly gaze, she marches towards Zeke. The fireball absorbs the surrounding energy, growing massive and ready to burn him to ashes. Zeke shields his head from the intense heat as the spirit draws closer. He cries out miserably, tears streaming down his face. He begs her to stop, but Sylvia's face is twisted with the agonizing pain she has been holding inside. She lets out a twisted, maniacal laugh. Suddenly, a voice shouts her name from afar, snapping Sylvia right out of her rage. The fire spirit leaves them, darting away toward an unknown destination. Sylvia watches in shock as the spirit speeds away, halting over the head of a young man on a high cliff. The spirit leaves a blazing red streak across the night sky. Sylvia and Zeke stare in absolute bewilderment. It is Hanu. He stands with his arms crossed, looking down as the fire spirit seemingly sides with him. Vivid colors from restless spirits light up the cave, leading to a faint, shimmering glow down a narrow path. Han Su finds a pedestal at the end of the tunnel, holding a mysterious object that pulses with brilliant gold light. It is a spirit, dressed in vibrant orange, her neck locked tight in a heavy, glowing golden collar. Surrounded by yellow light, she weakly calls out for help, but Han Su just stares at her, completely unblinking. The long-haired spirit with golden wings kneels there, hopeful, asking if he is the hero sent to rescue her. Han Su stays silent, his gaze locked onto her with an intensity that seems to unnerve her. Confused, she asks why he is looking at her like she is nothing more than a piece of delicious prey. Han Su bluntly asks where spirits lay their eggs, then tells her to identify herself before he discards her, causing the spirit to panic. Terrified by his cold threat to dispose of her, The spirit hurriedly begins to tell him who she really is. She reveals she is the very first spirit ever born in this ancient fantasy world. She is the mother of all spirits, presiding over the kings of the elements while surrounded by a massive swarm of colorful spirits. Han Su shrugs, bluntly labeling her as nothing more than their ancient great-grandmother. She frowns at his disrespect, raising a fist and asking if she should punch him for his insolence. The long, heavy chain around her neck trails across the floor, extending far past her long hair. Han Su remains serious, ordering her to stop the nonsense and explain why she is chained up before he gets rid of her. Looking down in sorrow, she quietly admits her chains are tied to the spirit he just killed, as she is the wife of the third spirit king. Han Su recalls cutting down that spirit earlier and asks her, "The third one, was it?" He wonders if that was the foolish king who adored humanity, while a vision of the smiling ruler with Sivia flashes by. The spirit mother gasps. She clarifies that he actually loved the voluptuous figures of other species, then asks how he could possibly know that. Standing far from her pedestal, Han Su calmly replies that he simply has very broad connections. She guesses that he must have been a friend of the king, just as she was once his friend. The spirit mother remembers an elf standing in a vast meadow under an ancient tree, reaching for a sphere of pale yellow light. Elves had no real power beyond their long lifespans. To her, they seemed pathetic, and we see those elves being bullied by stronger villains. Yet, some elves had incredibly pure souls, and she remembers a smiling elf child reaching out with a tiny finger. She recalls lying on a branch, frowning as that child's finger nearly touched her chest. She adds that while his purity was focused on her body, at least he never tried to deceive her. Her gaze softens with affection as she notes how amusing he was, explaining how she shared her elemental powers for a true friend. A tiny spirit hand places 5 vibrant, colorful energy spheres directly into the elf's palm. Life for the elves improved as he fought back and defeated the tyrannical forces that had oppressed them for so long. Elfame, the third elf king, had truly accomplished something legendary. There he stood, proud and tall in front of the giant ancient tree. He reigned over the spirit kingdom, with 5 elemental spheres floating behind him, basking in his ultimate glory. But innocence is rarely a virtue for a king, and he looked down from his throne at his subjects. His eyes, however, were glued entirely to the woman's voluptuous chest. In the shadows, scheming elves watched their smiling king with cold, critical eyes. Resentment grew, and many turned their backs as she tells of their fury over a marriage alliance with humanity. Amidst the chaos of their rebellion, the elf king suddenly vanished. His crown fell to the ground with no ruler left, while deep inside a crevice of the ancient tree, she was imprisoned. She explains that the elves seized control of the 5 elemental spheres. From that moment, their relationship turned sour, shifting from friends to masters and slaves, leaving the fire spirits bewildered. The spirit mother laments that future generations of spirits had no way of knowing the truth. They simply accepted this toxic dynamic as natural, leaving them open to constant exploitation. Bound in heavy chains atop a stone pedestal deep at the roots of the tree, she remains trapped. A beam of light shines on her, as she tells Han Su she vows to slaughter every last elf the moment she is free. She sits there, knees pulled tight to her chest, shaking with pure rage. Hanu just shrugs it off. He never agreed to let her go. Stunned, the spirit mother looks up, pleading for his mercy. She's desperate now, scrambling to offer him anything, calling him a righteous, noble hero. She even promises to help him crush the Demon King if he just breaks her chains, claiming she was a close ally to the first hero. His sword flares with brilliant light. Hanu seems pretty amused by her desperate pitch. Oh, really? Hanu presses the blade right against her. She bursts into terrified tears. He coldly tells her he will be sure to give her regards to that old comrade. A deep rumble shakes the ancient tree as multicolored light explodes across the cavern. Up in the sky, brilliant streaks of vibrant color start to manifest. They merge into massive patches of red, green, blue, and purple. The lights gather into 5 glowing elemental spheres, red, blue, orange, purple, and green, all circling around Hanu. Hanu watches the swirling spirits with a sharp, calculating gaze. He wonders would contracting with this primordial spirit grant him 2 transcendent skills. But if he kills it, every spirit here runs wild. As his plan takes shape, even the nearby angels can't hide their absolute shock at the sudden appearance of these elementals. They gasp, staring at the sight, while Hanu stays lost in his own thoughts. He isn't an elf, but he finds himself totally drawn to their hypnotic charm. As Hanu walks down the stone stairs, the spirit mother's voice rings out in a final, desperate plea, begging him to return her precious spirits. Standing opposite her, a shadowy figure warns her to watch her mouth. She pauses, then lets out a harsh scoff, telling the brat from Elfame that these spirits never belonged to them. If you want them back, why not try dancing like a fool to beg for them? Her sharp words left the angels stunned, staring blankly as she flew off into the distance. Left alone, Kang Han Su realizes he just pulled off a bluff using his fabrication skill. Since it isn't a real contract, his stats remain completely free from any of the usual restrictions. The system screen flashes with the breakdown of his maxed-out fabrication skill. Z-grade beats God's prayers, and triple S-grade turns everyone into family. Double S-grade makes everyone your lover. S-grade turns them into friends, and A-grade makes them witnesses. B-grade settles family arguments. C-grade overrides a lover's words. D-grade beats friends. E-grade clears a witness. And at F-grade, even the wildest lies sound like common sense. Suddenly, the spirit mother whispers into Kang Han Su's ear, calling him her hero. She calls him a coward, complaining he's cruel enough to force her into a body that loves him. Kang Han Su just smirks, "Leave if you hate it that much." Offended, she clears her throat and swears she will make him fall for her no matter what. Kang Han Su just shrugs and tells her to go ahead and try. System alerts are flooding his vision, upgrading spirits and blessings from C to double S grade. The hero knows his prep work is finally finished. Another notification pops up. His Z-grade extraordinary skill hits 100% and evolves into double Z-grade. Double Z-grade reconstructs from the source. Z-grade eases limit breaks, while triple S-grade gives a massive boost to his dexterity. Double S-grade significantly ups success rates, and S-grade drastically raises mastery. A-grade offers huge experience gains, B-grade improves dexterity, and C-grade bumps up his success. D-grade boosts mastery, E-grade adds experience, and F-grade makes him stand out from childhood. This double Z-grade skill makes him unique from birth, letting him break free from the very concept of his own species. Even the gods can't see where this is going. When asked if he wants to proceed, Kang Han Su smirks. Is that even a question? He hits yes and plunges into a void where strange questions start appearing. Question 1 asks what he likes most, with options like women, giant robots, slaughter, plundering, or family. He frowns, totally confused. He thought he was rebuilding his origin. Why is he taking some random personality quiz? He hates free handouts. If he's doing this, there better be some actual loot at the end of it. Studying the list, he realizes there is one thing he hates even more than handouts. Stats and human connections mean nothing after a regression. He wonders what the best move really is. With bizarre questions piling up, the system asked who embodied justice, so he proudly claimed the ultimate hero title. Question 4 hit next, probing if he feared Mong, death, his mother, regression, or even the universe itself. Smirking, the hero figured that basically all those things already existed somewhere inside the infinite universe. The vast cosmos itself was clearly the scariest thing. Then came question 5, who impressed him most? He frowned, refusing to choose wrong and risk turning into a woman, a dragon, or some pathetic blue slime. With no other real options, he finally picked Alex. The system instantly registered his double Z-grade extraordinary skill. It thanked him for his honesty, warning that this reconstruction meant no turning back, not even through regression. He scoffed, annoyed at the system's constant suspense. The moment he confirmed, reality warped, throwing him back to the present where the spirit mother cheered at the sight of him. She greeted her hero with excitement, watching as a totally exhausted Kang Han Su simply collapsed and fell fast asleep. Her panicked voice echoed in his mind, but when he opened his eyes, he was just lying on the grass. His shirt was gone, and the spirit mother sat right on his stomach, grinning and asking if he slept well. He raised an eyebrow, demanding to know why she was on top of him, but she just curled up playfully. She claimed that since last year, his body and his breath had started smelling sweet and totally irresistible. He angrily ordered her to move, but she teased that she had just claimed the best spot for herself. Sitting up with a heavy sigh, he pulled up the system interface to analyze his new celestial race, which promised to shatter all ordinary limits. The first tier allowed Kang Han Su to absorb experience points with maximum efficiency. The second tier let him store experience points long-term, perfectly optimizing his growth potential. Most impressively, the third tier let him distribute those points fluidly right in the middle of battle. But his celestial race held even more surprises. His first passive trait enveloped him in pure affection from local spirits, granting him immense natural power. His second trait placed him under divine protection, shielding him from any hidden dangers in the shadows. The third trait connected him directly to the cosmos, allowing him to absorb endless energy. The system also granted him 2 special abilities, super adaptation and unlimited growth potential, allowing Kang Han Su to constantly push his boundaries and overcome any challenge in his path. Kang Han Su stared at the notification screen with a smirk. This universe was getting pretty interesting. He wondered if this was all because he had received the love of the spirits. Looking toward the spirit tree, he asked what happened over the last 5 years. The spirit mother answered gently, "We worried that leaving our savior lying here alone would be highly disrespectful, so I gathered all my children to guard you. To celebrate our freedom, the little ones brought many gifts." Kang Han Su looked around and asked if this was now the spirit paradise. The spirit mother smiled, saying it was no longer the elf kingdom, adding that he woke up just in time. Sai was leading an allied army from every nation right toward this place. Watching the cheerful spirit mother, Kang Han Su wondered if Si planned to enslave everyone who betrayed humanity. He suddenly cursed as another spirit rushed over, begging the hero to save the elves. Kang Han Su raised an eyebrow at her. The spirit with a wounded shoulder glanced at him and hesitated. He figured she must have worked incredibly hard to live alongside these high spirits for 5 years. The system displayed her stats: Arch-Elf, level 647, class slave, experience 50%. Her skills included charm, spirit gathering, dancing, and flattery. Kang Han Su asked her what was going on. Bowing, the spirit begged him to stop them. Knowing Si held a deep grudge against her, she offered him anything, even her own body. Stepping closer, he coldly replied he had no interest in that. The spirit froze in shock. Before she could react, Kang Han Su pressed his lips to hers, leaving her speechless. He wondered if he said something wrong, since humans were clearly superior to elves. Kang Han Su brushes her off instantly. She shouldn't get ahead of herself. He's here for her experience points, not her. The system triggers his Z-tier skill, Experience Absorption. He pulls away, calmly wiping his mouth. His level spikes to 647. Her level plummets to 1 as she collapses, totally dazed. He just smirks and turns away. He declares the deposit is paid. Now, it is time to go take care of that bastard Sai. A system alert flashes his third trait is drawing cosmic energy. Stepping outside, he spots Si and his army arriving right on schedule. Si's troops immediately torch the forest, dumping poison straight into the river. Their destructive rampage is a deliberate move to disorient the spirits and force them into total submission. The spirit mother clings to Kang Han Su's hair, crying out that Si has completely lost his mind. This beautiful land was their sanctuary, and he just went and ruined everything. The enslaved spirits fight back bravely, aiming bows at the soldiers, screaming for them to stay out of their sacred forest. "You filthy humans." Meanwhile, Si's scout reports that the bond between the elves and their spirits is shattered. A soldier coldly remarks that elves are nothing without their spirits, ordering his men to hunt every one of them down. The spirit mother chokes up, but Kang Han Su calmly tells her not to worry. He says this is how an A-rank hero settles a score. His system triggers the third unique skill, Experience Consumption. He shouts about using violence to end violence. His level drops from 647 to 644 as he prepares for the clash. The spirit mother cheers him on, commanding her children to gather and back up the hero. Countless glowing energy spheres funnel massive power straight into Kang Han Su's sword. His system alerts him that his level climbed back up to 646. Smiling, he thanks his little helpers. Realizing his level is rising, he jokingly vows to become a champion of the environment before unleashing a massive strike that makes Si scream in pure fury. Our hero welcomes Si, promising to deliver the most beautiful sword strike he has ever seen. Sai barks orders to his troops, commanding everyone to put a definitive end to this disgusting elven kingdom today. Kang Han Su wonders if the bastard regrets his ex-wife but shrugs it off. The system drops his level from 648 to 48. Undeterred, he pours raw energy into his blade, summoning a massive, crackling aura. He grins, noting Si has guts to attack while standing right here. Si is wounded, but his supporters scream for him to hang in there. They shout that Lord Si must win. Energized, Si boasts that this is the power of love. Kang Han Su sneers. Si, this right here is the power of your ex-wife. Kang Han Su points his sword at Si, and a massive explosion tears the battlefield apart. Shredded and broken, Sai collapses to the dirt, panicking about being defeated again despite being a hero. Han Su stares into Si's eyes until the fallen hero shivers, whispering about fate. The system pulls up Kang Han Su's info, a celestial level 152 hero with 500% experience. His skills include Double Z tier, Spirit Max, Blessing Max, Fabrication Max, and Hope Triple S. Si screams in disbelief that a double Z rank is completely unfair. Kang Han Su looks down, offering genuine praise for surviving that strike. He says it is quite impressive. Si grits his teeth, struggles to his feet, and screams back. I am Sai, the king of resilience. The system brings up his status window. He is an ancient level 999 hero. His skills are Resilience Z, Mad S, Patience S, and Endurance S. He is bleeding out. Furious, C bellows at the top of his lungs. I will never show weakness in front of women. Kang Han Su smirks, pointing a finger at his face. Is that so? But tell me, do you actually see any girls around here right now? This realization crushes C's spirit, and he collapses. Kang Han Su shakes his head, suddenly realizing something. Wait, is that Resilience Z instead of Spirit Z? He thinks he must have misread it. As the sun sinks behind the mountains, a battered, broken body lies completely motionless on the ground. The Archmage chuckles with a wicked grin, so how exactly should we bury C? Sai snaps awake in total terror. Wait, Kang Han Su? Han Su just stares back with ice-cold eyes as his level spikes from 152 to 1,778. We can put him in the ground right now, Kang Han Su says, perfectly calm. She sits on his head, chin in her hands, pouting. What a shame. I really wanted to bury him alive to make him pay for every single sin. Kang Han Su winks at her. If you do not like it, get off my head. Suddenly, the trainee teacher appears out of nowhere, student Kang Han Su. It has been a long time. Kang Han Su raises an eyebrow. Oh, trainee teacher, where were you hiding? She sighs heavily. I am just so exhausted. Following orders, I had to shadow student C. After he fled the Elf Kingdom, I showed up to comfort him while he was busy indulging in his addictions. Afterward, I guided him to face the 5 great catastrophes. But his confidence was just a facade. He was basically a paper hero who completely neglected his training. Yet, he still defeated the 5 great catastrophes. Kang Han Su listens and offers some support. Have faith in yourself, trainee teacher. Even though C only chased women, he still cleared those catastrophes under your watch. That is an undeniable truth that even those preachy senior teachers could not have accomplished. That should bring you some comfort. Should it not? The teacher nods slightly. But I did not come to find you for that. In this world, because the hero killed the Demon King, everything disappears soon. The main character points at himself in total confusion. And what about me? The trainee teacher replies. You were not transferred here through the standard route, so the system does not recognize you as a hero. Therefore, it will not recklessly reset everything. But because of that, the system only gives the students a 10-second grace period to fix things. Even so, it seems C cannot be resurrected. The trainee teacher smiles and winks. Do you really think I am officially allowed to tell you this? Of course not, she continues, but we are secret friends after all. Consider this a thank you for comforting me earlier. Kang Han Su smiles. Thank you, trainee teacher. I will make sure to use this information in the next round. Right after that, a system notification window pops up directly in front of Kang Han Su. Dear hero, did you enjoy your grand adventure? The path of a true hero is difficult, but countless people support you, carrying their own dreams and hopes within them. Unfortunately, you could not grow alongside them in friendship or love. Regrettably, you could not escape death at the hands of the Demon King. Kang Han Su crosses his arms, staring intently at the screen with a deeply thoughtful expression. This is the first time I have seen this, he mutters as the notification scrolls. Name, Kang Han Su. Combat Power S. Achievements S. Reputation S. Character A. Note. Why on earth did you come back here? After reading it, Kang Han Su screams in pure fury. Why did you come back here? That is exactly what I want to ask. Just send me back to Earth. However, the screen only displays you fail. Kang Han Su's face contorts with rage as he completely loses his temper. Damn it. Then he suddenly realizes something crucial. If either the hero or the Demon King disappears, this entire world will end up resetting. Right then, the Great Spirit standing beside him speaks up. She says she has finally returned after a very long time, but never expected it to fall apart like this, asking if the hero would save her once again. Without hesitation, Kang Han Su frowns and snaps. Why should I? He reminds her she will not even remember him. With a soft smile, the girl replies that maybe she actually will. Kang Han Su glares at her, refusing to fall for whatever trap she is setting. Suddenly, everything goes pitch black as a familiar voice rings out. Calling out to the hero, Lanal suddenly appears with a bright smile, welcoming him back. She asks if he is totally lost after being summoned so suddenly without any warning. Sitting completely naked on the glowing magic circle, Kang Han Su just glares without saying a single word. Giggling, the blonde-haired girl explains, "This is Fantasia, a dimension completely different from the world you grew up in." But right as she finishes, a sudden flash of purple light erupts, ripping through her as blood sprays everywhere. Kang Han Su just sits there, completely unfazed. not a single shred of emotion on his face. Then a panicked voice screams, "No way, Lannel!" Staring at Kang Han Su's dark, bloodthirsty expression, the guards shrink back in absolute terror. They yell out, wondering if he is really a hero before ordering everyone to gather and attack. Completely unbothered, Han Su smirks and coldly commands them to kneel, his eyes glowing deep purple, radiating demonic energy that terrifies everyone around him. Right there before them stands a hero, sporting some mind-blowing stats. He is an angel species, level 1860, class Demon King, combat power Z, plus divinity Z, dark energy Z, spirit Z, max, blessing, max, love, SS, slaughter S, immortality A, farming B, fishing B, gathering, plus holy sword, demon sword, and saint skills. Immediately, weapons slip from the guards' trembling hands. Two of them instantly drop to their knees in awe. Han Su calmly counts. 6, 7, 8, 9, right on cue. All 9 guards are now kneeling obediently before him. He notes that everything is going perfectly to plan by activating the cube. His class changed to Demon King. Normally, this means no hero remains. If no hero shows up within 10 seconds, this world resets. But as long as he transitions back to a hero in time, everything stays fine. Smiling, Han Su tells himself he won't have to deal with this absurd exam again. Even the trainee teacher is shocked, calling it a genius move. He nods, but as he looks down at his blood-stained arm, he falls deep into thought. Memories of Lanaval suddenly flood his mind, specifically her telling him he could return home once the Demon King was defeated. Recalling her calling out to him, he frowns, realizing she acted like she knew the actual way back to Earth. Unlike everyone else, Lanaval is the sole person whose settings actually shift with every single regression. She might be unique, though he felt nothing after slaying her. Chuckling, the trainee teacher points this out. Trying to hold back her tears, she notes he is the first student to execute a companion on site. Shrugging it off, Han Su tells her not to worry. Gazing into the distance, the name of the companion he is about to meet echoes in his mind, Hippolyta. She clasps her hands with a gentle smile and obediently replies. Instantly, a blinding golden light explodes from her palms. Thanks to the Great Spirit's immense magic, Lanaval suddenly gasps and sits straight up, looking around in confusion. Folding his arms, Han Su cautiously analyzes her status screen, convinced she is finally about to reveal her true colors. Out of nowhere, she bursts into tears, crying that he went way too far. Frowning, Han Su just mutters a quick curse. Her eyes light up the second she spots Hippolyta, calling her a gorgeous angel before introducing herself as a hero researcher. She proudly mentions her name means trust, calling out to the Great Spirit as she walks away. While Han Su sighs, thinking he might have been oversensitive about her, the girl bombards him with questions, her eyes sparkling. She eagerly asks how he did that, and if the spirit was an angel. Annoyed, Han Su snaps at her to shut up. And that includes you, too. Caught in the crossfire, a nearby guard nervously agrees. Han Su then demands the finest noble clothes in the castle, causing the guard to tremble and immediately run off to get them. Soon enough, the scene shifts to the Pig King's grand throne room. The king sits arrogantly on his throne, surrounded by tense guards. This entire meeting feels exactly like the previous round. Han Su decides not to make a scene this time, opting for a smooth entrance instead. As the massive doors swing open, blinding light floods the room, drawing everyone's gaze. Flipping his cloak back, Han Su is ready to show them who is boss. The Pig King looks like a pathetic, lazy fool on a throne, while Han Su is the true emperor of the northern continent. Smirking, he steps forward and casually greets him back at the castle of Fantasia. Lanaval is seen desperately trying to keep pace behind him. Han Su reflects that during his second run, he lacked the wisdom he has now. After all, 25 years of hard-earned experience makes a massive difference compared to someone with only 10. Out of nowhere, the curious blonde girl Lenovo speaks up, asking the hero where they are heading. Han Su casually jingles his coin pouch and replies, heading to the black market. Leaving the city behind, they head deep into the forest, leaving Lenovo to look around in total confusion. But this is just a forest, she protests. While an annoyed Han Su snaps, "Why are you following me?" She instantly replies, "Because I am your companion." Han Su coldly fires back, telling her to shut up if she wants to tag along. Suddenly, colorful glowing orbs light up the sky. Han Su glances at them, realizing these spirits are drawn directly to his scent. Based on the storyline, this means they are standing right in front of him. Smirking, he activates his search skill nearby. An elf girl touches the ground and cheers. "Found it. The black market is right below us." Silva, another elf standing nearby, keeps her eyes locked onto Han Su and Lenovo, One of the elves immediately triggers an earth spirit skill, opening a tunnel deep underground. Suddenly, the glowing spirit orbs rush straight toward Hanu. Silva frowns, muttering, "A human." Meanwhile, Hanu casually upgrades his spirits to S tier. The angry elves draw their bows, shouting, "You stole our spirits, give them back now." Hanu just smiles calmly, saying, "I will only introduce myself once, so make sure you listen up closely. I am a kind-hearted noble from the capital, here for a casual stroll. But," he says, eyeing the suspicious elves, "why are you lot trespassing on human territory?" "Highly suspicious," Silva says, glaring at Hanu. Examining his outfit, she points out how his shiny armor looks incredibly dirty. "This noble bastard is looking for the black market. He must have used some trick to steal our spirits. Capture him." Hanu just smirks, thinking to himself, "Of course, I know exactly what these guys are planning. They want to rescue Silva's master, just like in round 2. But Hanu holds far more crucial information. Suddenly, Hanu's eyes flash with pure bloodlust, and a wild, unhinged grin spreads across his face. Why waste time talking? Instantly, a massive explosion rocks the area, raining debris into the tunnel below. The thugs inside the underground cavern panic, with one screaming, "Is this an earthquake?" A split second later, something crashes straight through the ceiling. "What on earth is that?" the crowd yells. Hanu, carrying 4 elves on his shoulders, laughs, "Pardon me, but I would like to sell these guys." A bald man snaps, "Who are you? Who told you about this place?" Before he can finish, a gray-haired elder steps forward. "If you do not mind, may I inspect them?" the elder asks, to which Hanu replies, "Sure, take your time." Pulling out a green monocle, the old man begins his inspection. He is pleasantly surprised, thinking their gear and health are top-notch. "With this many healthy elves, I cannot decline. But their low levels are disappointing." The old man mutters before turning to Hanu, "Pardon me, but these elves..." Suddenly, his monocle shatters as a massive wave of pressure erupts from Hanu, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Frowning, Hanu asks coldly, "It seems you do not like them." "No, my lord, I will buy them all at the highest price. Please calm down." Hearing this, Hanu flashes a satisfied grin. Turns out he just upgraded his extortion, coercion, and trading ranks in one go. It worked like a charm. Talk about a great start. Suddenly, a magic circle on the ceiling shines. The gray-haired merchant smiles warmly. "You arrived at the perfect time, honored guest. The auction is just about to begin." Slipping on his mask, Hanu thinks, "This plays out like round 2, but it's going much smoother. I spared Silva and her squad to handle this peacefully now. I just need to secure Sai at the auction." While Hanu is lost in thought, Lenovo scowls beside him. The chosen hero is taking part in a human trafficking ring. Lenovo does not like this. Hanu retorts, "If you do not like it, then get lost." Annoyed by her complaining, Hanu is cut off as the loud voice of the auctioneer echoes throughout the hall. "We will now begin the auction. Our first item comes directly from the demon realm." Hanu realizes it is identical to last time, even the stats. His goal remains unchanged. Then, a bony foot steps onto the stage. Our next item is a level 286 human mercenary, featuring C-rank spearmanship, D-rank stamina, E-rank survival, E-rank camping, and E-rank cooking, currently starving and weak. Instantly, this intriguing new item catches Hanu's attention. He smiles to himself. There he was. The man was still in critical condition, meaning nobody else would bid. Hanu immediately rang the bell. The silver-haired host happily announced, "Congratulations to the gentleman in the wolf mask for securing such a fine item at a bargain." Turning to the black market staff, Hanu instructed, "Oh, and get him some food, just enough to fill his stomach." "Understood," the worker replied. Soon after, soup and bread were brought out. Standing right behind Hanu, the newly purchased man stammered nervously. I am not a slave." Hanu calmly replied, "I know. I also know you were tricked and sold out by one of your own colleagues." The thin man froze, staring blankly at him. Hanu continued, "Once this auction is over, I will give you 2 choices. First, follow me and pledge your loyalty. Second, walk away and live your life in complete freedom. Oh, and don't worry, I will not seek revenge if you leave. Call it good karma from your past life," Hanu stated, leaving the old man speechless. "Is that true? Just speak honestly." "There is no reason for me to lie to you," Hanu says with a soft, easy smile. The scent of hot food hits the man, making him drop his guard and start eating. A satisfied smirk spreads across Hanu's face. Beside him, Lan stares with pure, intense admiration, but Hanu just snaps at her clingy energy, telling her, "Get lost." She squeals with excitement, whispering, Lan knows your real motive, you just wanted to save a poor slave. Hanu scoffs. What do you even know, brat? Keep it down. All this noise is making it hard to hear the auction details. The host announces this elf was found in a famous southern forest while a bit unstable. Her appearance and pure lineage are guaranteed. Best of all, she is still untouched. Our next item is a level 80 elf archer. She boasts pierce shot skills, rapid fire, high vision, tracking, and spirit connection. Though her status is cursed, sealed, addicted, exhausted, and drugged, Hanu knows something critical in the second run. Sylvia would have crashed this event and ruined everything, but fortunately, he captured her beforehand. With no interruptions, the outcome plays out exactly like that second run. Congratulations once again to the gentleman in the wolf mask. You hit the jackpot today. Shall we wrap things up and head out, errand boy? The thin man looks up mid-bite at Hanu's call, asking, Errand boy? Are you speaking to me, sir? Lanville chimes in. Who else would he be talking to? The thin man blushes instantly, and seeing this, Hanu teases. I said I would let you go, but it looks like you are smitten with Lanaval. Take this elf and follow me. Obedience is a valuable trait after all. Hanu smiles with satisfaction, already planning his next move just like the second run. Master Mong is next. Just as he moves to leave, a voice from the stage stops him cold. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce an unscheduled surprise that was not on today's official program. A bold intruder who dared to sneak into our underground auction house, a stray cat. According to our strict rules, we should have branded her and cut off her hands, but we decided to sell her intact to preserve her beauty. This was actually a hidden quest line she had been hiding here just to feed information to Sylvia. Her plan collapsed when Hanu captured Sylvia, and for some reason, he feels a strange sense of responsibility for this turn of events. The host continues, We suffered heavy losses trying to capture this feisty little feline, but because of that, we were able to properly appraise her value. If you can successfully tame this fierce wildcat, she can steal anything in the entire world, yes, that even includes your very heart. The crowd gasps, faces flushing red at her breathtaking beauty, as someone shouts, An elf! I must have her! Immediately, a frantic wave of bidding bells echoes through the room, while behind his mask, Hanu glares angrily at the girl's status window. Species: Chaos Elf, level 137. Class: Thief. Status: Demon Sword, restrained, humiliated, drugged, and severely weakened. He is shocked to see she is a Chaos Elf. He recalls encountering this legendary race somewhere before. Instantly, images of her and her father flash through his mind. Stroking his chin, Hanu ponders this newly emerged hidden root. Now watch this. The entire hall erupts into chaos over the stunning elf, and he knows he cannot afford to lose. He grits his teeth, shouting, 20. Damn it, 22. His sheer aggression draws everyone's gaze as he yells, Get out of my way. 25. Pride swells in his chest, but he isn't finished. 50. He strikes the gavel with tremendous force, the loud boom echoing through the entire room until the auction hall falls dead silent. The host bellows, Do we have any higher bids? 3, 2, 1, and sold. The host declares, My esteemed guest in the wolf mask, you truly have an eye for rare flowers, and respectful glances fall upon him. The black market staff quickly delivers the prize, and one offers, If you need, sir, I will prepare an escort. No need for that, Hanu flatly replies, but thanks. Just get me a carriage and make it a huge one. Soon, the carriage is rolling through the bustling city streets. Upon arrival, the lovely Lanable immediately dashes inside, exhausted from their long journey. But before she can rest, Hanu gives her a task. Lanable, take the servant outside and feed him. She gasps in surprise. Wait, what? We literally just got back. Hanu threatens, Do you want a beating? His terrifyingly oppressive smile leaves her no choice but to drag the servant away in a panic. I will be right back, she yells, leaving them in silence. Staring at the two elf girls sitting motionless on the chairs, he calls out, Now, Hippolyta. The messenger girl immediately appears and begins healing their wounds, and seeing them still frozen, Hanu speaks up. You can move around now. Why didn't you try to run? The moment I ran, you would have killed me without hesitation, one replied. Besides, I am not some shameless elf who ignores her savior. And what about you? Kang Han Su asked, his gaze turning razor sharp. What is your relationship to the third elf king? That absolute curse of a man. Hearing the blatant insult, she grit her teeth, squeezing out each angry word with difficulty. That cursed king happens to be my ancestor. Well, looking at your ears, it was obvious you belong to the royal family. What I really want to know is your race, Kang Han Su demanded. Wait, the Chaos Elf race? She gasped in total shock. How did you know? Because I am a hero, Kang Han Su interrupted. A hero? If that is true, then you tricked me. Tricked you how? Our main character asked, completely blank. Do not play dumb. There is no way that foolish princess would ignore the rumors that had spread. She spoke in a defiant tone. So, her failing to show up at the auction house, is that not entirely your fault? What would I even gain by using you? Kang Han Su replied coldly, his eyes turning an eerie shade of purple. Remember, I am the master here. Turning pale with fear, she stuttered, I am not a slave. Feeling the heavy tension, she knew this conversation was going downhill fast. You know, there is actually a very effective way to handle a difficult situation like this. She hesitantly asked what it was, and Kang Han Su replied, stripping you completely naked and hanging you right in front of the royal palace gates. Anyone would break. Hang them up for a day and they become perfectly obedient. With that said, Kang Han Su did not hesitate to take action. He grabbed her dress strap and pulled. Don't you dare come any closer, or I will make you deeply regret this. The short-haired girl screamed in horror, but with a sudden rip, her strap snapped. Her chest piece was torn apart and tossed onto the floor. Hunching over in deep embarrassment and fear, she cried out, you absolute savage. How dare you do this and still call yourself a hero? Kang Han Su shouted, it is not your turn to speak yet, you brat. He simply could not hold back his raging anger. Just thinking about someone spending an entire fortune to buy fake chest pads like this makes me lose my mind. Kang Han Su furiously kicked the padded chest piece away and snapped, I do not care about this trash. The short-haired elf cried out in sheer misery. This trash? What actually makes me curious is the item you plan to steal. If it was just money, there are far safer places you could have targeted. Kang Han Su asked in a cold voice. A relic? She replied seriously. The thing I planned to steal was a chaos relic. Hearing this, Kang Han Su frowned in silence. She asked, confused by his reaction, what is with that look? Are you not satisfied with my answer? Of course, little thief. This world has countless relics. The girl screamed back helplessly. I am not a thief. I am simply reclaiming the sacred relics my ancestors left behind. It is my sacred duty. Are you even listening to me? Fine. Then what exactly is this relic? Kang Han Su asked curiously. Just as the name suggests, she explained. It is an object containing raw chaos energy, a fragment capable of controlling the laws and very life of this world. Chaos power? Kang Han Su muttered. Is it him again? Tell me. Are you absolutely sure that item is at the black market? If you answer me, I will give you this blanket, he said, holding out a bright red blanket toward the shivering girl. Annoyed, she bit the corner and snapped. I am absolutely sure. I can feel the chaos power. The relic is definitely at the black market. Seeing Kang Han Su's skeptical expression, she quickly added, I can swear on the sacred name of Elena Luel Hyan. Kang Han Su asked with genuine curiosity. Who on earth is that? It is me. That is my name, she spoke with absolute confidence, her gaze firm. What makes you think swearing on your own name is convincing? Kang Han Su asked, feeling slightly annoyed. Excuse me. This savage hero is really pushing it, but please forgive me. The long-haired elf girl suddenly spoke up, interrupting them. Is Princess Sylvia, the one from the rumors, anywhere near here? Kang Han Su pondered for a moment before replying that he saw her in the forest. The short-haired girl, now wrapped in the blanket, smirked and teased. Is that so? How could she possibly deal with humans at a black market? She must have panicked and run away. Hearing this, the long-haired elf glared at her coldly. Just who are you to dare insult and oppose the royal family like that? With those ears of yours, royalty, maybe? Or just a cheap fake? Honestly, that chest looks pretty artificial too. The short-haired girl turns bright red, snapping back that her ears are completely real. The long-haired elf just sneers, telling her it's hard to believe anything from a liar's mouth. Suddenly, they're at each other's throats. An 800 first level versus a level 137. You can already see how this lopsided fight is going to end. Fuming, the short-haired girl screams, demanding to know how a common royal guard even dares to threaten actual royalty. She hits a nerve, shouting that it's no wonder the demons managed to capture the queen. The long-haired elf freezes, demanding to know where she heard that. She just smiles and begins to explain. The guard only knew the demons didn't kill the queen instantly, but her true fate stayed a mystery. Someone here had to know. Watching them, Hanu saw those two were stuck like glue. He stepped in and cut their bickering short. Silencing them both, he decreed the long-haired elf was now Archer E. As for the brat, she was officially Thief E. The short-haired girl frowned, shouting that it was totally unfair. Who goes by such a weird name? She demanded to keep her noble title, Irena Elf, dead set against the thief nickname. Hanu shut her down with one suffocating glare, forcing her into silence. Sniffling, she had no choice but to deal with it. Hanu now had two main goals. First, track that chaos relic Thief E mentioned. Second, make back the fortune he wasted buying her. He kicked himself, realizing he should have known the second he saw those ears. But since he played the part of a fair hero, he couldn't exactly take his frustration out on the black market. First things first, he ordered Archer E to contact the elves and spill everything about Sylvia and the Queen. As night swallowed the land, the familiar rattle of a carriage echoed outside the Fantasia Kingdom's castle gates. It rolled through the city, reaching its destination after an exhausting, long-distance haul. Out stepped their prestigious guest, Prince Nasus. A high elf, level 999, with S-rank sword skills and self-regeneration. Backed by A-rank spirits and royal majesty, his expression screamed anticipation. Boisterous laughter suddenly roared from deep inside Fantasia Castle. Two powerful voices toasted the new alliance between their two kingdoms. Just outside the banquet hall, an elf approached Han Su, asking if the hero really intended to hunt for the missing princess. With a sharp smile, Prince Nasus confirmed it without a second of hesitation. He explained she was his beloved little sister, the light of his father's life. If she came to any harm, his heart would be shattered. Hanu agreed to help, watching as a heavy pouch of gold slammed onto the table. Leniv's jaw hit the floor, wondering how he could have possibly landed such a massive, suspicious payout. Hanu snapped back. It was a well-earned reward from the prince himself for top-tier intel. Thiefy giggled, noting he'd just handed the princess's location to a prince thirsty for the throne. Calling it a suicide mission, she watched him smirk, asking if she was really against family reunions. When asked who'd take the fall if things went sideways, Lanav only offered a clueless, goofy grin. She bet he would. Before she could finish, Hanu silenced her with a solid punch, telling her to stay in her lane. Han Su turned as Thief E appeared behind him, claiming she didn't care about the prince's plot. Glancing back, Hanu admitted she'd actually managed to catch him off guard. She argued that if the prince found the princess, it was her golden chance to execute her own plans. Hanu burst into laughter. Chuckling, he wondered if he should just let her go since they had nothing left to say. Thief E stared in shock. With a sly grin, he revealed the prince had already spotted her and offered a fortune for her head. Terrified, the short-haired girl broke into a cold sweat. Realizing she was doomed, he mused that since he was tracking the relic, a loudmouth scout was dead weight. Turning pale, Thief E rushed over to beg, pleading that she would do absolutely anything he wanted, praying he wouldn't sell her out. Noting the prince's murderous glare, she cried that she'd be executed for her royal blood. Flicking her forehead, he smugly pointed out that the prince had likely already clocked her true identity. He'd judge her performance tomorrow, earning her gratitude before telling Lanav to prep for a journey with their new helper. She whined that it was unfair he got to have all the fun, but he insisted it was strictly dangerous business. As the sun crested the mountains, a mysterious squad in black emerged from deep within the forest. Every warrior wore a mask, totally unaware of the shadow watching them intently from the trees above. That long-haired elf below reacts fast. Royal boots crunch the ground. Prince Na steps out, icy, and orders his men to fire. Instantly, arrows rain down, wiping out nearly every one of those black-clothed enemies. Ambush! One screams, but Ares leaps out, shielding Nas and deleting the thug on the spot. Hanu is already on the scene, watching from the brush. Our clever lead keeps a close eye on everything. With a smug grin, Hanu whispers that at this rate, they can just wait for the group to breach the underground black market. When asked if she is certain about the artifact, Thief E confidently claims it is definitely down below. A massive explosion rocks the area, blowing open a path. Nas rallies his troops to rescue their people, but if anyone is taken hostage, ignore them. Focus on revenge even if it is Sylvia. He thinks only fools get themselves enslaved, trying to save those already lost to chains. Ordering his squad forward, Nas warns them not to repeat past mistakes before vanishing into the dark. Grinning, Hanu notes the stage is set and it is time for them to make their move. He snaps at the floating spirits, stop dancing around, and finally get to work. Thief E scowls, warning the hero that spirits aren't slaves, and this poor treatment will cost him dearly. Hanu just frowns, asking if they really look that unhappy to her. Seeing the spirits happily clinging to him, the stunned thief mutters a curse before they head down. She asks if they are going, thrilled to finally lay hands on that artifact. Hanu probes her real goal, and she reveals a plan to rescue an ancestor trapped in another dimension. She insists she is serious, even if he wants to call her a mad woman. Hanu leans in way too close, startling her as she flushes. The hero demands a detailed explanation. This sparks a memory for Kang Han Su, recalling rumors from his 6th playthrough in the training cave. It was the first hero who abandoned his family after slaying the Demon King for a new life. Meaning, instead of officially graduating, that guy escaped the world of Fantasia using a secret bypass. But how? Fifi admits she lacks the fine details, but explains one must collect 9 chaos artifacts total, 3 for each attribute. Having all 3 attributes allegedly unlocks dimensional travel, or so her mother claimed. Her family has 4 items already, this one makes 5. Finding this intriguing, Hanu wonders if this chaos power connects to the black box. He can't rule out a separate faction, so he turns to the floating purple orb to question his trainee teacher. When asked, the teacher denies everything, claiming she has no clue about such things. She admits it is an ancient legend, noting a massive generation gap even among the staff. Hanu nods, prompting the teacher to frantically urge him to squeeze the thief for more. Telling her not to rush, Hanu looks at the sky. Watching the green spirits, a realization strikes. With a devious smirk, Hanu chuckles. Deep underground, things are already turning bloody. A mask sliced clean in 2 clatters onto the blood-splattered floor. A heavily wounded guard screams at the invaders to stay back. He holds a knife to an elf girl's throat, threatening her before he finishes. An arrow pierces her forehead. Shockingly, the archers are her very own elf compatriots. The merchant gasps, horrified that they would ruthlessly sacrifice one of their own kind. A volley of arrows pierces his chest, killing him instantly. The remaining thugs panic. Screaming that the hostages are dead, they flee in terror. Shocked, these elves showed zero mercy. Prince Naz leads his lethal squad deeper inside. In a back room, 3 desperate survivors curse their bad luck. One wounded man grips his arm tight, blood soaking through. He gasps, terrified the teleportation circle just won't wake up. Another shouts out that the hidden exit is sealed shut. Their hostages are useless now. The massive manager carrying Sylvia vows to fix the magic circle, oblivious to a familiar single hair tuft watching from the dark. Spotting him, Fifi whispers urgently that manager is definitely holding the artifact. Kang Han Su asks if she is sure, warning her about mistakes. Mid-sentence, Sylvia snaps her eyes right toward them. Kang Han Su frowns, whispering to himself seriously. You again, Sylvia? He pulls back fast. Suddenly, metallic leather boots step into the light. Terror freezes everyone in the room. A split second later, a flash of steel slashes across their faces. Prince Nasus delivers a cold strike to the manager, ending him instantly. He steps toward a collapsed Sylvia, bitter words pouring out. So many comrades trusted her and paid the price. How could he face the families of those lost souls? He demands to know how she plans to pay for this tragedy, staring deep into her brother's empty eyes. Sylvia trembles, stammering in pure, absolute terror. Nasus points his sword out. Voice booming, he invites the hero to finally step out. He flashes a fake smile, claiming he knows the hero is watching. Kang Han Su peeks out with a wry grin, muttering that he barely did anything. The prince dismisses him trying to hide as pointless. Actually, the scent of that thief next to him gave them away. Thief E panics, scrambling to explain herself to Kang Han Su. She stammers that she hid her scent perfectly. Nasus laughs it off, cutting to the truth he meant the smell of a traitor. He knows exactly why Sylvia came. He reveals she leaked info to lure Sylvia in, admitting she did a decent job. Minor slip-ups aside, he thanks her for building this connection, strengthening ties between humans and elves. But as the future king, harming royalty is a capital crime. He cannot overlook it, especially when this scene ruins his elaborate future plans. Kang Han Su cuts in cold. He could not care less if she lives or dies. Nasus points his blade at Sylvia, agreeing her life is irrelevant to him too. He adds that talking is a waste of time, since he plans to kill anyone who knows his secret. Blood splatters across the floor. The prince unleashes a massive, suffocating aura that crushes the entire space. Kang Han Su shoves the girl aside, warning her to move just as a deadly strike flies in. He dodges effortlessly, the 2 men locking eyes in a silent, provocative glare. Nasus boasts that spirit magic is useless here, claiming his sword is far too fast for any spirit. Kang Han Su brushes off his shoulder, thanking him for the tip. Nasus flashes a deceptively polite smile back. A split second later, they lunge. Kang Han Su grabs Sylvia, dragging her out of the way. The prince hesitates, seeing his sister's tears and a flash of childhood memories. Snapping back, Nasus scowls and asks if the hero forgot his target. Kang Han Su drives his sword through Sylvia, stabbing Nasus straight in the chest, coldly asking if the prince forgot his own warning. He already said it, he does not care if she survives. The stunned siblings stare in silence until a massive blue light erupts, leaving both their bloodied bodies lifeless on the floor. Kang Han Su mutters to himself, knowing this mess will be a real pain to explain. Nearby, A voice reports that the prince vanished, wondering if he was even there. Ares sprints down the corridor, calling out for him. She freezes instantly at the horrific sight, Nasus, blood-drenched, cradled in Sylvia's arms. Ares gasps in shock as Sylvia weeps hysterically, claiming her brother died just to protect her. She declared that from this moment on, she would strive to transform herself and build a world where humanity and elves could finally coexist. She vowed to eliminate anyone standing in her way, even her own father, before demanding their support. Ares and her followers immediately dropped to their knees, swearing absolute allegiance to her. Sylvia smiled in satisfaction as her eyes suddenly glowed an eerie purple, softly thanking them for their loyalty. It turned out she had changed classes to a level 284 witch with surged dark spirit energy, her status locked to fallen, and completely loyal. After leaving, Kang Han Su and Thief E headed back, the suspicious hero questioning if she was certain she had truly secured the artifact. Grumbling that they had wasted too much precious time with Nasus, Thief E quickly reassured him by presenting the item. She then held up a strange necklace, revealing it to be the highly coveted artifact of chaos. Staring at the teardrop pendant, Kang Han Su frowned, wondering why he felt absolutely nothing upon seeing it. She explained it was simply because it was sealed. A seal? Without another word, Thief E pressed her finger against the blade's tip, drawing blood. As she dripped her blood onto the pendant, it instantly transformed. Kang Han Su's jaw dropped in shock. It was actually reacting. Green electrical sparks erupted from the relic, whisking them away. A bewildered Kang Han Su muttered, "What on earth is going on?" Everything was pitch black. "Hey, Thief E, how dare you?" Right there, a lone man sat dazed in the void. Seeing the man ignore them, Kang Han Su realized something was wrong. He tried to complain, but his voice was completely gone. What the hell? Kang Han Su quickly realized they were witnessing the first hero's memories. The man's eyes were filled with heavy, unspoken sorrow, clutching the necklace tightly in his hand while his gaze drifted to the woman sleeping peacefully beside him. He reached out to gently touch her hair, but hesitated and pulled back. Turning around, he quietly opened the door, leaving in absolute solitude. As the morning sun peeked through the trees, the hero stepped out into the light. With a single leap, he activated a skill and launched straight into the sky. Kang Han Su wondered where he was headed. Moments later, the hero landed on a peaceful beach. He watched happy children playing and families enjoying the refreshing ocean breeze. Walking alone in deep thought, the hero spotted an elf lounging peacefully under the warm sun. Spotting the newcomer, the elf chuckled and asked, "What wind blew you all the way to this beautiful beach?" Especially our legendary hero, who is always busy working day and night. He mentioned that the 7th Human-Elf Unification Summit started in just 2 days. The hero looked out at the waves and seriously asked him to delay it by a day. Easier said than done. This summit was absolutely vital, serving as the final opportunity to end their endless bitter blood feud. After all, the highest leaders from both sides were gathering there. Asking them to wait for an entire day was a massive request. The hero sighed apologetically, admitting it was due to family issues again. The elf sighed helplessly, noting that the world could only achieve true peace once the hero's own household was finally settled. Expressing his gratitude, the scene shifted to late night inside a cozy forest tavern, where the first hero continued chatting with his elf friend, staring down at the bracelet in his hands in total silence. This prompted the curious elf to ask what it was, leading the hero to share a deeply personal story. Back as a rookie mercenary, he spent every penny buying it for his wife, thinking it suited her perfectly. Quite romantic, right? But today he found it thrown in the trash. When asked if he planned to discard it, the hero hesitated, admitting he kept a major secret from his proud wife. The bracelet held protective powers, which meant the hero must have left his own immense power active just to grant it that ability. Hearing this, the hero's face darkened as he stayed completely silent. The elf immediately caught on. With a nervous chuckle, the elf admitted he wanted suggestions for a gift for his daughter. Never expecting such an incredible treasure, the hero casually offered it to him. Flabbergasted, the elf confirmed if he really wanted to give it to his daughter. He promised to calibrate the relic so its magic would only activate for those carrying the elf's own bloodline. Consider this a formal apology for causing the delay of such an important historic unification summit. Grinning from ear to ear, the elf reached out to accept the treasure. The moment his fingers touched the bracelet, a powerful wave of magic immediately flared up. Back in the present, Kang Han Su stood there dazed, prompting Thief E to snap him out of it, asking what was wrong. Finally snapping back to reality, the main character urgently presses her, "Tell me, where did you hide those other chaos relics?" He reminds her she mentioned 4 more pieces. She reveals they are stashed on the southern continent. She fires back, "Wait, is the entire southern continent supposed to be my home?" She quickly replies that she cannot give specifics. Her family's safety is on the line. She firmly declares she won't talk, not even under extreme torture. Not until she is sure he is someone she can trust. Kang Han Su takes her seriously, and they agree to build that trust. Thief E makes a face and screams back, "Why look so shocked? You were the one preaching about trust." She agrees, but wonders what he is actually planning. So Kang Han Su suggests they start by sharing his own home address. After she flatly rejects the offer, the duo leaves the black market. He explains that since his family lives in another dimension, telling her his address proves absolutely nothing. With a playful wink, the main character offers to introduce her to his highly respected master instead. Thief E goes wide-eyed with terror. The master of a savage hero. She dreads to think how terrifying the teacher of such a monster must be. Noticing her pale expression, Kang Han Su easily reads her anxious thoughts. Crossing his arms, he quickly corrects her, claiming his master is an incredibly kind-hearted person. Nestled deep within a range of towering, majestic mountains, a quiet little village suddenly comes into view. Lying on the lush grass, Kang Han Su stares up at the sky, pondering his next move. Right beside him, a chubby blue and yellow slime cheerfully repeats its signature sound, Malang. In truth, his mysterious black box skill has been stuck at A-class for a while. It leveled up on its own while he hunted chaos creatures. But now, an invisible wall blocks him from reaching S-class. Finally making up his mind, Kang Han Su decides to seek out his most respected master in this entire fantasy world, Master Malang. 5 days pass with no progress, leaving Kang Han Su frowning and sighing as he asks his master for any helpful hints, any clue to break past this limit. He honestly believed he would unlock deeper insights once his power reached this level. As time drags on, those fools over there are giving him really weird looks. What a bunch of absolute idiots. After all, how could those simpletons ever understand the master's cosmic level of wisdom? Am I right, master? The chubby blue and yellow slime merely smiles back in silence, leaving Kang Han Su lost in his own thoughts once again. While the black box resembles a standard skill, it actually possesses a massive fundamental difference from all other abilities. This means their creators must be two completely different entities. Ordinary skills were crafted by the first hero, a direct opponent to the fantasy god. Basically, a living exception born to break the system's rules. Their very origins are completely different. He suddenly realizes the first hero was the mastermind who created the black box. Such a glaringly obvious truth, yet Kang Han Su had ignored it all this time. Suddenly, everything starts fitting together perfectly. What he needs isn't more experience or a list of skills, but grasping the absolute core essence of the power itself. Upon realizing this truth, his skill instantly elevates to S-class. Overjoyed, the young man proudly exclaims he finally made it. Staring at his status screen, Kang Han Su spots a new S-class memory skill, feeling confused. Memory? Huh? Perhaps the ruins of chaos were originally manifested through this specific ability. Furthermore, he now understands that upgrading these abilities requires a profound level of mental and spiritual growth. Just like his battle with the old prince, where he faced extreme disadvantages fighting in midair over the vast Pacific Ocean, Kang Han Su desperately wished for wings back then. Could it be that the black box responds directly to his intense feelings of desperation, despair, and enlightenment? Now what he truly needs is an opponent, a foe powerful enough to push him to the brink of real danger. Kang Han Su stretches his limbs with a sly, mischievous grin. There is a certain powerhouse nearby who fits the bill perfectly. It has been ages since their last meeting. He wonders if he should ask for a favor, though it is probably fast asleep. Unlike before, Kang Han Su has no intention of causing too much trouble this time. He plans a quick visit, just a quick wake-up call. Besides, if those weaklings accidentally get wiped out, his final score will plummet. Better make them stronger first. Lannable and Thiefy suddenly come rushing over in a panic, calling out for the thug hero. Kang Han Su laughs, promising them a special gift. He explains the orcs in the forest are massing for a major move. A scream cuts him off. Han Su turns, looking totally confused. His eyes lock onto a pair of colossal wings spanning the dark sky. A monstrous creature with 6 bizarre wings swoops down right at him. Han Su freezes in pure shock. He stutters out a single name, Noeus. The beast circles overhead, purple light gathering at its brow, then it dives. Debris explodes everywhere as a thick purple haze blankets the entire area. Han Su leaps forward, cursing into the air as he scans the ground below. As dust settles, Lanival and the others come into view completely unharmed. Relieved they are safe, Han Su decides he must lure this monster away. He taunts the beast, calls it a brainless lizard to grab its focus. The dragon's eyes glow purple as it opens its massive, gaping jaws. This encounter makes the Hero Festival look like child's play. It is pure nightmare fuel. He would honestly rather scrap with the Demon King than deal with this. A window pops up. Chaos Dragon, level 999, job class punishment tyrant. Rage and madness amplify its power, yet it still lacks any transcendental skills. No matter how broken this monster is, everything eventually kneels before his own cheat-like abilities. Mid-thought, the Chaos Dragon lunges forward to attack. Caught off guard, Han Su takes a direct hit and goes crashing down. He groans, realizing he must adjust his landing fast or risk serious injury. The dragon suddenly turns and walks away. Han Su is left totally baffled. No attack? Ah, he gets it. It must track energy, not eyes. His power output dipped, and now a swarm of colorful spirits is fluttering over. Han Su waves them off. He is fine without healing, but they push forward. He grimaces, snapping at them to get lost because they are being too annoying. Just then, the dragon flashes with light, senses his energy, and lets out a roar. Han Su grabs his weapon, gearing up for a fight. Damn it, he curses. An instant later, two massive waves of energy, purple and green, collide head-on. The clash is intense, but the dragon's power is overwhelming. It shatters his defensive shield, blasting a crater and leaving Han Su groaning in the dirt. That actually hurt. He yells at the spirits again, leave him alone before he gets crushed. Checking his status, Han Su can only curse on paper. He should easily dominate. He wonders if he is getting too drunk on these borrowed skills. He stares at the data human, level 2833, class hero, experience 500%, max spirit skills, double S training, stamina S sword, saint, and demon blade. But none of it is truly his. It is just cheap power handed out by the goddess. One day, it could be stripped away, leaving him to face the worst-case scenario. Fighting those loyal hounds of the goddess, does he even stand a chance? Only one way to find out. He charges, knowing he is the only one who has his back. The Chaos Dragon roars and lunges straight for him. Han Su shows no fear now, just pure excitement. Here we go. He spins through the air and manages to land on the dragon's head, laughing triumphantly. With those tiny arms, you are never going to touch me. Now die. He drives his weapon into the beast, ready to claim that rare experience. The monster's eyes widen in sheer terror as it crashes down hard. But Hanu looks just as shocked. He was standing on its back now. He's losing his balance, falling fast. The Chaos Dragon shrinks down, shifting into the form of an old man with white hair. Clutching his arm, he mutters that he hasn't seen that weapon in ages. The giant lizard is human again. Stunned, Hanu recalls the name Noabius. He checks the status window. The Draconian is level 999 plus. Sovereign King. Justice. High Resolve. Chaos skills at double S rank. Destruction, Oblivion, Calm, Twilight, and Transformation. Looking at the stats, Hanu gasps to himself. His martial arts rank is Z? You have got to be kidding me. Noabius sighs, mentioning a familiar energy he felt earlier. He must have mistaken Hanu for someone else. Use that power carefully. Relying too much on borrowed strength is just like a drug addiction. Hanu scoffs, asking if he means like when he got captured by angels. Noabius frowns. Was that his doing? Human, you met my younger self, but that was ages ago. Doesn't matter now. I have questions, but my time is running out. As he speaks, the old man's form fades, only to reappear right behind Hanu. He whirls around in a panic. He barely dodges. What the hell? A flash of light strikes from the sky, slamming him into a brand new crater. Hanu hits the dirt. He sighs. Exhausted, he only kept talking to buy time while the beast was in human form. Suddenly, another flash of light cuts through the blue sky. Sensing danger, Hanu leaps away just in time. Noabius slams down another devastating attack exactly where he stood. The dragon smiles. That was a pretty good dodge. Hanu grimaces, asking why he goes wild right before dying. Noabius retorts that he is about to fall asleep. That is why he is putting up a fight. He snaps, sweeping his legs to deliver a brutal kick. Hanu squeaks out a pathetic noise before being sent flying. Now that he is small and fast, he moves in ways a giant dragon never could. Though raw power dropped, his moves are sharper than ever. The Chaos Dragon strikes, but Hanu dodges every blow with effortless grace. Hanu fights back, shouting for him to take this. Noabius dodges easily, baring his fangs before unleashing a massive blast of destructive energy right at the hero. Thick dust explodes into the air, but Hanu wastes no time, launching a fierce counterattack through the blinding haze. The sheer force slices the ground beneath Noabius into tiny pieces. The old dragon looks shocked, admitting Hanu fights just like the first hero. Hanu smirks despite the praise. The beast hasn't taken a hit. Hanu realizes the dragon probably hasn't even unleashed his full strength yet. Rushing forward, Hanu uses his sacred treasure to slash deep into Noabius's arm. Rings of raw energy ripple outward, creating a massive barrier. A surprised Noabius asks if Hanu is intentionally fighting without borrowed power, or just hiding his true potential. Hanu simply smirks both. Noabius leaps high, mockingly calling him foolish. Heroes love these ridiculous games, he laughs, finding satisfaction in useless struggles. With those words, the two clash again in a brutal collision. Hanu hates this heroic nonsense. But he has bigger problems, his wounds aren't regenerating anymore. Noabius gets serious, reminding Hanu of his warning, wondering if this is his hidden power. Hanu knows the only thing he can trust is himself. Relative to killing this beast, nothing else matters. Playing dirty is totally fine if it means survival, right? He frowns, agreeing with his own logic. Watching Hanu charge, the ancient dragon remarks that back when he was a mindless beast roaming this world, those desperate eyes were always a sign of looming death. Hanu just smirks silently, calling the old dragon an idiot. He is cloaked in holy energy. But suddenly, strange, frantic voices echo inside Hanu's mind. They warn him of danger, screaming at him to back away before he dies. Terrified, Hanu looks down at the dragon. His foot lands squarely on the beast's chest, yet somehow, Hanu is the one sent crashing into the dirt. Coughing through the dust, a frustrated Hanu demands to know how he bypassed the holy barrier. But Noabius simply says he blocked it. Hanu is stunned. Blocked it? How is that possible? What kind of insane hero cheat is this old man using? Noabius asks if he finds this world interesting, but a furious Hanu snaps back that he hates every bit of it. The dragon notes the first hero collapse just like this. He remarks how alike they are. Infuriated, Hanu asks if he is being mocked. Why hide his true skills until the very end? With somber eyes, the ancient dragon simply confesses he did not want to die. When asked if that makes sense, Hanu grins with pure fascination and says, "That makes sense." To survive, Hanu would gladly use the dirtiest tricks imaginable, eager to keep this fight going. But the end arrives as the dragon suddenly bleeds from everywhere, drawing a panicked shout from Hanu. He begs the dragon not to die yet, demanding a proper reward for such a long struggle. Covered in blood, the old beast calmly suggests that Hanu take a look at his status window. Annoyed, Hanu sighs, but he opens the dragon status window to see what is going on. He gasps at the legendary class, Resolute Emperor of Justice Plus, and a mind-blowing level of 999. He stares at a staggering list of Z-rank skills like Slaughter and Transformation, alongside maxed Dominion and Spirit Arts. There is maxed Immortality, Swordsmanship, and Destruction, all accompanied by a massive scroll of other S-rank abilities. On top of that, there is a massive list of S-class passive states like Calmness and Twilight. Suddenly, the dragon's body leaks heavy fluid as his physical form dissolves before his eyes into a massive puddle. Hanu stands frozen in deep thought. He realizes he was dead wrong to assume hard work alone would make everything go as planned. He had conquered the continent as a kid. But what if the Dragon King had not died on his own? What if Noebius could open the black box just like him? What if he had risked all his hard-earned experience on this fight only to lose everything? Heavy dread weighs on his chest, knowing these dangerous variables could happen again. Hanu wonders if he must rebuild his foundation, not as a fragile sandcastle, but as something truly solid, built on his own absolute reliability. Just as he contemplates abandoning this cheap fantasy power, he remembers the critical business he must resolve using his old methods. As a true successor, he has no choice but to follow the path of his predecessors. With that final thought, he tightly grips the first hero's green ring in his hand. Looking up at the endless sky, Hanu wonders if he should reset right now. He is completely lost. Unfurling the wings of Noebius, Hanu pumps himself up, deciding his best move is to fly back the way he came. With a quick shout, Hanu leaps into the air with insane force, shattering the ground beneath him into a million pieces. Hovering in midair, he stares down at the massive crater and wonders if he went a little too far. Just then, a massive blue gate materializes right below him, instantly catching his attention. An unexplored dungeon. Hanu gets super excited, thanking Noebius for leaving behind such an awesome hidden surprise. Stepping inside the mysterious portal, Hanu realizes this cannot be a coincidence. Noebius must have had a very specific reason to fly all the way out here. Talk about a silver lining. This hidden dungeon definitely seems to hold some serious promise for him, but as he ventures deeper, glowing purple eyes stare at Hanu from the pitch-black shadows. They unleash a terrifying coordinated screech. Hanu quickly pulls up their stats, revealing a horde of level 475 hungry demons in a starved state. Putting his hands on his hips, Our main character notes that finding monsters like this feels like a breath of fresh air. But since he is in a hurry, Hanu spreads his massive wings and charges straight into the demonic horde. After clearing a path, he pauses to scan the area, noticing something strange about the monster crowd. They seem to be crowding around one specific area, meaning there must be something incredibly valuable hidden behind them. Wasting no time, Hanu shoots forward like a bullet, aiming directly for the door guarded by the monsters. He smashes through the door in an instant. Looking down at the deadly razor-sharp ice spikes below, he wonders what this trap is all about. Surely it is not a trap, right? Suddenly, a vibrant glow catches his eye from the deepest corner of the cavern. Approaching cautiously, he finds a seemingly endless corridor illuminated by glowing spirits floating in the air. Walking down the glowing steps, he cannot help but wonder what could be so vital to warrant this level of security. He hopes it is worth the hype. After what feels like forever, he finally reaches the end and pushing that door open, Kang Han Su completely freezes. No ancient treasure here. Just a room filled with broken, outdated junk. Looks like knockoff tech. But what on earth is modern machinery doing in a literal fantasy world? His eyes catch a pile of papers in Korean. This whole world is just an artificial garden built to cultivate him. The writer notes they began researching ways to return to Earth. For someone who spent high school just studying and making friends, this was incredibly hard. During his research, the writer met a stunning demon named Sosa, her beauty so mesmerizing it could pull your soul into the abyss. Realizing what the diary is, Kang Han Su casually tosses the papers aside. He frowns, muttering for the writer to stop rambling and get to the point. Though Sosa rejected his confession and crushed his heart, she at least shared her vast knowledge with him. Such advanced info was impossible for a student to grasp, but using fantasy skills to boost his brain, the writer easily absorbed the data and eventually succeeded in building his ultimate creation, a machine capable of returning him to Earth. Kang Han Su stops reading, staring in total disbelief at the device right in front of him. But the very last page reveals a dark twist. He was tricked by Sosa, and his return to Earth was incredibly short. The machine only sent an avatar made of his experiences, which he had to control remotely. The cost was devastating in just 7 days. He burned through 7 years of hard-earned experience points. Even though he made it back, his actual body and soul stayed bound to the Fantasia continent. He became incredibly weak, unable to even leave the basement, and eventually starved to death in the dark. Kang Han Su tightly grips the diary entry he just uncovered deep underground. His face pales. 7 years of work, gone in 7 days. That is an incredibly steep price. Looking at the sketches of earthly things, a flood of intense questions suddenly rushes through his mind. Could a clone even use his true power? Probably not. But what if there is a way to extend his time back home? Since he only has 2 years of experience, would that mean he only gets 2 days on Earth? Realizing he needs to rethink his strategy, Kang Han Su slowly steps inside the mysterious capsule. Besides, he doesn't need a lifetime, he just wants to see his parents and say a quick goodbye. A moment later, a blinding light wakes Kang Han Su up. Rows of towering skyscrapers stretch out before him. Kang Han Su stands there, jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. He is finally back. He hasn't seen modern people in forever. Just look at those happy faces. The perfectly lined up buildings and the clean streets. Suddenly, an eerie crimson light flashes across the sky. In the next split second, it explodes, completely vaporizing every single building. Those pristine high-rises are instantly reduced to ruins, and Kang Han Su struggles to keep his eyes open, staring at that bizarre light. To Kang Han Su's absolute horror, a mysterious girl suddenly appears. She gasps out an exclamation before unleashing an offensive skill straight at him. The device shines once again. Somehow, Kang Han Su gets blasted right back to the fantasy world of Fantasia. Even the surrounding hungry ghouls are left completely dumbfounded with a dark, pissed-off expression. Kang Han Su growls at them to get lost. A swift purple slash cuts through the demons, deleting them from existence instantly. Flying straight toward the exit, Kang Han Su snaps. He has no time to waste on weaklings. He needs to return to Earth right away. A dark, stormy night rages with thunder inside his castle. The Demon King sits on his throne, waiting. Tilting his head on his fist, he smirks with absolute satisfaction. Suddenly, with a deafening crack of lightning, Kang Han Su crash lands directly inside the castle. The hero stares at the Demon King in confusion. His eyes glowing crimson, the Demon King chuckles and asks if he is the hero. Kang Han Su calmly replies, guessing he must be the Demon King. The Demon King snaps back, telling Kang Han Su to skip the boring intros since he won't remember any of this anyway. He notes it has barely been 2 weeks since the hero's summon. Cracking his knuckles with a smug smirk, Kang Han Su boasts he is just naturally gifted. The Demon King mocks that if the hero trained for 500 years, they might have had an epic fight. With that, the Demon King stands up to fight. Hanu pulls up the enemy status screen race, first demon, level 999 plus. He looks amused. Seeing the silent hero, the demon taunts him again before closing the distance, appearing right in Hanu's face. Crossing his arms with a scowl, Hanu realizes defeating the Demon King would boost his level, and he hates it. Lost in thought, Hanu takes a hit that shreds his clothes. Furious, he rages. He has barely been thrashed like this twice in his life. He lunges to strike back, making the first demon burst into a maniacal laugh of pure excitement. Laughing wildly, the Demon King praises the hero. Their clash unleashes energy that turns the sky crimson before the demon offers a deal. A deal? Hanu asks. The demon asks if he mentioned regression. He warns that while Hanu thinks he knows this world, he has only scratched the surface. So, what will it be? The demon suggests training harder, getting stronger, and coming back for a rematch. Hearing this, Han Su just chuckles with a smug grin. Hanu laughs it off, telling the Demon King he is dead wrong if he thinks he reset out of weakness. He yells with confidence he has even defeated Sozia herself. But out of nowhere, the first demon sneaks up right behind him. Chuckling, he tells Han Su he could easily become the next Demon King. In a blink, the demon severs Han Su's entire right arm. Gazing down with burning crimson eyes, the demon praises him as a truly exceptional successor. However, he warns that everything has already escaped from this world. Apologizing, the demon says he must leave. Absolute terror washes over Hanu's face as a massive surge of blue energy erupts. The entire castle vaporizes within a second as heavy debris and shattered stone fly everywhere. The two powerhouses continue their fierce clash in the sky. Grit teeth. Hanu rages at him to drop dead. The demon calmly tells him to shut up. Hanu gets engulfed by a sea of energy. His level drops from 2,899 down to 900. The first demon gasps. Surprised the hero survived that blast, he activates his artifact again and unleashes another blinding blue flash. Taking consecutive direct hits, Han Su is pinned down with zero chance to counter. A tiny speck of light pierces the dark sky, and a strange feeling washes over Han Su. He wonders if that was an omen. His eyes gleam with a sliver of hope amidst despair. Suddenly, a system prompt flashes, asking to review his final results. With a loud rumble, a purple magic circle appears, leaving Han Su standing there completely naked. His face falls in disbelief as he yells that this cannot be happening. The screen displays his stats. Achievements F, Reputation F, Character F. Han Su completely loses his mind. He shouts that this is unacceptable. To make matters worse, the system leaves a blunt tip: stop being so evil. It boldly displays a big "you failed" screen. Eliminating a companion is completely unforgivable. It is a heartless, inhuman act that can never be excused. Furthermore, illegal levels have been nullified and penalties issued. We sincerely hope this shameful incident will never happen again. The retest begins. Lan suddenly appears like a bright morning sun. Welcome, brave hero. Kang Han Su grumbles. Seeing Lanavel again means he failed. She asks, excuse me, hero. Are you even listening to me? Welcome to Fantasia. Han Su loses his temper, shouting he is not listening to a word. Suddenly, a smooth, elegant voice rings out, saying he hears her loud and clear. Every eye in the room locks onto him. Looking like a boss, Luke tells Hanu to watch and copy him, leaving Han Su furious. Luke steps forward, suggesting they go since the king must be waiting anxiously. Lan beams with excitement, promising to guide them and telling everyone to follow her lead. In awkward situations, a confident smile is key. Meanwhile, the commander of the Royal Knights wonders if these are actually the heroes. He calls them weaklings, but Lanaval immediately defends them, begging Sir Alex not to speak ill of their heroes. Luke simply smiles and offers a polite greeting. She adds that Sir Alex, the legendary royal commander, possesses the strength they need. Luke humbly admits he is inexperienced and asks for guidance. Taken aback, the commander quickly agrees. The king then commands them to set forth and defeat the Demon King, Pedinar. Luke bows, promising that as a hero from the future who defeated the Demon King once, he will protect this kingdom once more. Hearing this, the royals look thrilled. A hero from the future means they don't have to spend a dime. Back in their room, Luke sighs with relief while Kang Han Su looks totally lost. Luke just laughs, saying Earth figured out this trick ages ago. Kang Han Su is shocked to hear the word Earth, and Luke doesn't hold back. He confirms he is Luke, then tells Kang Han Su to pick a cool fantasy name. After all, a solid alias is a massive boost to your reputation. Kang Han Su snaps back, shouting that his real name is already perfect. Luke wonders why a graduate like him ended up here. He explains that moments ago, he was fighting a massive army of Valkyries. Falling from the sky like a shooting star, Luke held his own for a bit, but their sheer numbers finally overwhelmed him. Next thing he knew, he woke up here. Kang Han Su wonders if dying on Earth just automatically drags you to this fantasy world. Fantasia is bizarre. He asks how things are actually looking back on Earth. Luke admits it is pretty grim, then asks if Kang Han Su can believe that his personal power makes up 30% of Earth's defense. That is a huge portion for one guy, which is honestly concerning. Friendly as ever, Luke offers to show him the fastest way to clear this stage. Kang Han Su stubbornly questions what kind of guidance he could offer just as a radiant golden aura begins to envelop Luke. The path to graduation. Luke wants power, and Kang Han Su wants to leave this world fast. Seeing a perfect business partner, Kang Han Su agrees to the deal. Kang Han Su suddenly bursts out laughing. But before he can answer, violent winds start howling outside. Something massive is happening out there. A colossal mythical bird dominates the sky, opening its giant beak to reveal a swirling blue light deep inside, leaving both men completely flabbergasted. The beast unleashes a massive blast of fire at the castle, lighting up the night sky. Everything is instantly vaporized. The blinding flash is so intense that Kang Han Su cannot even open his eyes. Once the dust settles, Kang Han Su realizes he has been teleported to a barren, empty wasteland. The scorching sun beats down on the vast desert, highlighting Kang Han Su standing alone in his strange, unique cloak. He looks around in total confusion, desperately trying to figure out what kind of crazy place he landed in. A sudden noise startles him, and he is shocked to find himself in the middle of a school gymnasium. Luke approaches in a suit with a smug grin, remarking that a powerhouse student like him is way too dangerous for an ordinary elementary school. Suddenly, Luke's impressive status screen pops up in front of them. Standing opposite, Kang Han Su calmly replies that the situation seems highly suspicious. Kang Han Su asks if the guide is actually a man in disguise, prompting a mysterious laugh from Luke. Luke chuckles, clarifying that he is not a student teacher, but a prominent member of the student council. He is actually Kang Han Su's senior. Looking slightly disappointed, Luke says he wanted to chat longer, but an uninvited guest is already on the way. A massive shadow looms over them as a giant flying creature circles high in the sky. Luke speaks softly, saying it is time to sit back and watch their junior show off his skills. The white beast lands, a blinding beam of light bursting from its jaws alongside a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, the devastating attack strikes directly at Kang Han Su. As the thick smoke clears, a winged blonde woman holding a sword comes into view. Standing proudly atop the massive creature, wearing a golden halo, she glares at Luke and demands to know how he dares to interfere. Luke just smirks, mocking her for sniffing out their location so quickly. Drawing his sword with a sharp smirk, Luke warns that they are definitely not the only ones targeting the kid. The woman sneers, asking if he is the descendant of that infamous traitor. Her face twists into a disgusted, irritated scowl. She brands him a traitor, and on her command, her bizarre white creature lets out a deafening, piercing shriek. Luke remains unfazed as a bright light envelops him. He calmly summons his ally, the legendary goddess of war. The ground shakes violently as a massive hairy beast suddenly manifests on the battlefield. The giant beast slams its heavy fist into her white creature, roaring furiously. Both monsters scream in each other's faces, kicking up dust and debris everywhere. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure steps up from behind Kang Han Su. She has long dark hair, wears a modest outfit, and approaches with total confidence. She confronts Kang Han Su with a dead serious expression, asking him politely to return the holy sword. Kang Han Su just turns around, his brow furrowing with pure annoyance. Kang Han Su asks which sword she is talking about. But right then, the blade in his hand begins to glow. She puts the pieces together instantly. That is exactly why their leader wants him to surrender. She stares at Kang Han Su, dead serious. Confused, he asks if she means the first hero. She nods. The first hero, she explains, now rules as a powerful monarch across the galaxy. They keep talking, totally ignoring the savage battle roaring right behind them. Kang Han Su scoffs. Why would such a ruler want him when he already has countless geniuses? She shakes her head. It is the opposite. While territory is vast, real talent is incredibly rare. Flashes of the first hero, and the arrogant Prince Kang Han Su crushed cross his mind. She points out that those two held massive territories and critical roles in the empire. Kang Han Su just shrugs and asks who this fantasy god is that they hate so much. Lowering her head, she explains that nobody actually knows the founder's true identity. They just call the creator of this hero academy the principal. Her eyes lock onto his. His goal is simple: raise loyal attack dogs to hunt down anyone who dares oppose him. She makes her final pitch. Kang Han Su just stares at her, totally clueless about her meaning. She asks point blank if he will drop his sword and surrender right now. She adds that their master ordered them to show respect. Kang Han Su falls silent, considering. Luke shouts over warning the student not to fall for their trap. The beasts keep thrashing. Mid-battle, Luke yells that the first hero only fears the potential hidden inside Kang Han Su. He explains that is why they are using such sweet, manipulative words to trick him, but the golden-haloed blonde girl screams for him to shut up. She defends their leader. Luke tries to shout back, but the blonde girl shrieking completely drowns him out. Then Kang Han Su speaks up, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the field. He glances around the massive training grounds, asking if they are sure this is middle school. Dark energy swells around his body. He mutters about having to deal with children again. The scenery shifts. Kang Han Su tells them to watch closely. Power explodes, forcing Luke to shield his eyes. Enveloped in light, Kang Han Su shows a grin. He asks if his report card stays safe no matter what he does next. Kang Han Su casually rolls his shoulder. His status window pops up monstrous, game-breaking stats. He looks amused. He suggests going back to basics. The blonde woman rages, demanding to know his plan. Her summon pivots instantly, dropping Luke to focus its deadly rage on Kang Han Su. He smirks, then stomps his foot. An explosive blast of light erupts, making the monster howl in agony. As it stumbles, a colossal hand reaches out from the shadows, clamping onto its neck. Glowing eyes appear in the dust, revealing a golem crafted from rock and sand. Standing on his massive golem, Kang Han Su challenges the blonde woman he is taking over. A blinding flash from the golem's eyes rips an explosion through the area. Her summon howls, crashing into Luke's summon. Both creatures scream in pain. The hands of Kang Han Su's monster stretch out, grabbing both creatures by their throats. Kang Han Su speaks up his level just jumped from 2,800 to 3,400. He smirks, looking into the smoke and teasing. Where did everyone run off to? A blonde girl charges in with a sword, screaming in absolute rage. She screams she will kill him for the dragon. Instantly, his golem kicks her back. He mocks her with a whine, "You are speaking too softly. I cannot hear a thing." A dark-haired girl lunges at his back with a dagger, but a glowing orb manifests before her. Kang Han Su lets out a burst of mocking laughter. The orb flares, shooting a beam of light that pierces her head as she screams, "Don't!" She begins to tremble, her eyes wide with terror as she begs, "Please stop." Sweat drips down her face, mirroring the panic inside. She shrieks in unbearable pain. Around Kang Han Su, countless similar orbs manifest, glowing with vibrant, deadly colors. He stares at her with complete indifference and remarks, "Wow, you have quite the tragic backstory. Adding one more shouldn't hurt, right?" Beams of light swarm and envelop her body, forcing a painful grunt from her throat. Enveloped in a dark sphere, she crashes onto the ground, causing a massive boom. Watching from afar, Luke's face falls into despair. This is impossible. No way. Unable to believe his eyes, Luke stammers. With this level of power, there is no way you are just an elementary section student. Before Luke can say another word, a massive shadow looms over him. Kang Han Su approaches, flanked by his colossal summon. Terrified, Luke tries to back away and shouts, "Hey, wait! I am not your enemy. I am actually a student council member." Kang Han Su coldly cuts him off, looking down with pure disdain. "If you are student council, then I guess I am the principal." Immediately, the summon slams its massive foot down right on top of Luke with a thunderous crash. Moments later, Luke's battered, weak voice wheezes out from below, I am your upperclassman." Luke struggles to raise his hand from the debris, but the creature's foot stomps down again as Kang Han Su commands him to speak. But as he gasps out the words, "My seniors," the beast stomps down violently once more. Kang Han Su roars, "Definitely not a pathetic weakling like you." With that, the beast delivers one final crushing stomp to finish the job. Its massive silhouette emerges from the settling smoke. Its terrifying face is revealed next, with a tiny Kang Han Su standing atop its head, wearing a satisfied smile. Man, that felt good. He notes his level just surged from 3,460 to 3,524 as the status window blinks open. Right. Need to adjust the black box before heading back to the elementary section. He orders an upgrade to holy power and mana. Where is that massive resource pile? He searches for a second before smirking, "Aha, there it is." Without wasting time, he maxes out several stats to prepare for whatever insane trial comes next. After closing his eyes, Kang Han Su opens them to find himself standing on the edge of a high mountain cliff. Looking around in suspicion, he wonders if he is actually back, as a massive status screen materializes before him. Reading it over, his race is now listed as Spirit. No way. Did they really change my racial trait stats? He stares at the line, appointing him as a spirit with sheer confusion. Appoint me as a spirit. What? At that moment, a hand reaching from the rubble catches his eye, seeing the blonde girl crawling out. Kang Han Su gasps in surprise. Huh? You are still alive? She groans in annoyance, snarling. Ugh, what the hell? I am going to tear you apart, you absolute bastard. But then she looks at her back and gasps in confusion. Wait, why aren't my wings coming out? This makes no sense. Kang Han Su enjoys watching her panic, silently, thinking that she is no longer an angel since she has been reborn as a spirit. He smugly orders her to call him Master Han, which makes her snap in rage, say one more stupid thing and I will break your jaw. I serve only one master. Suddenly, the words Master Han force themselves out of her mouth, leaving her groaning with a dark, frustrated face. Standing opposite her, Kang Han Su laughs and tells her to repeat it, forcing her to utter Master Han again as she lets out a confused gasp. He finally understands the true power of appointment. Meanwhile, the girl desperately holds her head, crying out what on earth is happening, remembering how he blasted her away. Kang Han Su realizes he can trade experience points gained from kills to revive victims as loyal spirits. A bright light flashes from his palm, summoning the familiar silhouettes of 3 individuals right in front of him. Instantly, a massive blonde-haired guy emerges and snarls in pure frustration, "You absolute piece of trash, Kang Han Su." He gives a friendly smile and says, "Nice to meet you, Spirit A." The spirit screams in pure rage, "That is not my name. My name is not Spirit A." He looks over at Kang Han Su, whose smug grin makes him gasp in disbelief. Kang Han Su then turns to the next one, looking away, cheerfully saying, "All right, Spirit B, let's work together." The light-haired spirit snorts, realizing the truth, and replies, "So, you can force us to obey your commands, huh?" He glares, his pointed ears twitching in annoyance, sending a murderous look his way. The spirit spits out, "I have zero desire to work with you," Hanu says. He shrugs, telling him to do whatever he wants before turning sharply to the last person. Unlike the other two, this spirit is completely willing, cheering happily. "Oh, great master who has bestowed upon me this brand new body." She pulls back her hood, revealing long golden hair and striking blue eyes, continuing with absolute excitement. "Please let me call you my beloved master." This spirit was actually the soul trapped inside the golem earlier. Hanu casually replies, "Go right ahead, spirit." Hanu notes to himself that the soul once trapped inside the cold golem finally has a real body now. Suddenly, she whimpers, asking where the saint went. Seeing her tremble, Hanu asks, "Why are you shaking like a piece of jelly?" She softly whispers, "Oh, it is nothing, master." Waving his hand dismissively, Hanu tells them to rest up and wait until he calls for them again. The 2 blonde guys look thoroughly annoyed, with the larger one even clicking his tongue in frustration. Hanu then turns to the former angel, adding, "You too, Spirit D." She groans in annoyance before fading away. Once everything quietens down, Hanu stands there and lets out a long, thoughtful hum. He realizes there is still some experience left, and it seems certain souls simply cannot be appointed to these positions. Thinking of Fantasia's people like Nasus and soul fragments of the Demon King, he figures he cannot just turn everyone into a spirit. Reaching out to catch a falling object, Hanu wonders if there is a specific requirement he is missing. Just then, the trainee teacher's voice chimes in, suggesting that maybe it requires a hero with a fully intact soul. Surprised, Hanu blurts out an "oh" and whips his head around. The trainee teacher happily asks, "Hey there, student, how have you been? It has been a while, right?" Hearing Han Su's question, the trainee teacher begins to stutter, explaining that ever since his sudden disappearance, 7 long years have actually passed by. The heavy revelation instantly makes Hanu freeze. He lets out a confused, "Wait, what?" as he shouts out in disbelief. A pair of majestic wings suddenly sprout from his back, launching him straight into the air as he screams in utter confusion. Right then, it seems even Kang Hanu begins to realize something. He whips his head around, shocked to find himself hovering midair over a massive open space, perfect for a landing. With a completely dark look on his face, Hanu trembles, wondering if this stunt will negatively affect his reputation points. Trying to reassure him, the trainee teacher cheerfully replies that he shouldn't worry because none of this is his fault. Hanu glares back gloomily, pointing out her own shared responsibility, but she quickly deflects, rambling on about how these sudden situations are always completely unpredictable anyway. Besides, the teachers haven't even detected any major anomalies happening yet. Though, it seems the demon population's birth rate has spiked dramatically. Hearing this, Hanu's eyes widen, stunned that a crisis exists, which even the teachers know nothing about. Suddenly, the ominous words of Demon King Fedona echo in his mind. Fedona had told him to take a piece of his essence while stabbing a sword into his stomach, claiming they lay beyond the very edges of this world. He realizes their goal. Raising the hero's levels was likely a calculated move to completely shatter the established laws of this world. Those chaotic forces were actually fragments of the Demon King's own essence. Letting out a heavy sigh, Hanu mutters that it is time to get back to work. Instantly, a bright light begins to envelop him once more. With a smirk, he decides to clear 7 years of piled-up quests all in one single epic sweep. A solemn voice narrates over the ruined castle, noting that 7 years have already passed since the demons overthrew human rule. Though the demons expected fierce resistance, humans proved far more adaptable than anyone could have anticipated. Whether ruled by a human king or a demon lord, life goes on. The common folk adapt to whoever sits on the throne. Many human men fell during the war against the demons. On screen, a woman steps out of her house carrying a water pitcher. Because of this, the female population in the city skyrocketed, and the young woman blushes deeply as she spots someone. Step by step, the demons began filling those empty roles. This confession, it turns out, is coming from a demon. He shares a warm laugh with the woman, though he initially wondered how he could ever coexist with these filthy humans. But meeting her changed everything, opening his eyes as he gently reaches out to hold her hand. Even for a fierce demon like him, her pure empathy and understanding truly made his heart skip a beat. Holding a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket, the demon smiled, claiming she was the only one who truly understood his innocent heart. He promised to be her new partner, rescuing her from the abusive ex-husband who had brought her nothing but endless misery. Seeing her happy face, the demon felt a joy he had never known, smiling as he remarked on the beautiful day. The woman sweetly agreed. She added that the birds chirping all around them made this moment feel perfect. He pulled her into a warm embrace, laughing as he wondered what song those birds were singing. Everything seemed set to last, but then the ruthless Kang Han Su appeared on the horizon. The demon muttered in confusion, watching as a woman singing her heart out drifted into view. Meanwhile, Kang Han Su carried his singer along, cheering her on to keep going so they could purify the world together. As she sang, a wave of holy light erupted, setting the demon ablaze and forcing a scream from his throat. Horrified, the woman collapsed to her knees in the ashes, crying out for her husband. Nearby, a weak, low-tier demon scrambled away in a panic, whispering that he had to warn the Demon King. Before he could escape, he groaned in pain as Spirit A and Spirit B struck him down. Spirit A just snorted, but Spirit B noted how the hero focused on pure efficiency, admitting he was quite interesting to watch. Walking right up to them, Kang Han Su offered a cheerful greeting, noting that with the blaze behind him, his moral points were perfectly safe. Looking around, he reminded everyone to wrap things up before they moved on to their next target. Now, let us head to a forest where terrified demons scrambled to climb the massive trees. A hiding spirit collapsed beside his battered comrades, despairing that the downfall of Alpham had arrived, until a bright light flashed overhead, catching him off guard. He looked up and saw Kang Han Su flying in, carrying Spirit C, who sang until the massive swarm of demons evaporated into thin air. Spirits A and B arrived to help, while local spirits cheered for Kang Han Su and Spirit C above. They gasped in amazement, crying out that they had been saved by a divine being. Amidst the chaos, everyone frantically shouted to prioritize the wounded survivors. While they sorted that out, Kang Han Su touched down and snapped his fingers, dismissing his spirits for a break, before searching the ground and confidently pointing to a specific spot. Declaring he found it, he delivered a massive stomp that shattered the earth, opening a sinkhole as a wide grin spread across his face. Plunging into the darkness, the hero landed to find a figure waiting, a second elf, who begged him to turn back before it was too late. But Kang Han Su closed the distance instantly, knocking her out cold, before finally stepping inside to confront the situation. Having reached level 1545, he wiped his mouth with a sweep of his hand and faced Francis, who glared back at him in sheer annoyance. Even with an iron chain around her neck, Francis mockingly praised his speed, while Kang Han Su asked if she remembered him. She called him the great hero Kang Han Su, then questioned if he had become a fully fledged spirit. Kang Han Su noted with surprise that she remembered him even after the timeline had reset. Francis explained that there was only one true original world, despite the splits. When she asked if he thought the Demon King would want to remember getting beaten by rookies, Kang Han Su paused. Exhaling a soft sigh, Kang Han Su admitted the situation made more sense now. He started to mention his attribute as a newly turned spirit, but the grumpy elf cut him off. She refused to talk unless he unlocked her chains, leaving him in the dark otherwise. He complained that nothing had changed in 7 years, but he decided to set her free anyway. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the hero and prepared to reveal the truth. She solemnly declared that even though he had reincarnated into a spirit, his attribute remained simply human. His face twists in disgust, leaving our hero feeling completely confused. How could his attribute just be human? Francis watches as he realizes his true nature is plain old humanity. Honestly, who wouldn't be confused? Hanu clutches his head, shouting after all that reincarnation. Nothing actually changed. He is getting totally scammed. Even at a transcendent level, he cannot stop cursing this ridiculous, incredibly stupid fantasy world. Francis drifts closer, gently telling him to look at the bigger picture here. She scowls with clear disapproval, complaining that he is vastly oversimplifying how a specialized attribute actually works. For instance, she softly brings up the example of fire spirits, explaining how they naturally wield absolute fiery influence over their surroundings, even in their most raw, basic form. She slowly explains that those spirits ignite into a brilliant flame rivaling the sun, then asks if humans call that passion. Hanu snorts, grudgingly admitting that her explanation makes some sense. Yet, he still hates the idea that his special attribute is literally just being human. Francis cheerfully adds that since he is both a hero and a spirit, his human attribute will be far superior to any ordinary mortal out there. She points to his potential for total domination, influence, and sheer defiance, proving he is not just a spirit in human skin. Besides, she warns, he is seriously underestimating the spirit race, the first spirit. Francis grumbles while sitting on his head, prompting an amused smile from Hanu. Shrugging it off, he mutters that at least he knows his element now. Slumping down, Francis looks up to ask if he is finally off to fight the Demon King. Hanu agrees, noting it feels unfair to drag her along right after she gained her freedom. Francis soars up, claiming she has a plan. When Hanu asks what it is, she only responds with a playful chuckle and a mysterious tease, promising to explain during their next encounter. As she drifts into the distance, Hanu calls out to her. He mutters a sly apology, admitting he has zero desire to ever see her again, a devious grin spreading across his face. Deep down, Hanu proudly recalls how he saved an entire continent from natural disasters without relying on a single cheat ability. Since he acquired those spirits through his own hard-earned skills, there is no way he fails graduation. Now, walking away from the giant ancient tree, Hanu wears a confident smirk, realizing it is finally time to go back to Earth, as the sky above blankets in strange, ominous colors. A terrified demon scrambles for its life, running as if a ghost is hot on its heels. Suddenly, a beam of light strikes down, and with a massive boom, the resulting explosion blasts the fleeing demons into the air. Looking up at their attacker, none other than Han Su, the demon screams for the others to run from the monster. With a highly smug grin, Hanu boldly commands his spirits to march straight toward the Demon King's castle, ignoring the groans of the fallen. Hordes of demons flood the front of the castle, desperately screaming at each other to stop the approaching hero. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from the castle. The Demon King's right-hand man orders them to halt, calling this hero more evil than actual demons. Following another loud crash, Hanu's group stands triumphantly as a very familiar figure finally steps into view. Demon King Pedinar sits on his throne, calmly welcoming the brave adventurers in a chilling voice, while a spirit beside Hanu whispers his name. All three spirits glare directly at the Demon King, forcing Hanu to step in and keep things under control. He warns them that while venting anger is fine, doing so will absolutely ruin his moral score and tank his graduation grade. A classic signature smirk plays on his lips as he advises the Demon King to leave and avoid any unnecessary drama, leaving the Dark Lord speechless. Hearing this, Demon King Pedinar narrows his eyes, slowly declaring that losing to a hero is already a massive disgrace, but urging him to listen very closely. He warns that as long as the hero lives, they will inevitably meet again. The Demon King delivers his dramatic speech like a true rival, prompting an annoyed Hanu to yell back and call him a total weirdo. Letting out a loud, booming laugh, the Demon King slams his foot down to provoke them, daring the hero's party to attack, while Hanu remains entirely calm. Instead of rushing into battle, Hanu simply stands back and lets his three spirits do the heavy lifting. Lightning slams into the fortress. A blinding beam of light erupts from the castle peak. That radiance acts like a detonator. The entire surrounding area tears itself apart. A massive shockwave shatters the battlefield, burying everything in thick, choking smoke. Dust settles to reveal Hanu in his shredded cloak. The Demon King's deep voice cuts through. He actually praises Kang Han Su, admitting his skill is genuinely impressive. Right there on the floor, the Demon King lies broken. Only half his body remains against the wall. A hero, is he? Pedinar smiles. He gives Kang Han Su a big thumbs up, claiming he is honored. The three spirits hovering near the boy vanish into thin air. Furious, Kang Han Su glares at the fallen Demon King and yells, "I curse you to be constipated forever." Kang Han Su demands to know, "Did you seal your memories from the very beginning? How on earth do you still remember me then?" Just then, a warm, beautiful light rises to envelop him. "Well, whatever. It is not like they ever want to meet again anyway," he mutters. Suddenly, a system window pops up right in front of him, asking if he was satisfied with his adventure. Looking back with a dry smirk, Kang Han Su scoffs he never wants to lay eyes on this damn report card again. Another window instantly flashes on screen, demanding he check his performance. The evaluation sheet appears, proudly displaying the name Kang Han Su. He gets rank S, combat power triple S, achievements S, and reputation B, and character A. The note reads, "Ha, quite an effective training course, was it not?" The evaluation repeats, "Ha, quite an effective training course, was it not?" As Kang Han Su reads every line, the system flashes a bright notification congratulating him on his truly glorious achievement. The hero title is revoked, the holy sword is retrieved, and his student status is officially cancelled. As the system voice fades, Kang Han Su is warped away to another location. Squeezing his eyes shut, he sees a prompt graduation has officially ended. No telling how much time passes as his body begins to fade. Yet, that robotic system voice keeps ringing in his ears. The graduation has ended. Suddenly, his surroundings solidify as he materializes in a new world, leaving Kang Han Su staring in absolute shock. Opening his eyes, he finds himself in a massive room with a cozy sofa by the window. He looks out at unfamiliar scenery under blinding morning rays. Sighing, Kang Han Su grumbles about this bizarre graduation, until a voice from behind makes him jump. "Welcome, graduate Kang Han Su." A gorgeous maid steps into view. Her footsteps are soft, deliberate, and she greets him with a warm smile. Her stats pop up. High human. Level 9. 299 plus. Job master. Assistant maid. Cleaning rank S. Management rank S. Cooking rank S. Stamina rank S. Computer science rank A. And overall condition stable. The maid smiles, but Kang Han Su glares coldly, asking where on earth they are. Remaining cheerful, she bows politely and explains that this is his private graduate room. Looking completely exhausted, he asks if it is just another graduation festival. She smiles and confirms it, adding that it is slightly different. Intrigued, Kang Han Su leans in closer. How exactly does it differ? Not wasting a second, the maid begins to explain. Starting from this specific festival, ranks will be assigned based on total skills and achievements, meaning major discrimination based on your tier in the hierarchy. She twists her hand, instantly summoning a massive, mouth-watering feast right in front of Kang Han Su. Seeing the dishes perfectly and meticulously laid out leaves him feeling quite surprised. The maid glances at him before continuing. Everything from their meals to the grade of their serving maids depends on rank. Sniffing the roast chicken, Kang Han Su throws some sarcasm her way, mocking her confidence. Ripping off a juicy chicken leg, he grumbles, why on earth did they go through the trouble of creating such a system? Flashing her trademark smile with a polite bow, she calmly begins to explain the reasoning behind it all. She mentions that the quality of recent graduates is declining. Stuffing his face, Kang Han Su asks if she actually knows all that. She explains that to combat this decline, they urgently need to drive up competition and push everyone to grow faster. Kang Han Su drops the subject, merely muttering a brief, "Is that so?" Suddenly, Kang Han Su's expression shifts. With a sly, knowing grin, he asks what would happen if he were to die in this place. Will he get sent back to Earth? The maid answers quickly, reminding him the festival is mandatory, meant to push everyone toward growth and heavy competition. Hearing that, Kang Han Su's face twists in pure annoyance while the maid remains completely calm. If he dies, he just respawns here, but his reputation and level take a massive hit. He lets out a long, helpless sigh. Han Su asks what happens if he keeps dying on purpose. The maid is only too happy to spell it out. She explains that if his rank drops all the way to double F, dying one more time will finally send him home. Han Su's eyes instantly light up. This is the best news he's heard all day. He stares at the sharp fork in his hand, excitedly plotting his own end, while the maid watches in absolute horror. Fearing the worst, she quickly warns him there is a catch. If he goes back that way, he loses every skill and gets forced into hard labor. Kang Han Su freezes, sheer panic washing over him. With a dramatic sigh, the maid breaks the terrible news. It actually took our guy Kang a whopping 5 years just to graduate. Kang Han Su completely loses his mind. His face turns pitch black and he shrieks. "What did you say? Wait. Shouldn't that only be 3 years back on Earth?" The maid explains that since this festival happens every 4 years, this is his second time joining. Plus, he already spent 2 years on Earth. The more he hears, the more Kang Han Su feels his brain short-circuiting in total disbelief. He wonders, did he not actually reincarnate right away back then? He racks his brain, trying to remember that annoying spirit. But while his head is still in a complete mess, the maid leans in and whispers there is another way home. With an impatient glare, Kang Han Su snaps spill it. She waves her hand and an info screen pops up with 2 options. For the first, the top rank gets a middle school certificate and student council admission, while rank 2 secures a premium holy sword plus the certificate. Rank 3 adds home return privileges to the mix. Rank 4 offers an all-powerful guardian angel alongside the home return perk. Rank 5 grants the title of Elven King, though his current score of 0 points places him all the way down at rank 3,895. The maid cheerfully encourages him to rack up points and climb into that top 5 spot. She keeps going. If he hits rank 1 for that council entry, or rank 2 for the holy sword, he can ride a super fast bullet train home. Kang Han Su does not look pleased. He squints at the maid and asks what about the second method. She pauses, then suddenly bursts into a mischievous, gloating laugh. This option actually suits you better. Just defeat the first hero in his prime, the legend who crushed the Demon King Pedinar at his absolute strongest. With a deadpan expression, Kang Han Su asks how much weaker is he than the real thing. The maid innocently replies, aren't they basically identical? Not buying it for a second, Kang Han Su slumps in his chair. Quit lying. If that were true, this dimension would have been leveled ages ago. The maid keeps smiling, completely cheerful as she answers, well, I do not know for sure, but his combat power is supposedly equivalent to the middle school student council president. Kang Han Su faceplants onto the table with a groan. How am I supposed to gauge that kind of power? The maid apologizes helplessly, while a lazy Kang Han Su keeps complaining. Since I have nothing to do, what do you suggest? The maid pulls out a mysterious object glowing with a soft blue light. She instructs him to put on the name tag first. The blue tag displays an S rank with 2.3 million points. It is his festival ID, which Kang Han Su reluctantly pins to his shirt. With a bright smile, the maid points toward the open gate and offers to guide him straight into the elementary school division. Forced to follow, Kang Han Su trudges behind her, grumbling the whole way. At my age, I have to go to elementary school. She leads him to a totally different area, explaining this is the campsite for students ranked below F. Talk about blatant class discrimination. Down below, the crowd stares up at Kang Han Su with envious eyes, shouting at the top of their lungs, we are a guild-hunting mutated 2-headed ogres. Come join our party right now. The team only hunts the fresh ones. Kang Han Su soaks up the praise, basking in the attention as they fawn over him. Hey, an S-rank hero. If you are free, join our party, big bro. Please form a team with me. Kang Han Su lets out a quiet sigh of relief, clearly loving the spotlight and acting smug about his popularity. He tosses a brief glance their way and coolly says, sorry guys. A pair of pure angel wings suddenly bursts from his back, leaving everyone completely jaw-dropped. Right behind him, Rice Cake appears. He confidently announces his party is already full. This new world looks decent enough: blue skies, green mountains, and bustling crowds everywhere. Alongside Rice Cake and the maid, Kang Han Su continues exploring the vast, crowded city. Absolutely thrilled, Rice Cake looks around at the familiar sights, feeling like she is back home. With a blank expression, Kang Han Su quietly notes his administrator privileges have not vanished just yet. He starts planning, focusing on potential rewards while recalling what the maid said about the top 2 ranks. To him, those first 2 ranks sound like a one-way ticket straight to hell. Instead of going home, he would just end up working like a slave for that fantasy god. He shifts his focus to the remaining ranks, deciding the extra rewards for 3, 4, and 5 do not really matter. But the rank 5 reward catches his eye, the sweet privilege of finally returning home. Just the thought of getting back to Earth makes him happy, so he resolves to aim for rank 4. He refuses to be a slave to those people, a confident smirk spreading across his face. All right, time to climb the ranks. He tells Rice Cake, find me 3 high-scoring graduates around here. Rice Cake eagerly replies right away, Master. Kang Han Su figures that instead of worrying about some middle school president, focusing on high scores is a better plan. As they stroll through the city streets, a loud argument erupts just ahead. Someone screams as a massive spiked iron mace slams into the pavement, and an angry red-haired woman yells, you hussy. Why are you seducing our boyfriends? Aren't you embarrassed to steal other people's property like that? A green-haired girl nearby chimes in, that is right. She seduced my boyfriend too, so smash her to pieces, big sister. It turns out the target of this jealous rage is none other than Victoria. Calmly adjusting her glasses, Victoria mockingly replies, Oh please, as a legitimate businesswoman, I do not freeload. I paid for all of those handsome men with my own hard-earned cash. Wait, what do your boyfriends even look like? I have dated so many. I honestly cannot keep track anymore. This savage comeback completely infuriates the duo, and the green-haired girl gnashes her teeth, screaming, "You brat, you are going to die today." But Victoria remains bored and completely unfazed by the empty threat. I am just telling the truth, Victoria giggles, pointing behind them. You probably did not know I already have a boyfriend. Look, he is right there. The angry duo instantly spins around to check. Standing where she pointed is Kang Han Su, looking completely baffled by the sudden accusation. Wait, what? Ignoring her excuses, the red-haired girl slams her massive mace down, screaming about shameless women who steal men. Leaping into the air, she bellows that she will never forgive her, and her weapon crashes down, kicking up dust. But Victoria reacts just in time, leaping to dodge the strike and diving straight into the arms of a startled Kang Han Su. Catching her in a princess carry, he sighs at the annoyance. Who exactly is your boyfriend? Victoria just pouts and cutely begs for him to save her, admitting she teased them a little too much. He instantly rejects her, asking why he should help, but he hesitates, knowing he needs her alive for his rank. Sensing that hesitation, Victoria narrows her eyes and plays her final card. I have the information you need. Hansu starts to say he knows how to get home, but she shifts the topic. Your parents are still safe. Hearing this, Kang Hansu freezes instantly, his eyes widening in complete shock. Victoria explains she went looking for them before the outbreak, though her original goal was just gathering intel on him. But hey, I am still a righteous warrior protecting innocent people, so I escorted them to the safest place I know. Victoria's enemies are sick of the flirting. They finally snap, screaming in pure outrage. What the hell are you doing, flirting in broad daylight? Have you no shame? Kang Hansu doesn't say a word. He just unleashes a blinding flash, cutting straight through them. He holds Victoria with one arm, draws his sword, and obliterates the whole gang in one slash. The survivors shriek in terror. What on earth was that? Kang Hansu sets Victoria down and mutters, "Thank you." Her eyes sparkle. Wow, you're amazing. I didn't think you actually knew how to say that. He turns away, dead serious. I hate owing favors. It's not my style. Nearby, onlookers whisper, who is that guy? He's insanely strong. Is he an S-rank hero? The crowd suddenly gets a suicidal idea. Wait, is this our chance? If we team up, we might take him down. Kang Hansu just smirks in the silence. He sighs, watching the pathetic mob charge. They actually graduated just like him. They still rely on that worthless power of friendship. He glares at them in disgust. A purple aura erupts from Kang Hansu as his broken status window pops up. Race, pure human level 1985. Job, Demon King. Hero skills include Genius, Double Z, Holy System Z, Demonic Energy Z, Spirit Max, Heroic Max, Blessing Max. Also Destruction Max, Love Max, Friendship Max, Hope Max, Crafting Max, Chaos Max, and Ruin Max. Resistance Max, Strength Max, Endurance Max, Agility Max, Combat Max, Five Senses Max, Swordsmanship Max, Madness Max, Flight Max, and Unyielding Max. Harassment Max, along with triple S rank in Boxing, Sword Chi, Slaughter, and Judgment, plus Immortality, Combat Power, Martial Arts, Fortitude, Eternal Life, Courage, Search, Harmony, Stamina, and Negotiation. Also S rank Tracking, Oblivion, Recovery, and triple S in Transaction, Discovery. Provocation, Energy, Regeneration, Immunity, Calm, with 555 Vitality. S Iron Wall, S Roar, S Intellect, S Provoke, S Earthquake, Storm, S Flood, and Silence. S Mining, S Farming, S Cooking, S Alchemy, S Gathering, and double S Luck. Even Sword Saint and Saint Estates. The mob has no clue who they're dealing with, charging forward. Charge, brothers. But they stop cold, spotting something totally unexpected. The system flashes a sudden announcement. Brave warriors, are you enjoying this festival? We will do our best to support you in growing that beautiful power of love and friendship. Demon King Pednar, defeated and sealed by the first hero, is terrified of the power you possess. Because of that, he has decided to launch an attack directly on the dorms, the place overflowing with your dreams and ambitions. Everyone gasps. My God, how could he think of doing something so horrible? The system continues. Among those who stop the Demon King, the top 5 contributors get massive premium rewards. Do not miss out. Oh, are you wondering where the Demon King is right now? Look up at the sky. Pednar's location is marked by that arrow. Everyone looks up. That massive red arrow is pointing directly down at Kang Han Su. He blurs out, "What the hell?" The students grit their teeth. "Pednar, what kind of crazy joke is this?" The giant red beacon hovers right above Kang Han Su. The mob bursts into mock laughter. So his S-rank title was just a fake event item. Kang Han Su smirks. This is getting interesting. He lets them think whatever they want. Thinking he's an easy target, they charge the winner is going to be me. Before he finishes, Kang Han Su slices him down. He raises his sword, grinning, challenging the rest to keep coming. Watching from a distance, the students sweat. A demon king with a holy sword? Must be fake. One summoner yells, "Let's attack from afar. Spirits, lend me your power." But as the spirits take flight, they suddenly freeze midair. They merge into one giant fireball that crashes down, sending students scrambling. What is wrong with them? The spirits have gone mad. They crash, triggering massive explosions. The crowd panics. "Watch out!" Holy crap. Yet, a few desperate fools charge. "You bastard demon king. You seriously dared to slash at our spirits," he replied, completely unbothered. "You guys are acting like total savages. Don't blame me if things get a bit too rough now." He gave his holy sword a casual swing, generating a powerful gust that swept the noisy mob away in seconds. Bodies piled up fast, leaving the survivors pale and shaking in terror. They bolted, screaming at the top of their lungs for help. This event was supposed to be over, but they didn't get far before falling to his blade. Yet, even after slaughtering the whole crowd, he felt like something was off. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he scratched his chin. That is weird. Why am I not absorbing any experience points? True to his rogue hero nature, his eyes lit up. Well, guess I will just have to slice up a few more to find out. He flashed a wicked smirk, making a surviving student crawl backward in pure terror. Hey, wait. From afar, the sky was peaceful and the mountains quiet, save for a few distant screams. Someone cried out, "Help, ugh." Another pleaded, "Please spare me." One student even cursed him as a demon with his final breath. Soon, night landed over the mountain area that had been a bloody battlefield just hours earlier. A high-ranking maid approached to report, "Master Graduate Kang Han Su. I have two pieces of news, one bad and one good. Which one do you want to hear first?" He took a sip of tea. "Give me the bad news." "Well, until the system stabilizes, you are forced to stay here in these dorms." He raised an eyebrow. "How long will that take?" "I am not entirely sure, but the event has a limit of 5 days. So, 5 days max." It did not sound too bad, so he casually agreed. "Let's go with that for now." The maid brightened up instantly. "Excellent. Now it is time for the good news. As you have probably noticed, this whole mess was caused by a glitch in the education system." He looked up at the red arrow still hovering above his head. She explained, "It seems they mistakenly flagged you as the devil himself. Still, even if it is just a minor bug, the blame lies entirely with the event organizers." He wondered, "So you are saying they will compensate me?" Pouring him some more tea, she smiled. "You could pretty much look at this as a little bribe. Basically, we just need you to stay calm until everything is sorted out." He stared at the steaming cup of tea in his hand. "So, how exactly are you going to compensate me?" Winking, she replied. "For the next 5 days, a luxury resort on the top floor of these dorms will be open just for you." He was completely speechless. Oh. Looking down from above, Kang Han Su completely froze with his eyes wide open. But honestly, the place looked pretty amazing. This top-floor luxury resort is absolutely massive, featuring a lush forest on the roof and deep pools below where mermaids swim around freely. It even has magnificent mythical beasts like unicorns roaming around. Yet, there is not a single soul in sight. Kang Han Su is genuinely impressed, clearly loving how massive the place is when a maid behind him happily asks if he wants something to eat. She offers to bring the chef's recommendations if he cannot decide, and since Kang Han Su is not picky, he just tells her to go with that. With a polite nod, the maid leads him deeper into the resort, guiding him toward the main dining area. The restaurant is just as spectacular. It is surrounded by a massive aquarium where guests can watch fish glide by, with a single elegant dining table sitting in the center. Standing there, Kang Han Su looks so tiny, giving off major wealthy CEO vibes. Living alone in a massive 500,000-meter mansion, the maid leaves Kang Han Su alone to go prepare his meal. She politely asks him to wait for just a moment. As Kang Han Su gazes at the surrounding aquarium, a curious mermaid notices him and swims closer to get a better look. But she completely forgets the glass is there and slams face first into the wall. That leaves Kang Han Su absolutely bewildered by her clumsiness. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, asking if the hero likes the restaurant's lavish interior. Instinctively, Kang Han Su replies that it is all right. He jumps in shock when he sees the Demon King sitting right across from him at the table. Kang Han Su is utterly stunned, demanding to know why the Demon King is here. But the Dark Lord is only here to complain. He claims that Kang Han Su impersonating him got him fired, and a very awkward silence suddenly fills the entire room. With zero real remorse, Kang Han Su casually drops an apology, basically telling him to take it or leave it. 5 weeks later, the other students are proudly cheering, thrilled to finally rank up to S-class heroes. Arrogantly claiming ranks mean nothing to them now, the other students quickly chime in, plotting their revenge against a certain bastard. Did he think only he could be S-class? But mid-brag, boom. Kang Han Su literally crashes down from the sky right in the middle of their group, sending them flying. They scream in absolute terror, unable to believe their eyes, stuttering in confusion about where he came from. They quickly let their new S-class power go to their heads and charge forward. Screaming that it doesn't matter, they unleash old grudges and swear they'll kill him. Hanu just stands there calm, watching them rush forward. Back at the luxury resort restaurant in the dormitory, Hanu casually enjoys his meal while chatting with the Demon King, asking if they seriously fired the actual, real-deal Lord of Darkness over a few silly misunderstandings. Honestly, that sounds incredibly unfair. The Demon King cheerfully replies that things would be different if he were just a regular Dark Lord, but since he is a stage actor now, Hanu doesn't even need to apologize. He admits he likes this place much better than his tiny waiting room, seriously rubbing his hands together. Since they are going to live together from now on, he offers to make things up to the hero, explaining that he is just one of many clones. The Dark Lord says all he can offer is his vast ocean of cosmic knowledge. As he speaks, the Demon King points to his head, where he holds all the secrets of this boundless universe. But before the former Dark Lord can even finish asking, Hanu eagerly cuts him off, demanding to know how to travel through space. The Demon King casually replies that it is easy, as he only needs to get permission from his older sister. This leaves Hanu feeling completely frustrated by these fantasy non-player characters, wondering how on earth he is supposed to know who his sister is. The Dark Lord explains that his sister is actually the god of fantasy and reveals that he himself was born from dark matter. He explains that his sister was the very first life form born after the supernova, and labels like demons or angels were just created later by history's victors. Hanu nods, realizing this means the god of fantasy was the first angel. He sighs, admitting it is crucial info, but there is no way the woman who kidnapped him would ever let him leave that easily. The Demon King smirks, agreeing with him, but adds that luckily that is not the only way home. Hanu's eyes light up, realizing there is a second way to return to reality. Facing the angry mob of students charging headfirst toward him, Hanu simply extends his arm and releases a massive wave of pitch-black energy that completely devours them in a single blast. They are left completely speechless, dropping dead onto the ground, leaving Hanu to look at his hand, wondering if this mysterious dark aura wrapping his arm is actually dark matter. Flashback to the conversation between Hanu and the Demon King. The Dark Lord suggests that the second option is for Hanu to marry his daughter, leaving our hero completely silent, unable to believe such a ridiculous proposal. With a wide grin, the Demon King claims that a version of him in another dimension wrote down this exact method. Stop joking around, old man. Don't be shy. Even now, I think you are actually worthy of that girl. Hanu sulks like he is about to bite someone. You think I would agree? The Demon King counters. Tell me, do you know where skills actually come from? Hanu grumbles under his breath. If this isn't about that second method, I am not listening. The Demon King sighs. You are far too impatient. Skills are born from the interaction between light and shadow, the first light and the second darkness. They fuse together to create a terrifyingly massive power. Even in the hands of a mere mortal, that power could defeat me. Imagine that a supreme entity chasing an absolute cosmic path. Simple, right? That is how your skills were made. And only the two beings who created them have the power to modify them. Of course, rather than dealing with my sister, wouldn't convincing my daughter be much faster? And if you still refuse to accept that, the Demon King slowly raises his index finger. There is still another way, but you will have to risk your entire life. Want to know? Fast forward 5 weeks, and Hanu is actively controlling dark matter. He casually remarks, Hey, Demon King, I finally got it. Hanu looks incredibly smug with that dark energy swirling in his palm. You really should have told me about this a lot sooner. At the epicenter, a violent tremor shakes the earth and the entire building. Dark matter erupts skyward, sending rocks and debris floating into the air like gravity completely vanished. Hanu is definitely right at the center of that chaos. And sure enough, there he is, already overpowered. Hanu with dark matter is unstoppable. It is like giving wings to a tiger as he effortlessly blows away these weak students. Dark veins from the overwhelming power of dark matter begin spreading across Hanu's face. He speaks into his earpiece. Hey, Victoria, He didn't die from that last blast, right? On the other end, Victoria screams back, "You held back beautifully." And yes, he is still very much alive and kicking. She reports directly to Hanu. All three of the top-ranked students, including myself, have evacuated safely. So, best of luck out there, Hanu. Hanu just grunts and crushes the earpiece in his grip. A wild, thrill-seeking grin spreads across his face. Time for a bloodbath. Flashback to their meal at the restaurant. The Demon King explains dark matter to Hanu, helping us understand exactly what it is. Forget the small stuff. This substance makes up 30% of the universe dark matter. Only one force carries enough weight to shift it. Gravity. But there is a heavier burden here. You have to carry eternity. The Demon King leans in just a tiny push. It looks light, almost effortless. But that push shatters the entire restaurant aquarium instantly, leaving Han Su stunned. Stay sharp. Eternal life means your recovery speed will crush your consumption. Even I cannot reach the limits of this power. The Demon King's eyes ignite with a fierce red glow. For a mortal like you, I wonder what happens next. Han Su touches his face. Those dark marks are probably surfacing because he hasn't fully tamed this energy yet. The students charge in, blind to the danger. Don't let him get an edge. Tear him to pieces. We're going to swarm him. Think you can handle us, you dog? Han Su doesn't let these idiots stay delusional. He summons his sword, blowing them backward with one explosive slash. Han Su glares at them, daring anyone to move. The terrified students scramble back, shaking. But before they can even process the fear, Han Su leaps at them, absolute, relentless aggression. Ah! Every swing of Han Su's blade leaves agonizing, screams echoing through the air. Arg! Suddenly, a grenade flies in from behind, exploding in a spray of lethal fireworks right above his head. Han Su leaps away, but more grenades land at his feet. Explosions rock the ground without a second of peace. The students seize their chance and open fire. Empty your clips, guys. Bullets graze Han Su, shredding his clothes. He hisses in frustration. His spirit can't block physical bullets since it isn't magic. Seeing no movement inside the thick smoke, the anxious students peer in. Ha, did we get him? Not even close. Out of the dust, dark matter tears open a pitch-black void, a total nightmare. Don't back down. They unleash another barrage of gunfire and grenades. Coordinate your attacks. Han Su casually snaps his fingers, releasing a vortex of dark matter that sweeps through the entire group. They freeze in absolute shock. Han Su says calmly, "I will be merciful and let you run home, so be grateful." They clutch their heads, screaming, "How is he still alive? This is total cheating." Han Su just laughs. The more he fights, the more manic he gets. One student lies broken on the ground. Did this bastard just revive? Before the thought finishes, Han Su appears right in front of him, making the guy scream in terror. Ah! Just then, another hand intervenes to stop Han Su's sword from finishing the strike. A figure in white blocks his path. Han Su glares, demanding to know who this guy is. The man in glasses smiles, greeting graduate Han Su and introducing himself as a college counselor. A college counselor? Really? Han Su shoves him away. He sneers, asking if the counselor is there to expel him, demanding if he understands the reason for all this. The counselor keeps his polite smile, calmly stating that he already knows he can read minds. Honestly, that mind-reading skill was barely even needed right now. In case you're worried about that student, he's already foaming at the mouth, passed out cold. Gritting his teeth in pure hatred, Han Su asks why he dares to stop him. The counselor explains he understands the intense desire to return home. After all, he has spent an incredibly long time trapped in this world. Taking a step forward, the counselor warns that refusing to enroll in college is basically betraying both Earth and the entire human race. Han Su bursts into hysterical laughter. He unleashes his dark matter to strike the counselor, screaming that he is a proud, delinquent student. As the dark matter surges, the counselor dodges with annoying ease. Anticipating the move, Han Su rushes in. Even in a face-to-face clash, his strike gets blocked. The counselor's movement proves one direct hit would be fatal. Yet, he keeps smiling, reminding Han Su that he can read every single thought. But Han Su never quits. Stomping his foot, he yells that they will never know unless they try. Dust and rocks blast into the air as the counselor waves the debris away. Vanishing, Han Su suddenly reappears right behind him to launch a lethal sneak attack. Despite the speed, the counselor anticipates every movement and blocks the strike. But that was just a clever feint. Using his free hand, Han Su unleashes his dark matter for another strike. Dust clouds exploded everywhere, yet the counselor reacted in a flash, blocking that second sneak attack. Eyes still shut, he offered a smug grin, claiming cheap tricks would never change the final result. He admitted the skill showed promise for a high schooler, but Han Su just grinned back, asking why he was so certain the fight was already over. The counselor gripped Han Su's arm, declaring it finished. He added that realizing when you are beaten is a vital skill. Suddenly, the counselor's eyes snapped open as he realized something was wrong, suspiciously asking if Han Su was actually planning to kill himself. "Spot on," Han Su replied casually, confirming he was planning to end his own life, since he had no levels left to lose and just needed to return to Earth. Narrowing his eyes, the counselor questioned why he would want to return to Earth right now with that massive invasion underway. Did he really think he could survive in such a weakened state? Even with time to recover, he warned that those enemies were far stronger than the graduates standing here. Scornfully, he asked what the point was in starting a fight he could never win. But Han Su remained resolute, saying the reasons should be obvious. He needed to see his parents. He wanted a normal, civilized life, and to finally reclaim his own destiny. He did not care if some fantasy god stripped his skills, because as long as he had his strength, the outcome would stay the same. Hearing this, the counselor slowly released Han Su's wounded arm. Turning away, the counselor admitted he finally understood where the graduate was coming from. He promised to send protection for Han Su's family, guaranteeing there was no safer option on the table. Before leaving, the counselor turned back to add that a place in the middle school course would always be waiting for him. With that, he stepped through the portal, leaving an exhausted Han Su to collapse onto the ground. The counselor had been right. Those injuries proved he had not yet adapted to his new skill. Han Su looked at his trembling hands, clenching them tight, hoping to stall the flow long enough to master it. Besides, did they really think they needed a genius like him? Calling a triple F-class hero a genius was honestly hilarious. Unleashing his explosive power, a wicked grin spread across his face as he formed a massive plan for total sabotage. This time would be his final playthrough.